Hey, what's up everyone and welcome to Daily Code Buffer. In this video, we are going to create a complete full stack application with React, with Tailwind CSS, with Spring Boot, with database. So grab a cup of your favorite beverage and let's get started. Now what we are going to build today is an employee management system. So we will be creating an application where we can create a new employee, we can delete the employee, we can edit the employee, and we can list down all the employees available in the database. We will achieve that entire UI with the React, and as a CSS framework, we will be using the Tailwind CSS. And for the backend application, we will be creating the Spring Boot application. So you will get an complete understanding how to create the full stack application using any of the front-end UI or any of the front-end frameworks and with the Spring Boot. And we will understand how both cohesively works together. Now, as we talked about what we are going to build today, let's go to the computer and let's build the application. So let's create both the application, a React application and a Spring Boot application. So firstly, let's create the Spring Boot application. So Spring Boot application you can create either using the IntelliJ IDEA or you can create using the Spring Initializer as well. Let me show you both the ways. If you want to create using the Spring Initializer, what you can do is you can go to your browser, go to start.spring.io. This is where you can create your application and you can select the latest version of Spring Boot. Project type is May1, language is Java, and you can give your group ID. I'll be giving com.dailycodebuffer, artifact as employee system backend or API, employee system API. The name would be same, the description would be okay, that's fine, and the package name should be, let me give just employee, and the packaging is jar, Java version is 11 as I'm using Java 11. And you can add the dependencies. Which we need is, we will need a Lombok dependency to create our boilerplate code. We will need the GAPI dependency to connect to our database and to use the Hibernate, as we will be also needing the SQL dependency, MySQL driver, and we'll also need Spring Web. Okay, so these are the dependencies that I need. You can just generate the project from here and open in your favorite IDE. The same thing I'll show you from the IntelliJ IDEA as well. This will only work if you have the Ultimate Edition. If not, you can create the project from here and you can open directly this project in your IntelliJ IDEA if you're using Community Edition. And if you're using Eclipse or NetBeans or whatever other IDEs, if you're using VS Code as well, you can unzip it and you can open in the editor. Let me just go to the IntelliJ IDEA. Let me create the new project. And from here, I'll use a Spring Initializer and I'll name the project as Employee System API. I think this is what we gave, right? Employee System API, yes. And the location, let me select the location. I want to add in the documents, React Workspace. Let me create the new folder over here. I'll just say Employee Management System. Okay, inside this, open. My language is Java, type is May1, group ID I'll just give as com.dailycodebuffer. Artifact is employee system API. Package name I'll just give as employee project SDK. That is my Java version. That is the Java 11. My packaging is jar type. The same thing which we gave in the initializer. And click on next. And here we need to add the dependencies. So the dependencies that I need is the Lombok dependency. From the web, I need Spring Web dependency. From the SQL, I need Spring Data JPA, and I also need MySQL driver. And here you can see that Lombok, Spring Web, Spring Data JPA, and MySQL driver. These are the 4 dependencies I need. If we need anything extra, we can add later as well. So let's click on finish and generate the project. Cool, my project is created. Okay, you can see that src directory main resources, my application.property file is created. My main Java file is created. So everything is created. My application is good to go. Now let's create the React application as well. So once we create the application, it will be easy to deep dive into the application directly itself. Let's go to the VS Code now. Now as in the Spring Boot application, you need Java installed. For your React application, you need to have your Node installed. So let me just minimize this first. And if you have not installed Node.js, just go to google.com, just search for Node.js and install Node.js. Now what I'm going to do is, let me go to the Finder. Inside this React workspace, let me just create a new folder over here and I'll just say Employee Management System UI. Just ignore this folder. This was something that I was working earlier. But these are the two folders that will be working. This is our backend application and this is our UI application. So this is something that I want to open in my VS Code. So let me just open the folder. I will go to the documents over here, React Workspace, Employee Management System UI, and open. So this is a folder that I have opened. Now to open the terminal, I will just hit Command J to open the terminal. Now once you have installed Node.js, if you see node-v, you will get the version like which particular Node.js that you have installed. Once you are getting this information, at that time you are good to go to create the React application. And you can similarly, either you can use npm or you can use yarn. If you have installed Node.js, npm would be installed by default. So we'll be using the npm in this particular tutorial. And if you want to see which version it is, you can use npm-v as well to see which version it is. It's 8.3.0. So these are the versions that I'm using for Node.js and npm. So this particular tutorial will be valid for any of the versions. Now I'm hoping that your Java is installed in your system, your Node.js is installed in your system, and you have already created the Spring Boot application, the basic application that we just created. Now let's create the React application. Now to create the React application, what you need to do is you need to use the npx command to create the React application. So let's just create that. So we'll just use the command npx create React app. Okay, this is the command, and after that you need to give the name of the application that you want to create. Suppose employee management system that you want to create. So what it will do, it will create the folder and it will generate the project inside that. But we have already created the project. So what I'll do, I'll just use the current directory to create the project and hit enter. Sorry, I just need to use npx, right? So let me use npx create React app and the current directory. This should create the project. And here you can see that it is downloading all the dependencies and everything. So we'll wait for this thing to get completed. Now here you can see that the React application is created. You are getting all the commands, how to start your server and build and test and everything. Okay. And here if you see on the right side, your entire application is created. You have the node modules added to it, public folder, src folder, your package.json file where you can see all your dependencies that is added to your particular project. And inside your src folder, you can see that your basic application which is created by the React. Now what we will do, we will start both the application and see what is going on. So let's just start the React application first. To start the React application, we got the command over here, right? Let's use that command to start the application, that is npm start, right? So what I'll do, I'll just say npm start. And here you can see that your application is started on localhost 3000, and this is the default page you will get when you create the React application. Okay, you can see everything is successful. Now let's go to the Spring Boot one, IntelliJ IDEA, and this also you can start. By default, it will run on port 8080. So let's start the application. We'll just enable the annotation processor. It's not starting the application as we need to add the configuration for the SQL. So let's add the configuration as well. And to add the configuration, you need to have the database. So what I am using is I'm using the MySQL database over here. So this is the MySQL workbench that I have installed. You can also search for the MySQL workbench. Just Google it and you will get it and you can directly install it. I'll just show you as well. If you just search for MySQL workbench, this is the one. You can just go ahead and download it and just install it directly. So once you install this, you can open this particular page. If you are facing any issues while installing MySQL database, then what you can do is you can add the H2 in-memory database in your Spring Boot application and you can use H2 in-memory database. That is also a way to go, but I'll prefer that you install any of the database and there you can use it. So once the database is installed, you need to create the schema. So let's just create the schema I'll just create the schema and I'll just say employee system. I'll just use underscore and apply. Create schema. So here you can see that the schema is created. Now we can use this schema in our Spring Boot application. So let's go to the Spring Boot application. Let's go to the application.properties file, and here we need to add the configurations. Okay, so to add the properties, we'll add the property that is the spring.datasource.url, and yeah, I have given JDBC MySQL localhost 3306 because this is the port where my database is working, and then I need to provide the schema name. So if I go to the MySQL workbench, the schema name is employee system. So that's what I'm going to give over here, employee underscore system. And after that, what I need to do is I need to give the username and password for my database. My username and password for my database is username is root, and I have not set any of the passwords, so I'm not giving any password over here. And then I need to provide the driver class name, that is the com.mysql.jdbc.driver. This is what we are using, MySQL driver, which we have added in the dependency. So that's what we added as a class name over here. And we are also adding spring.jpa.showSQL equals to true. So whenever we are using Spring Data JPA and when we are executing any of the queries, those queries will be printed. And we are using spring.jpa hibernate DDL auto. So whenever there is an update in the entities that we do, the same would be reflected in the database as well. So we don't have to create the tables or anything manually. So these are the configurations that I have added for the MySQL. Now let's start the application. It should work. And here you can see that my application is started. It has started on port 8080. So if you go to the browser, if you go to localhost 8080, this is not something that I want. Yeah. So I'm getting white label error page because there is no endpoint defined. So this particular point of time, we have created our UI application in the React, and we have created our backend application. Both the applications are created and we are ready to add our implementation now. So now let's go to the React application first, and let's clean up everything and let's create the basic structure. So this is my React application, and let's remove all the things which we don't need. Okay. So if you come over here in the app.js, I don't need anything from here. So let me just remove this. I don't need logo.svg as well. So let me remove this as well. I'll just remove the logo also. Then if I go to index.js, I don't need report vitals and all these things. So let me just remove this. Let me remove the import as well. I'll just remove the report web vitals JS file as well. So this was all the things that I didn't want. This is basic app.js. Now if we see the application, it's blank, right? So from here we will start everything. Now to build our UI in React, we can use any of the CSS frameworks available. Now in this particular video, we will be using the Tailwind CSS, the latest version, that is the Tailwind CSS 3. So let's go ahead and install Tailwind CSS in our project. So what we will do, we'll just go to the Tailwind CSS and we'll go to the get started page over here, and we'll go to the framework guides, and we need to install in our React app. So we'll go to the create React app, and here you can see that all the steps are there to install Tailwind CSS in your project. We already created the app, so this part is done. So now we can use this particular part. What it is doing is it is installing Tailwind CSS, post CSS, auto prefixer, and it is initializing the Tailwind CSS. So it will create the basic tailwind.config.js and postcss.config.js. So let's copy this and let's go to the VS Code. Let's open the command prompt and let's paste it. So here you can see that Tailwind CSS is installed, and you can see postcss.config.js is created and tailwind.config.js is created. Now what you have to do is in the tailwind.config.js, you need to add all this. So let me just copy this. Let me go to the config tailwind.config.js. And let me just paste this thing. Okay, this is the Tailwind configuration. Now what you have to do is you have to go to the index.css file and you need to add this scripts. So let me just copy this and let me go to the index.css and I need to add everything here. That's it. So what we did, so till now we added the Tailwind CSS and we configured the Tailwind CSS to work with our React application. Now if you don't know Tailwind CSS, don't worry, we will be going through the basics of Tailwind CSS also in this video. But if you want to learn more about Tailwind CSS also, you can follow along the documentation. And the good thing is it has really good documentation and you can go through the components as well. So there are a lot of components also available. Some of them are free to use and some of them are paid to use. You can go to this tailwindui.com and you can browse through the documentation over here, and there are few of the components available. You can go through all the different components. Okay, you can see that these are the components available. What you can do is you can just go through the code over here. Okay, and you can select for the React, Vue or basic HTML. Whatever you select, you will get the code for it and you can directly use the code from here. There are few things which are paid, but you will get a basic understanding about how to use the Tailwind CSS from the already added code. So just try to use this and it is very easy. We will just go through the basics of it. Okay, you can see there are a lot of components available. You can just go through it. Okay, you can see all these components are free. You can directly get the code from here. And if you scroll down here from this particular page, you can see there are official plugins also available for your typography, for different forms. If you go through here, you can see for the different typography, different elements, there is a plugin and you can use this plugin to enhance your application. This is a forms plugin where you can create the forms, different forms with this particular plugin. In this video, we are just going to use the basic forms, but if you want to create a forms, complex forms, you can use this plugin as well. So this was all the basics about Tailwind CSS and how to configure your Tailwind CSS within your React application. Now what we will do is we will just create the basic header part and then we can create a basic form so we can save the employee. Okay, what we are going to save as an employee is the first name, last name, email address. That's all we will start with because we need to understand about the basic how everything works together. Okay, so what we will do, we'll go to the app.js. And in this particular app.js, you can see that it is a function that returns the entire HTML. This is not the HTML, basic HTML. This is called as JSX, which allows you to write the HTML components within the JavaScript. So that's the concept in the React application. And all this application, you can see this is the component, and all this particular JSX that we write, those are called as components, and these components we can use to render it out. If you go to the index.js, you can see that in the React DOM.render, you can see that this particular component app, which is this app.js, is been added. So this will be render it. So everything added inside this app.js will be rendered in our application because you can see it's adding into your root element. So you don't have to modify anything over here. Just go to the app.js and whatever you want to create your structure, we have to create the structure from here itself. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a structure here directly. So here we are going to create our top header bar, okay, navigation bar. So let's create this in this particular div only. We will start. So we will be using all the classes from the Tailwind CSS that we have installed. Now one more thing I forgot to tell you is within this VS Code I have installed few of the plugins that will improve the IntelliSense because there is a lot of things that we have to write, right? So what I have done is I have installed few of the plugins that will help to write code faster. So if you go to the extensions and if you search for React, you will get ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippet. So it will help you to create the React applications very faster. So this will give the snippets. So we'll be using the snippets a lot from here, from this particular plugin. So you can install this plugin. I've also installed the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, this will give the autocomplete for the Tailwind as well, Tailwind CSS. So I've installed this plugin as well. So you can go ahead and install these two plugins. And I've also installed bracket pair colorizer 2. This will help to add the colorized brackets, so we'll get to know better about the starting and ending of the brackets in the React application. So you can also install this. And I've also installed Prettier that will format the code when we save the application, when we save the file. So I've installed this plugin as well. So you can go ahead and install this plugin. It will help in your application while writing the application. So this was all about the plugins that I have installed for now to create the React application. Now let's go back to the application and let's use the Tailwind CSS to create our basic structure. So let's create the header bar. So in this particular div, we can create the nav bar. So what I'll do, I'll just add the background. So let me just remove the class name and I will add the class name as background color I just need a gray color and a few, and here you can see that there are a lot of classes available. So these all the classes are part of your Tailwind CSS. So you can see these are the different classes available. I just want this particular gray color, so I'll just use bg gray 800. So this is the color of the background that I'll get, and inside this div what I want is I'll just create another div where I'll just define class name equals to, I just need height of 16. So this is what it will give the height, and you can see this height is 4 rem, that is equivalent to 64 pixels. This rem is nothing but the relative property of CSS. I'm giving the height of 16 from this h16 class, and then what I need is I need to use flexbox. So I'm just using flex over here, and what I need all the items inside this particular div to be centered. Okay, so I'm just using item center. And inside this div, what I'll do, I'll just add the p tag where I'll just say employee management system. Now if you go to the page, you can see that our server is not started, right? So let me just start the server. npm start. Let me close out all these files. So yeah, you can see that we are getting a navigation bar with the particular color that we have defined and the height that we have defined. And we are getting the employee management system as well. You are not seeing, but this is what we are getting. So let's change the color and give the little bit of padding as well. So what I'll do, I'll just give the class name over here, class name, and I'll just say, I just need text as white. And I need font as bold. So you can see all these classes are part of the Tailwind CSS and I'm using it. So you will get understanding about how to use the Tailwind CSS as well. And here you can see that I'm getting the employee management system and I'm getting the font in white as well. Now I need to add the padding as well. So what I want to do is the div that I'm using right within this particular paragraph tag, for that only I need to give the padding in the X direction. So I have given the height over here and I need to give padding in X direction for 8. You can see that the padding is also added over here. And here this item center is there, right? This item center is nothing but adding the items to the center. Currently, if you see, the item set is at the center of the particular bar. But if we remove this, you can see that it's at the top. So this item center will add to the center. Now this is the navigation bar that we have created, and you can see that this is a lot of code we have added over here. So what we can do in React is we can create the different components. So this particular nav bar that we have created, this navigation bar, for this we can create the component. So let's try to create a component so we can get understanding how to create the components. So this everything that we have over here that can make as one component. So what we will do, inside this src folder, let's create one folder. We'll say components. Inside this components, let me create one file that will say navbar.js. This is one JavaScript file that we are creating. Now to make this JavaScript file as a React component, what you have to do is you can either use the function based component, functional components, or you can use the class based components as well. I prefer more functional based components because it's easy to understand and it's easy to create as well. So to create a functional component, what you have to do is if you go to the app.js, you have to create a function, and that function will have the name as the file name, and you will be exporting the default function as well. So this is what you will create as a function. Now the same thing that you have to do, you have to create a function with the same name as your file name, and you need to return entire JSX component. So this is the entire JSX which is returning from this particular function, and you are exporting this function as well. So the same thing we can do in our navbar.js as well, but as we have installed the ES7 snippets, we can directly use using the RAFCE. Okay, so what you can see, this will create the React arrow function export component. So once you do this, you can see everything is added to it. It will import the React from the React library. It will create the component with the arrow function. You can see constant navbar equals to arrow function, and it will return the normal div, and it is also exporting the navbar as well. So this is the same thing that is there in the app.js, but using just 4 characters, we just added all these things. So that's the beauty of the snippets, and that will improve our productivity and workflow as well. So this is what a navbar it is. We just added the navbar. What we will do, we'll go to the app.js, we'll copy all this thing, cut from here and add in navbar. So we added everything from the app.js to the navbar, and now this particular navbar we can use in our app.js. What we will do, we will use the navbar as a component. You can see that this navbar is a component. It's part of the /component folder /navbar. So once you add this, you can see that it is also imported as well. So you need to import. If it's not working for you, auto completion, then you have to import as well, that import navbar from ./components/navbar. This should work the same as it was working earlier. You can see that it's working the same way. So this way you can create the different components, so your code will be very clean to understand. Now what we'll do, now let's add one more component to add the employee to the database. So we will create one page where we will be creating the input fields, where we will be creating the forms, and from that form we can save the database. So as we have created the similar navbar component, let's directly create the component and we can use that component over here. So let me just go to the components itself and let me create the component. I'll just say add employee component, add employee.js, and here also I'll just do RAFCE, and my functional component is created. Now I have to use this add employee in my app.js. So after this I can add employee, and here you can see that we ran into one more issue where it is saying parsing error, adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in a enclosing tag, which means that this particular return can only have one parent. Here you can see that there are 2 parents, that is the navbar and add employee. Both are parent to it. Okay, so we need to have a parent for both of this navbar and add employee. So for this there is a component called fragment. So what we can do, we can add the empty tag for this. So this way we can add, this is an empty tag, and the same thing I'll just add at the end as well. And now you can see that we are not getting any error. So we just wrapped navbar and add employee to the fragment of React. And if you see this, we are still getting the error because we just have to do this way. Okay, now this will return and we'll be getting the correct output. So we just wrapped the navbar and add employee to the React fragment. Now let's go to the add employee and let's add the content over here. So in this div, what I'll do, I'll just do the class name, and this is the flags that I want to create, and I need to give the max width to Excel. So I'm just giving the maximum width for a particular form. Okay, and inside this div, let me add another div, and for this div let me give the class names. Let's see what is created. Nothing is created till now. And inside this class name, let me give the padding. Okay, I'm giving the X direction padding and Y direction padding, and inside this div component we need to add the header. So let me just give div over here, div class name equals to, and here I'll give all the properties related to the text that I want to add, and here I'll add the heading, and I'll just say add new employee, and here you can see that I got the add a new employee over here. So let's add few more things. Let's add the shadow to it. I'll just add the shadow. You can see that the shadow is added to the component, to the card that we have created, and let's add the bottom border as well. So we can add border -b for the bottom border. You can see that the border is also created. Now I want this card to be in the center, so let me just give the margin as well, margin for the X direction to be auto. So you can see that now it's in the center. Now let's add the text decoration to it to make it quite nice, right? So what I'll do in this particular div, okay, for the fonts, what I'll do, I just need a thin font. You can see the fonts are very thin. Now I need to make it a little bit bigger, so I'll just do text should be 2XL, and you can see that now it's a little bit bigger. And now I need to add the kerning as well, where there is a space between the letters. So what I'll do, I'll just use tracking wider. Here you can see that there is a little bit now space added. So now this looks really good. Now let's add the form details. So after this div, let's add another div. Inside this div, class name equals to, I need all the items to be center, justify center, and I need height of 14 and width to be full. Now inside this div, let me add the label. Now this label, I'll just say it's a first name. Okay, yeah, you can see that we are getting the first name. So let's add some more gap as well over here. So what I'll do, I'll just say margin in y direction as 4. The margin is added. Now after label, I need to add the input element as well. So I'll just say input type equals to text. You can see that the text is added right over here. Now what I need this text box below this. So I need this first name to be block. So I'll just add the class name and I'll just add block. So now you can see that it's below this first name. Now let's add few of the properties for this first name label and this text box as well. So what I'll do, I'll just change the text color. I'll just say text color as gray. I'll just add to 600. You can see that the color is changed, little bit of gray. Then I'll just say text should be small, little bit, and font weight should be normal. Okay, you can see that there is quite a change now, right? Now for this input field, let's add the class name. And in this particular, what we will add is, we will give height to 10. So here you can see that it's a little bit of bigger. And then we will increase the width as well to 96. So you can see that the width is increased. And let me give the border as well. Okay, you can see that the fine thin border is added. And then let me add the margin top to 2. So there is a gap from first name and last name. Now if you see that if I add directly anything, there is no gap, it's directly starting, right? So let's give the padding also for that. So what we'll do, we will add the padding px to 2 and py to 2. So now you can see that there is a little bit of gap while starting the text. So now let's copy this div and let's add it for the last name and email. First name, last name, and email, and the type here should be email. Here you can see that first name, last name, and email is added. Now let's add the button as well. I'll just copy this div and instead of this 2, what I'll do, I'll just remove this to input fields and I'll add the button over here. So let me just add the button, and this button will save as save, and this button will have a class name where we will add few of the details. We'll add the little bit of rounded button. This will have text as white, font as semi-bold, and I'll add the background color to green 400. This is something like this, but let's add some more details. We'll add the padding in y direction and padding in x direction as well. You can see that button is now very nice. Now what we will do is, when we hover over it, we will add the color as well. So when we hover over button, we will do background green to something like 700. Let's see how it looks. Okay, you can see that now hoverboard is working good, right? Similarly, let's add the another button that is for clear, and instead of green I'll just add red. Here also I'll just add as red. Now we need to separate it out as well. So what I'll do is for the div, right, which is containing these two buttons, I'll give that it should contain space x44. You can see that there is a space now, and then I'll just give the padding top of 4, so there is a padding as well. So yeah, you can see that my form is ready, right? It looks good. I hope it looks good. For me it looks good. So this is something that we have created now. Now when we click on save, we need to save the data to the database. So for that we need to create the API as well. So we'll be creating the API also. So let's quickly jump to the Spring Boot application and let's create the API to save the data. Now in the Spring Boot application, we need to create the API to save the data. So let's create the structure for it. Let me just stop the server. And what I will do inside this employee, let me just create new packages. I'll just create a package that says it's a controller. And also I just need to create one more package that says services. I'll create one more package that says repository, and one more package that says model or the value objects that you will be using in your UI. And one more thing that we need is the entities. Okay, and one more, still we will create a package that's for the exception. If there is any custom exception that we want to define, we can define over here. Now with the controller, let's start. Let's create a new class. Let's say employee controller. So this will be the controller from where all our APIs will be handled. So this employee controller we need to annotate with @REST controller. And we'll also define the request mapping. And this request mapping we will define as /API/ we can define the different versions over here. If we can have the version 1, right? So we can define v1 over here. Now what we need is, we need these services where we can write our business logic. So let's create the service for it. So in this services, let's create the Java class. We'll define this as an interface and we'll say employee service. And for this service, we need to have the implementation part. So let's go to the Java class and we'll say employee service IMPL. And this is the class which implements employee service, right? And this is something which we call as a service. Now we need the object of this employee service IMPL, that is the employee service, in our controller, as we need to call the service from our controller, and from this service we'll be calling our repository. So let's first create the object of it in the employee controller. Let's create private employee service, and we will auto wire it. And it is telling to create a constructor for it. So let's create a constructor. Okay. So whenever the object is created for the employee controller, the employee service will be already injected. Now what we need is the entity where we want to save the data to our database. So let's create the entity and we will be using the employee entity. Okay. Now as this is an entity that will work with the JPA to save the data in the database, we need to annotate this with entity. Okay. And what we need, we also need to have the @data annotation from the Lombok. So there is a get aside as everything added to it. And one more thing I will add as the name of the table. Okay. Name of the table I will just say as the employees. So in this particular entity, we need to define the different columns or different properties that we want to save into our database. So first thing which I need is the ID. So I'll just define private long ID. This is my primary key. Then I need private string first name. Then I need private string last name and private string email ID. So these are the fields that I need. And for every primary key, you need to annotate with @ID. So I am just annotating with @ID. And this particular ID field I want to generate automatically. So I will just define generated value. And inside this generated value, I'll just define the strategy. So my strategy for this is generation type dot identity. So incremental value will be added for it. And now if you want to define the different column names for it, for first name, last name, email ID, you can go ahead and add the column annotation and you can define that as well. But I'm keeping the same way, so let it be. Now for this particular employee entity, I want a similar model that can interact with the UI. So inside this model, let me create the employee model over here. I will define this @data. Okay, annotate with @data. So there is a getter setters and all the methods available. And what I will do, I will just copy the details from here and I will paste to the employee model. Simply. Now our model is created, now entity is created, controller is created, service is created. The only thing remaining is our repository. That repository will interact with our database to save the data. So let's create the repository in the repository package. Right click on it, create the new class. This will be the interface. And I will just say this is an employee repository. Now this interface will extend JPA repository. And this JPA repository is of type employee entity. And what is the type of my ID? That is the long. Okay, and this repository we need to annotate with @repository. Now you can see that all the things, all the structure is created. Now what I have to do is I have to go to the employee controller, and here I need to define a method, define a API which will handle the post request to save the data. So what I'll do, I'll just create a method over here, public method that will return the employee object. That is the model that will be used for the UI. And I'll just say create employee, and it will take in employee as the input parameter. So that means this particular employee would be your @request body. And this method is your post mapping. So I'll just define this as a post mapping, and it should be for your employees. So whenever you will hit post on /API/v1/employees, your this particular method will be called. And here from here, what you can do, you can call the employee service dot create employee. You can call from here, and you will pass employee here, and you should return this. And we need to create a method as well. So let's create the method as well. Create method, that is create employee in our employee service, right? So let's create the method. We just created the method in our interface, and now we need to go to our service implementation and we need to implement the method as well. So let's implement this method. And in this service, what we need the object of the repository. So let's create it, private employee repository, and add the constructor for it. Now this is the employee object that we are getting, but we need to convert this employee to the employee entity to save to our database. So what we will do, we'll create the employee entity over here. Okay, I need to copy all the values from this employee to this employee entity. So there is a bean utils dot copy properties, and we need to define the source and the destination. So the source is employee and the destination is employee entity. Let me create the new employee entity object over here. Okay, so what it will do, it will copy all the values from employee and it will pass to the employee entity. Now what I need to return is the employee, but I need to call the repository method as well. So what I'll do, I'll just call the employee repository dot save method, where we need to pass the employee entity. There is a save method already available in the employee repository, as we have extended the GPA repository. So it will try to save the data. So yeah, you can see that your entire flow is ready. So let's start the server and let's try it. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just start the server and your application is started. So we'll go to the MySQL workbench, and inside this employee system schema tables, you can see that the table is created. So I'll just do select star from employees. Okay, so here you can see that we are using this employee system schema, and then I am executing this query. So there is no data available, but we can check using the Postman, as we have not added the complete code in the UI. So let's check with the Postman. So in this Postman, let's create the new request, and we will say localhost colon 8080 slash. If you go to the controller, we have slash API slash v1 slash API slash v1 and slash employees, and this is a post request. So we'll just change to post, and in the body raw data, instead of text we'll just use JSON, and here let's add the data. First name we need to give, I'll just give Shabir. Last name Daudi. Email ID. Okay, this is the data that I want to save. So let's hit on send, and you can see that we got 404. So there is some issue. So let's check that. Here this is the issue. So let me just correct it. Hit on send, and here you can see that we are getting the data. The first name is getting as null, so there is some issue, FIRST, right? Okay, and if I hit on send, okay, we are getting the data. That's fine with the ID that is coming as 0, because we are just sending back the whatever data that we are sending here. But in the database, when we see, we should get the correct data. Here you can see that we are getting the data correctly over here. So that means my API is working. Now I need to concentrate on the UI part. So let's go to the React.js application, and there from that we need to call this API. So let's do that. Now let's go to the VS Code, and in this VS Code we need to add the Axios framework. So with the help of Axios, we will be able to hit the backend API to fetch the data. So let's add that, and let's create one service which will call the particular backend service to save the data. So if you go to the terminal over here, okay, in this terminal just do npm install Axios. Okay, this will install the Axios in your project. So here you can see that the Axios is installed. If you go to the package.json, you can see that Axios has been added over here. Okay, so now what we will do, we will go to the add employee.js, and on this save button we need to save this data. So to save this data, we need to first handle the data. We need to save the data into the React state. So now at this particular time, we need to use the different hooks available in the React. Hooks are nothing but to hook into the React lifecycle. So whenever we want to do some of the operations using the functional components, as we are using the functional component, we are not using the class components. So for the functional components, we can use the different hooks available, and we can use the state management. So with the help of React use state, we will be saving the state of the entire form. So whatever is happening in the form, we will be saving those data. So we have 3 fields, so the data of the 3 fields we will save in a state, and when you click on the submit button, we will get the data from the state and we will pass to the API that we have created. So for that, what we will do, inside this our add employee, we will create a state. We will use a use state. So with this use state, and you can see that we have added the use state in our import as well, okay, from the React, and we will be using this use state snippet. So you can see that the entire snippet has been added. That is the constant of first and set first. What we will be doing over here, we will just say this is employee, okay, and here you can see that we are just doing the deconstruction over here from this use state, and we need to define the default value, the initial state of the employee over here. So what we will define is, we will define the entire object over here. So what we have in the object, the ID with a blank value, first name with a blank value, last name, and the email ID, okay. So this is your default state. Whenever the state has been initialized, it will initialize with this values. Now to use this state and to update the state, we need to define, or we need to add the values to our inputs. So if you go to this our input tag, right, this is the input tag. So here what we have to do, we have to define the name of this tag. So we'll define name of the tag equals to first name. This is for the first name, and we will also define what is the value. So the value should be your state dot first name. So your state is employee, so employee dot first name would be your value over here. So the same thing we have to add in our all the input fields. So let's go here, and in this input field, this is for the last name, so let's add it, name equals to last name, and value equals to employee dot last name. And you can see that the value is with the curly braces. So this is from the React, and this is from the normal HTML, okay. The same thing we will define over here as well. Name is email ID, and the value is employee dot email ID. So we just define the name of each input fields we have, and the values what it would be. Whatever the values would be for our state, the same value would be for the input field, and vice versa. Whatever we will be updating the values, the same has to be updated to the state. But when there is a change, right? So whenever we do an input over there in our input fields, there will be a change. So we need to handle the on change event. So whenever there is a change, we need to update our state. So for all the fields, all the input fields that we have, we need to handle the on change event. So there is a on change event over here, and with this particular event we need to define whatever the events it is. With the arrow function, we need to define handle change, okay. So what I'm doing, on change of this input field, I'm calling a method, and this method will update the state, okay. So I need to call this everywhere. So let me just add over here as well. Let me add over here in the email ID as well. So now this is the handle change event that I have to implement. So let's go to the top. Here I will handle the event. So what I'll do, and here you can see that I'm getting the suggestions like constant handle change event I have to write, because I have just defined here and it's not able to find this event. This particular auto suggestion is coming from the GitHub Copilot. So this is the method that I want to create. Now in this method, what I need to do is, let me just take the value first. Constant value equals to e dot target dot value. So this is the value which I am getting, and I want to set this value to my state. So for the state, you can see that this is your state, and this is the method to set the value to your state. So I'll just use set employee, and here what I'll do, I'll define e dot target dot name equals to value. Okay, so I just defined that whatever the name of the target is, that is, if the name of the target is first name, so I'm just defining the name is first name, I'll be getting the first name over here, and for that I'm defining whatever the value I'm getting alongside already existing values. So the entire thing I have to add inside the curly braces. So let me just add the curly braces over here. So what I did, it's simple thing. I have to set the employees with the existing employees. So I just destructured the array over here. So whatever the values are there, I've added the values. Alongside that, I have updated the value as well. Like whatever the target name I'm getting, suppose it's updating the first name or last name or email ID, whatever the field it is, and the value I'm getting from the e.target.value. So it's just handling the handle change event. So whenever there is an update on the input fields, the same will be updated to your state as well. So it's very simple. Just understand it very simply. Whatever the input fields that we have defined the name of name over here, that is the first name. So what it would be the current element, that is the e dot name, okay, e dot target. So whatever the target is for the event, so e dot target is this particular input field dot name. What is the name? That is the first name. So that is your first name over here. So this I want to update with the value. So what would be the value over here? That it would be employee dot first name, whatever the input field that I would be adding over here. So that I am taking and adding to the set employee. So at the end of this, any updation happening on the form, I will be getting all those values from this handle change event, and I'll be updating to my state. So this will be updated. That's it. It's simple thing. Now what I have to do is I have to handle the save. So whenever I click on save, I need to get the data, whatever the data I have fetched over here in my use state, and I need to pass it to the REST API. So what I'm doing is I am just defining on click function over here. On click, what I need to do, on click I need to call one function, that is save employee. Okay, now I need to create this function. So let's go to the top and let's create a function. I'll just say constant save employee. This is the function that I want to save. Now what I want to do is I want to do.e.prevent default. So I'm just calling e.prevent default. So this is what it will disable the refreshing of the page. Now at this point, I have clicked the button and I have got all the data updated in my state as well. So this employee is already updated with all the values whichever I have inputted using the handle change event. So my stat employee is set, all the data I have got. On click of this save button, I have disabled the refresh of the page as well. Now I need to call the API. So to handle the API, we just install the Axios as well. So let's create one service. With the help of that service, we will be able to hit it. So let me just create a service. I'll just go over here, and as we have created the component folder, let me create the new folder which I will tell as a services. And inside this service, I'll create one file as a employee service.js, and here I'll create a class employee service, and I'll just do export default new employee service. So I just defined the class and I have exported that class as well. So whatever the methods are there which I will define, those will be exported and I can use in the different JS files. So for this class, let me create one constant as well. I'll just define constant employee API base URL. So I'm just defining the base URL, and the base URL is, if you go to the Postman, what we hit was this one, right? Localhost 8080 API v1 employees. So this is my base URL. So let me just define this over here, that this is my base URL. So this URL we can call. So inside this employee service, let's create one function save employee, which will take employee object as the input parameter, and it will do the post request. So what it will do return Axios. Okay, we will import the Axios. You can see that we just imported the Axios from the Axios library, and we will do post request, where we will do post request to our base URL. The base URL is employee API base URL, and what I want to pass, I want to pass the entire employee object. So I'll just pass employee. Simple thing. I just created the class. Inside that class there is one method, save employee, which is calling axios.post to my localhost URL, and it is passing the entire employee object. Now this save employee method from the employee service, I need to call from the add employee. So inside this add employee, here I can use employee service. We need to import this. So you can see that we just imported this, import employee service from services/employee service, and we'll do employee service dot save employee, and inside this save employee we will pass employee object. Okay, this employee object is nothing but this state, and dot then what you need to do is then you will get a response back. So with this particular response back, you can do any operation if you want to do, and if there is any error, this is also a method. So if there is any error, you can log those errors as well. So I'll just do console.log error, and here I can do console.log response. Okay, so on click of this save button, I'm calling the save employee function over here. This save employee function is nothing but the function which is taking the event as the input parameter, and we are just doing the e.prevent default, which means we are stopping the page to refresh, and we are calling the employee service.save employee function. We just created the employee service class where we just defined one constant over here, that is the employee API base URL. This base URL is nothing but our Spring Boot REST API URL that we just created, and inside that we just created the function save employee, which will call the axios.post on this base URL, passing our entire data. Pretty simple, right? My entire method is created, everything should work. So let's start the server, npm start, and my page is running, and let's open the developer tools. Okay, and we click on save over here, and here you can see that we are getting one error. And if you observe this, there is an access to XML HTTP request at localhost, this one, which is my backend application. From origin, my UI application has been blocked by CORS policy. So CORS origin requests are only supported for protocol schemes, HTTP, data, Chrome, and whatever it is. Okay, so it's telling that due to CORS policy, it is not allowing request from my UI application that is running on port 3000 to hit the backend application that is running on port 8080 in my localhost. So what I have to do is I have to add the cross origin in my backend application, which will allow from this particular UI application. Currently it's not allowing. So what I will do, I'll go to my backend application, and I'll go to my controller, and here I will define @cross origin. And what are the origins? I'll define over here origins equals to HTTP localhost colon 3000. Simple, right? So what you have to add over here is your UI application port number and URL. So my UI application is running on localhost 3000. So I just defined that this is the cross origin that we need to allow. So now if I restart my application, and now we'll go back to the VS Code. Sorry, let's go back to the browser itself, and if I add any detail, dummy data, let me just add, and if I click on save, and there is some error. So the issue that we are getting over here is because of the HTTP. We have not added the HTTP over here. So let's add the HTTP :/ localhost and :8080. This is something what I want to call. So now if you go to the browser again, and if we hit all the data back again, if we hit on save, you can see that the data is now saved. Okay, and this is the data that we got back. If you go to the database as well, and if we run the query, and here you can see that we are getting the data. Okay, so that means from my UI now I'm able to save the data to my database using the Spring Boot backend application and with the React UI application. So now what I want to do is I want to show all the records available in my database in the UI itself. So for that I need two things. I need a component as well in the React which will show all the data, and I will need a backend REST API as well which will fetch all the data. So let's create the backend API first, which will fetch all the data, and then we will move ahead to work on the UI part. So let's go to the backend application. Let me stop the server and let's create one more API which will fetch all the data. Here in the controller itself, I will create one method public, and I'll just do list of employee. Okay, I want to get the list of employees which are already saved, and I'll do get all employees, and this will be @get mapping, and I will just use the same path. Okay, but the only thing, the difference is the method type. Now I need to create the method in the service and the repository as well. So let me just do return employee service dot get employees, and let me just create the method as well. Create method get all employees in the employee service, and if I go to the implementation, I can implement the method as well. So this is a method that I want to implement. So what I'll do here I'll just say list of employee entities equals to employee repository dot find all. So I'm just getting all the data as an employee entity. Now I need to convert this employee entity into the list of employee. Let me just create the object list of employees equals to employee entities dot stream dot map, and with the map we can convert to the new object. So here I'll just get the employee, and with the arrow function what I can do is I can create the new object of it. So I need to have the constructor as well. So if I go to the employee, and here with the data, what I'll do, I'll just add all args constructor and no args constructor. So I can get the constructor with no arguments and constructor with all the arguments. So let me go back to the service IMPL, and here I will do employee equals to new employee, and here in this employee I can pass emp dot get id comma emp dot get first name comma emp dot get last name comma emp dot get email id dot collect collectors dot toList. So here you can see that I have done very simple thing. I am getting the list of employee entities from the repository, and we need to convert that to the list of employee that is for the UI. That model is for the UI employee. So what I did, I just looped through the list of employee entities, streamed through it, and used the map function to convert that employee entity into the employee. And at the end I just collected that entire to the list, and at the end I will just return back the employees. Okay, now if I go back to the employee controller, here I should get the list of employees. Okay, let's run this. And my server is started. So let's go to the Postman and check if it is working or not. So instead of this post request, I'll convert to get and I'll just hit send. And here you can see that I'm getting the list of all the employees. It's the first, second, third, everything. So my get employee method is working, where I'm getting the list of employees which are already saved in the database. Now in the UI, I need to create one component to fetch down all the employees and to display in a nice format. So let's do that. Let's go to the VS Code, and here in the React, if you go to the browser, you can see that we already have one page. Now we need to create another page which can just list down all the employees over here. So this is a perfect segue to understand the React routers, because now we are going to create multiple pages where we can traverse to the multiple pages that we have. So what we will do is we will implement the React router in our React application so that we can handle multiple pages. So to install React router, what we'll do, we'll go to the React router DOM. We'll search for React router DOM, and here you can see that this is the React router. We'll search for React router 6. Let's copy this, and what we will do, we will go to our VS Code. We'll go to our terminal. Let's stop the server and let's install npm install React router DOM at the 6. We are using the latest version. So let's install. React router is installed. If you go to the package.json, you can see that React router DOM has been installed now. Now we need to handle the multiple pages. So first, let's create one more component that will be for listing down or to displaying all the employees that we have. We already have one add employee, right? Add employee.js. We already have one navbar. Let's create one more component. We'll just say employee list.js. Okay, this is also a functional component, so we'll just use the snippet RAFCE to create the component. Now we need to handle the routing. So let's go to the app.js, and here we will handle the routing. So here in the app.js, we need to add the browser router. Here you can see that this browser router is part of the React router DOM. So let's add that. Okay, this is the browser router, and inside this browser router, I'll just copy this and add over here. And here you can see that the browser router is been imported from the React router DOM package. Here, let me add the new employee list as well that I have added. Okay, here you can see that there are multiple components now inside the browser router. Now I need to maintain the different components. I need to show different components based on the different routes that we have defined. So now let's create the routes. So this is the navbar that I want to show every time. So I'll just keep this navbar outside of the different routes that I am defining. So after the navbar, I'll just define the routes. Routes is a part of the React router DOM again. So this is the routes, and inside this route, I'll define an individual route. So this is the route. Now for the route, we need to define the path. So what I'm doing, I'm defining the path. Path equals to /, then what you need to display. If my path is /, I need to display which element. I need to add the route as well over here. So let me just add. And in this route, I need to add the elements equals to. And here you need to pass the entire component. So I want to pass employee list component. Okay, if my application has a path /, then I need to show the employee list. That's it. Then if my route is index, okay, that means your default path. At that time, which element you need to show? I want to show again employee list. Okay, let me just add over here. So I just defined two routes. So when there is an index route, I want to show employee list. If there is a / route, I want to show employee list. If the route is /employee list, at that time also I need to show elements equals to employee list. And if my route is add employee, then my element should be add employee. Let me just remove this thing because I don't need it now. I'm handling everything via routes. So it's simple. If you see this, I've just defined the browser router over here. This is what it will handle my entire routing of this application. Inside the browser router, this is a navbar that I want to show every time. After that, these are the different components that I want to show based on my routing that I have defined. So for the / path, or for the default path, or when there is an employee list, for all these three, I want to define my employee list component. And if the route path is add employee, I want to define, or I want to call my add employee component. If I run my application, currently it was coming this, right? Now you can see that it is coming blank because this is the index route, and for the index route, what it should show is employee list. And now if I add this add employee path, I'll just do / add employee. You can see that my add employee form is coming. Okay, so this is how we are handling the routes in React application. Now when there is no route, right? No route defined with /, I need to get the list of employees already saved in the database. So let's create that component. We already created the component. Now we need to build it. So this is the employee list that we have defined. Let's build this now. So in this employee list, let's do one thing. Let me use the fragment. Inside this fragment, let's create one div. Inside this div, let's create a button. Now this button is to tell add employee. Okay, like whenever we click on that button, it will redirect to the add employee page. So for that reason, we are creating one button. So this is a button, and I'll say add employee. So if you see, this is the button, it's coming, right? So let's build this from here, and in this div, let's add the class name, and let me give some height. And inside this button as well, let's give the class name. Let me add the button as rounded, and let's give the background color background. We'll give the slate 600. You can see that the color is coming out, right? And now let's add the text color. Text is white. Okay, white is coming now. And now let's add the padding as well. So I'll just use padding of 6 in X direction, padding of Y as well. Now also let's add font semi-bold. Okay, the button is coming up. Okay, now let's add this button and the entire div into one more div to center it out everything. So what I'll do, I'll create this as a div, and inside this, let me define the class name, and here I'll define this is a container, and margin should be auto. Okay, it's coming up nice. Now margin Y, button is coming nicely. You can see that now. Now below this button, let's create the table as well. After this div, let's create one more div, and here I'll just define class name equals to flex shadow. We'll just give some shadow and bottom border. Okay, here you can see that there is some shadow and border bottom. Now let's add the table. So inside this div, let's create the table, Let's add the header part of the table. Inside the header, let's add the tr. Inside the tr, let's add the table head. First name, last name, email ID, and actions. Okay, so you can see that everything is coming here. Now let's add the styling to it. So for the table, let me add the class name, and I want this table to be full, so minimum width I'll just tell as full. Okay, here you can see that everything got separated out. Okay, it just took the entire width of the page. Now let's change the color of the header as well. So in the table head, I'll just change the class name equals to background gray 50. So here you can see that it slightly changed the color. And for the headers, let's define class name, and what I'll do, I'll just do text left. So you can see that all the text will come to your left side. Then I'll change the font to medium. Then we'll change the color of the text gray 500. So it's just little bit of light color. Okay, you can see that we are just changing the first name, how much the difference it is from the first last name and email ID and actions. You can see that. Then let's convert to uppercase. Okay, you can see everything is uppercase. Then I'll add tracking also. Tracking little bit of wider. Okay, so you can see that it's tracking little bit of wider, so it looks nice. Then let's add little bit of padding as well. So I'll just do padding of 5 to 3, so it's little bit bigger. Now you can see that it's little bit of bigger now. Now let's add the padding of X as well. I'll just do 6, double it out. So now you can see that there is a padding as well over here, and there is a padding for the Y direction as well. Now let's add the same thing to rest of the columns as well. So I'll just copy this. Okay, and I'll just add to the all the header. Okay, and here you can see that it's looking really nice. The only thing is action I want is the left side, so let me just change that. Instead of text left, I'll just do text right, action to be right. So here I can add the edit and delete button for my entire table to do any operations. So now this is the header part. Let's add the body as well. So now after t head, let's add the t body. And inside this t body, let's add the row and tds. How many we need is first name, last name, email ID, and for the actions. So let me just give the static values now. Okay, Shabir Daudi Shabir@gmail.com, and in this td I'll just give some links. Okay, so let's see what is currently happening. Okay, here you can see that the data is coming. Let me change the color of the row. T body, I'll just give class name. I'll just say BG white. So background color is white. Now let's change some of the text properties and everything for this as well. So for TDs, I'll just give class name, and here I just need text left, horizontal padding of 6, px6, py of 4, and white space, no wrap. I don't want to wrap. Okay, here you can see that it's looking nice. Okay, now for the value, let me just wrap around with the div. Inside this div, let me just add the value Shabir, and for this div, let's give some styling. Class name equals to text small, and let's change the color, text to gray 500. Okay, it looks quite nice, right? Now let's add the same thing to the last name and email ID as well. So I'll just do copy this, okay? And I just remove these two things, these two TDs. And Shabir, I'll just give Dawoodi over here and shabir@gmail.com. So these TDs are ready. It looks quite nice now. And now let's add for the action as well. So here I need to add 2 anchor tags. So 2 links which I can click on for edit and delete. So let's do that. For here, inside this TD, let me just add the same details over here. And this is the anchor tag with href hash, and this should be delete. Yeah, you can see that those are coming now. Let's add some more details. We'll just do text to right. So those are coming now in right direction. Font should be medium and text should be small. Yeah, it's coming nice. Now let's change the color as well. So let me just add the class name over here. And I'll just change the color to text indigo 600, and when I hover over it, I'll just change to text indigo 800, and then I'll just add the padding to it. Let's add the same thing here as well. Okay, so my 2 anchor tags are also ready. So here you can see that those are also looking quite good. If I just remove this from here, yeah, it looks quite good. Like, you are now getting the records as well, and you have delete and edit button as well, and add employee button as well, where once you click this, you should go to the add employee page. Cool, right? Now let's do one by one thing. We will just focus on the add employee button. So when we click on the add employee, currently nothing is happening. So when you click on the add employee, it should go to the add employee page. So let's do that thing first. So the add employee button is here. So here on this button, I need to handle the on click event. So here on click of this, I need to route my page to the add employee page, because if you see over here in my routes, I have defined that if my route is add employee, it will show add employee page. So I just need to route to this particular path. So to route to this particular path, I need to use the another hook, that is the use navigate hook. So let me go to the again my employee list, and I need to use this hook. So let me just use navigate. Use navigate is from the React Router DOM. So here you can see that it is added from the React Router DOM, and I'll just use constant navigate equals to use navigate. So now here on click of this button, I need to call a function that's called navigate. And if I go to the index.js, app.js, and this is something that I want to call add employees. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste this over here. So this is something that I'm calling on clicking of the add employee button. I will be calling the add employee component to save the data. So if I go back to the page, if I refresh it, if I click on add employee, you can see that I am routing to the add employee, and here you can see that add employee has been added. Okay, if I go back, this is the page. So this my add employee is now working to add the employee to my database from the UI. Now let's handle this list over here. So whatever the data is available, I need to get the data and I need to show it over here. Simple, right? So we already created the API to get the data. Now we need to call it. So go to the VS Code again, and instead of using all the static values over here, we'll be using the dynamic values. Now to get the data at the loading of the page, so when the page is rendered, at the time I want to fetch the data and I want to show. So ideally this is a particular thing that we have to do in the life cycle of the React. So when a component or when the rendering starts, right, once the render is complete, I want to call the data and I want to show it. So to use that, again we need to use the hook. So this particular hook is called use effect hook. So use effect is the side effects of the React, which will be called when a components are mounted, when the rendering is completed. So at the time we will call the API, get the data, and we will save the data, or we will display the data. So to use the use effect, we again have to import the use effect. This is a similar thing that what we did for the use navigate and what we did for the use state as well. So here we will create two states. We'll use two use states to set the data of all the data that we are fetching, and to handle that the data has been loaded or not. So for these two things, we will use the two states over here, and we will use the use effect hook to fetch the data. So let's first create the use state. So I'll just use state snippet, and this is called employees. Okay, and I'll just define this as a null for the starting point. I need to import use state as well, and this is imported. Okay, so one more thing I want to use is use state snippet, and this is something to handle the loading, and by default loading is true. So this something loading is to check if the data is loaded or not. And in the employees, we will save the data of the list of employees that we are getting from the backend API. And we will use effect snippet. Okay, use effect snippet. And yeah, you can see that it is taking a function. So let me just add the value over here that it should be the empty array. Let me remove these things as well. And from here, I need to get the data. So what I'll do, I'll go to the employee service, and there was one method to save the employee. So let's create one more method to get the employees. I'll just do get employees, which won't take any input parameter, but it will return xeos.get employee API base URL. Okay, so this is a method. Now let's get back to the employee list.js, and here we need to call the method. So let me just create a method, constant fetch data equals to. Okay, now at this point I will set the loading to true because I'm just loading the data at this point. So I'll just say set loading to true. Okay, now I'll just use the try catch over here. And I'll just do console.log. So that means at this point in the try, I'll be fetching the data. If there is some error, I'll log the error. And once everything is completed, I'll just set again set loading to false, because we have loaded the data. And after this function is defined, I will call the function fetch data. Now I need to call the API itself over here. So the API is, I'll just call constant response equals to employee service dot get employees. Okay, this is the function that I'm calling, which will be calling our API. So at this particular point, we are calling the API, and to get the data from the API, it may take some time. So I need to wait until I am getting the data. So I'll just use the await over here to wait for the data, and I'll convert this method to async. Now I waited till I got the response over here. Now once I got the response, I need to set the response to my state. So I'll just use set employee method to update my state. And in this set employee, I'll just pass whatever I got data from the response. So that is response.data. It's pretty simple. We just use three things over here. That is two states and one use effect. So the employees state is used to get all the employees from the database and to set in this React state. So we can loop through this and we can display all the records. This particular loading is just to define or to change the values until we have got the data. So when we are displaying the data, we will wait until this loading is changed. Once the data is loaded, we will display the data, and this is a method for it, that is the fetch data. We define the method and we are calling this method over here in the use effect. So that's all we have defined over here. There's nothing crazy or nothing complex that we have done. This is a complete part of the React, but these all things are very simple. We are just calling the API of our backend application to get the data. We are waiting until that is completed. We are setting to our array over here. That is nothing but a state. We are using the state to handle that array over here. Now what we want to do is in our body, okay, this is a body part. Now this particular body part, I need to loop through all the elements which I get. So suppose there are multiple elements, right, multiple employees that I have saved. I need to loop through all the employees and I need to display all the employees. So let's do that. And one more thing, this particular looping through I can only do once the loading is completed. So I need to handle that as well. So with the curly braces, I can write the React code, React.js code. So I'll just define if not loading, this entire thing is true then. So till t body, I can handle this. So loading should be completed to display this. And after that, inside my t body, for my TRs, what I want to do is, I want to again do the curly braces to write my code. I want employees dot map. I want to map all the employees. I want to get the employee object from it. And start. And this entire thing I can cut and I will add after the ending of this TR, that is over here. Okay. So this entire code is my JSX code inside this loop. Now instead of Shabbir everywhere, what I can do is, instead of Shabbir, I can write employee dot first name, and that also I need to write with the curly braces. So that is employee dot first name. I'll copy this. Instead of Daudi, I can write employee dot last name. Here as well I can write the same thing, employee dot email ID. So I think this should work. We have completed the use effect to call our data, and we are calling only once. Once the loading is done, we are showing the data as well. And yeah, you can see that it's already showing the data, right? So if I refresh it, you can see that I'm getting the data. But here you can see that we are getting still one error. That is each child in a list should have a unique key property. Now you can see these are all the different lists. Okay, for all this entire list there should be a unique ID available. So to handle this, let's go back in the TR. What we will do, we will define the key, and this key should be unique. So what I'll do, my unique currently is my ID. So I'll just define employee.id, and now I should not get that error. You can see that I'm not getting that error. So you can see that we have handled a lot of things over here. We are able to add the employees from here as well with this page. If I go back, I am getting the list of employees also available. Now what we have to do is we have to handle the delete and edit functionality. But before handling that thing, edit and delete, let's optimize our code as well, because that's the most important thing that we have to do. Currently, if you see that in our employee list, there is a lot of code, and you can see that it's very small thing as of now. We have added only 4 columns and couple of entries only. Then also it looks really complex. So what we can do is we can separate out the different components that we have. So what we will do, we can entirely separate out the body section, and each of the elements we can tell that as that's a individual employee component. So we are now separating out the entire code to a different employee component. So what we can do, for each of the employees map over here, rather than writing the entire code over here, we can separate out this code and we can make it as a single component. So let's try to do that. Let's create this component. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the components and click on new file, and I'll just say employee.js. Okay, this is a new component. As it is a new component, I can add the functional component with RAFCE. Now from here, what I have to do is whatever is available in this employee list, this entire TR, cut from here, and I can go to the employee and I can add this thing over here. Okay, So here you can see that I just separate out the component. Now couple of things that we need to understand is, if you go to the employee list, at this point we were getting the employees.employee data over here. Now we are not getting it, but before that we need to call this employee over here. Okay, now there will be a lot of errors, because if you see this, there are a lot of errors, right? Because system needs to understand where to get the data from. So currently if you see, there is a data available in the employee list component for each of the employees. Okay, and I want to add the employees over here, but those data, this employee is not available in my employee, that is the child component. So I need to find a way to pass this data to my child component and I can use it. So at this point props comes into picture. So I can just simply define this way. Inside this employee component, I need this employee data as the name employee. Okay, as a name of employee, I need data. What data? Employee. Simple thing, I define that whatever this employee is, I want this data as a property called employee. Simple thing, right? Now this property I need to define in the employee component. So I'm defining over here that this is something that I will get from the parent. And now here you can see that magic happens and everything started working. See, everything is cool now. If you go back to the page, you can see that everything is coming, right? Now here you can see that it still has the issue, right, for the key over here. So we need to define that as well. If you go to the employee list, here in the employee we need to define the key, and key should be employee.id. Same. Now it should work everything as it is. So here you see that we just created this employee component, we just separate out the component and everything is now available inside this one. Okay, so now your code looks a lot cleaner than earlier. Now what we have to do is we have to handle the edit and delete. But before that, there is one thing that we need to do is, when you go to the add employee from here, and once we add the data back, okay, and once we click on save, again we need to redirect to the main page to get the updated data. So that is something that is currently not happening. So let's handle that. So if you go to the add employee page, once we complete the submit, we need to redirect back to the employee list page. And when we hit on clear, we need to clear this data as well. These two things we will do in the add employee before we do anything on the edit and delete. So let's go to the UI again, VS Code. Let's go to the add employee, and inside this add employee, you can see that once we save the data, we have just did the console.log. So at this point, we can use the use navigate hook to redirect back to the main page. So let's do that. Let's use the hook over here, use navigate. Okay, this use navigate is added over here. You can see that from the React router DOM, and I'll use constant navigate equals to use navigate, and here after the console.log, I'll just use navigate to the employee list. Okay, this employee list is what we have defined in our router in the app.js employee list. So if we go to the application, if I add the data QQ, and if I hit on save, so you can see it redirected back to the main employee list, and you can see that in the URL also we can see it's an employee list. If you go back again, add any random data, it's redirected back and we can see the data. Cool, right? It's working completely fine. Now if you go to the add employee, and if we do any data, and if we want to clear it out, there is nothing that we can do. So let's do that. And we need to understand, like, clearing on this button means clicking on this button is nothing but to change my state back to the initial state what I was having, right? Because whenever you are changing any data, handle change function has been called and it's updating the state of the React. Now when we hit on clear, my state should be changed back to the initial state. So let's go to the add employee.js, and let me go down on this button. Let me do on click, and I'll do reset. Okay, this is the method that I want to create. So I'll just go up, I'll create a method constant reset equals to, it's taking the event, and e.prevent default, because I don't want to refresh the page. And after that I want to set employee, and what I want to set to this state, that is the initial state. Okay, simple thing. Now if we go back to the page and if you hit clear, you can see that everything got cleared. If you do anything, cleared, right? So here you can see that add employee functionality is completely working fine. The only thing remaining is validation. That is the self exercise that you have to do, how to handle the validation. It would be very simple to handle the validation as well. Now I will show you how to handle the edit and delete as well. Now to delete the records, we need to create the delete API as well. So let's go to the Spring Boot application and create the REST API to delete the data based on the ID that we provide. So let's go to the IntelliJ IDEA. Let's stop the server and let's create the new API over here. So I'm just creating public response entity, and this response entity is of type map, of type string and boolean. Delete employee, and this will be @delete mapping, the same thing that I'll define over here, that is /employees, but we need to delete based on a particular ID. So we will get a path variable over here that will say ID, and the same thing that we have to define here as well, which is long ID, and this is a path variable. Now here what I'll do, I'll just create one flag, boolean deleted equals to false over here, and I'll call the method deleted equals to employee service dot delete employee, which will take the input, that is the ID. Okay, so it's taking the input as an ID and it will try to delete the data. So let me just do that. I'll create the method delete employee in employee service. The same thing, I need to go to the implementation of this employee service and implement the method, and inside this I need to check if employee entity employee equals to employee repository dot find by ID, and I need to pass the ID. Okay, dot get. Currently I'm not handling any exceptions, but I'm just showing you how to get the data, how to delete the data, and how to handle from the UI. But here we can handle the exception as well. We can create the custom exceptions and we can handle that as well. So we just got the employee over here, and what we'll do, we'll just do employee repository dot delete employee. Okay, and from here we will just return true. And in the employee controller, we just got true over here, and here we will create map of string and boolean response equals to new hash map response dot put deleted return response entity dot OK. You can see that it's a simple API. We'll be getting the data in the ID as a path variable. We are getting the path variable and we are passing to this method. It is trying to get the data. We'll go to the implementation over here. And it is doing find by ID, getting the data from the database, and it is trying to delete the data. Simple thing, nothing complex over here, but we can handle all types of exception and everything over here. So let's start the server over here. Okay, now the backend server is done. Now we need to handle the same thing from the UI. So let's go to the VS Code. Okay, this is your add employee, and if you go to the employee, this is your particular employee that you are adding, and here you have a delete button. So here you need to handle the on click. So let's add the on click functionality over here. I just need to remove this href from here, and I will handle the on click. And here I need to get the two details, the event itself and the ID. Okay, and we can define delete employee. This is the method that I'm defining, and I will pass the e, and I'll define the employee dot id. So this is the on click that I have defined over here. So if I go back to the React app, you can see that delete employee is not defined. So we need to define the delete employee. Now we need to understand one thing. So when we delete the employee, what I want to do is I want to call the REST API that I have defined over here. Okay, that is the employee controller. This is the delete mapping. This is the API that I want to call. Once that has been called, once the data has been deleted, I want to update my state as well, and my state is available in the employee list. Here you can see that we had already updated the state. This is the state available, and we had updated the state from here. So my state is been handled by my parent component, and the event is been handled by my child component. So whatever the operations that I do in my child, that we have to transfer back to the parent component. So when I click the delete on my child, I need to pass that to my parent as well. Okay, all the props that we defined, right? Currently we defined one prop over here. If you see, if you scroll down in the employee component, we just defined one employee over here. So from the parent, it is going back to the child. But now from child, we want back to the parent, so to handle our state, because when whatever we delete, we need to remove from the UI itself, right? UI also, because we are not refreshing the page, we need to remove directly, we need to update the state itself. So to do that, we need to transfer back the control to the parent as well from the child. So whatever the props are there, we need to give back as well. So in this case, what we have to do is try to understand the concept. Earlier, we traverse from parent to child in the props. Okay, this is from the parent, we pass to the child. Now from the child, we need back to the parent. So we defined in the child, if you go to the employee, this is a method that I want to call. So rather than defining the method over here within this particular child, I can define the same function in the parent, and that particular function I can pass it as a prop to the child, so it can directly connect. So whenever there is a delete employee call, it will call the delete employee of a parent, and it can be able to update the state as well. This is a concept behind it, so we need to implement accordingly. We cannot define delete employee within this particular component, because if you see other components, wherever we have called the method, we have defined within that particular component itself. But this is a scenario where we have to give the control, give the properties back to the parent. So this is something that I want to call, but this I need to define in my parent. So if I go to the employee list, this is one already use effect hook available. I need to create one method. So what I'll do, I'll just define a method over here. Constant delete employee equals to, which is taking e and id. Okay, with arrow function, I'm defining a method over here, and I'm doing e dot prevent default. Consider this is just a simple method. So now this particular function has to bind to the each and every employee. Okay, so this delete employee I can pass as the prop. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just say delete employee equals to delete employee. Okay, I pass this as a prop, and if I go to the employee, I can take this prop over here. Okay, and this I've defined over here. Okay, so now this will be called from the parent. Whatever I do over here, that will be handled accordingly. So what I want to do is I want to delete the data. So in my employee service, I need to create a method to delete. So if I do delete employee, which will take the ID, which is the employee ID, and it will return axios.delete and employee API base URL plus / ID, because that is the path variable that I am passing. So for this particular ID, I want to delete the data. If I go back to the employee now, employee list, sorry, I can call employee service.delete employee by ID. Once this is called, then whatever the response we got, what I have to do, if employees are there, if there is a data in my state, this is the state, right? Employees, this is the array. So if there is data, I want to set the state again, because now what I want to do is I want to remove the element, or I want to remove the entire data which we already deleted from the state itself, right? So set employees, what I can do, I'll be taking the previous element and I'll do arrow function and I'll do return previous element dot filter. Okay, what I want to filter, for each of the previous element I will get an employee. So this employee dot ID should not be equal to the ID which I pass. Simple thing. Okay, when I click on the delete, it will send the ID. I'm just preventing the default behavior, that is refreshing, and then I'm deleting the data from the database by calling the delete employee. Delete employee is nothing but the API call to my backend service, and once that is completed, once I get the response back, I'm checking if my employees is there or not. Okay, if so, I am setting the state again. What state I'm setting is, I'm taking the previous element what I had in my state and I'm filtering out the elements which I have deleted. So whatever the ID which I have passed, I want to delete, or I want to remove that from the list itself. That's it. So I'm just filtering it out, and the same should be deleted from the database, because at this point this is deleted. Once we get the response back, then only I'll remove from the state. Okay, and here you can see that though we are calling the delete button from the child component, we define the function in parent and we pass the props, so we can connect those two together. So if you go back to the React app, if you refresh the page, and one more thing I have to add is, you can see that as we remove the href and we add the unclick, the cursor is not coming proper. So let's add the cursor properly. So if I go to the employee, this is the delete one. In the class name, when we hover over, we need cursor as pointer. Okay, now it's coming correctly. So if I click on this delete, you can see that it got deleted. Deleted. The same thing would be deleted from the database as well. So if you go to the database back, here you can see that only 2 entries are there. If I remove this one also, you can see that that entry is also deleted. So my delete is working fine. You can see that I have deleted everything. And if I go back and add employee, save, it will come back again, and all the flow entirely loop is perfectly working fine. Okay, now I have to delete it. So when I click on delete, I need to get the data whatever is available, and then I want to update it. Okay, the last step. So now for updating the data, I need to create two APIs. One is to get a single entry, single employee out of it, and that will be a get method to get a single employee, and one would be the put method to update the data back to the database for a particular ID provided. So now let's go to the Spring Boot application, and let's create those two APIs first. So let's go to the IntelliJ IDEA, and here I'll define a method that is public response entity, and this response entity is of type employee, get employee by ID. Okay, and this is the get mapping, and the same thing I'll be providing employee/ID, because I'll be needing the ID as well, because I want to get the particular ID. So here I'll define the long ID, and this is a path variable for me. So I'll define path variable. Okay, and here I'll define employee equals to null, and employee equals to employee service dot get employee by ID. And I need to create this method in my service, so let's do that. Create method get employee by ID in employee service. The same thing I need to implement in my employee service implementation class, so let's do that. Implement the method, and we forgot one thing to update. So here I need to pass the ID along as first parameter to abstract get employee by ID. Yes, refactor it, so I'll get the same thing in my service MPL as well. Yes. Now what I need employee entity employee equals to employee repository dot find by ID, and I need to pass the ID dot get. Okay, so I got the employee entity. Now what I need employee. Let me just convert this to employee entity, and this to employee equals to new employee, and I'll just use bean utils dot copy properties from employee entity to my employee and return back the employee. Simple, right? I'm getting the data from the database and I'm passing back to the controller. So from the controller, what I need to do, I need to return response entity.ok, and the body is employee. Cool, right? So I'm getting the data back with this particular API, that is /employees/id. Okay, whatever the ID I'm passing is a path variable. Now I need to create one more method for updating the data to the database based on the ID provided. So I'll create one more method, public response entity, that is of employee, update employee, and this will be @put mapping, right? We need to update it, and the put mapping also would be the similar one for a particular ID that we have to do. So I need to have a path variable as well, so I'll just define long ID, and this is my path variable. Alongside that, I need to have the request body as well as the employee, @request body. Okay, two things. I'll get the entire employee object as well, and I'll be also passing the ID as well for which particular ID I want to update. Now I'll just define employee equals to employee service dot update employee, and this particular update employee will get the ID and get the object as well. Okay, and this will return response entity.ok employee. Now I need to go to the service and I need to implement this update employee method. So let's do that. Let's create the method update employee in employee service, And let's go to the implementation and implement the method. Now here employee entity equals to employee repository dot find by id dot get. So I'll get the employee entity over here. Now with this particular employee entity, I need to update all the records from the employee. Okay, so what I'll do, other than the ID, I'll update everything, whatever it is. So employee dot set email, I need to do reverse. Employee entity dot set email from the employee dot get email. Employee entity dot set first name from employee dot get first name. Employee entity dot set last name from employee dot get last name. Okay, all the things are there. Now my object is already up to date. Now I need to do employee repository dot save. What I need to save back the employee entity. And what I need to return back is the same employee object. Okay, simple update is done. So this was simple. We just created two APIs, that is the get particular employee and update a particular employee based on the ID that we provide. Now let's stop the server and start the server again. Okay, the application is started. Now we need to implement in the UI. So let's go to the VS Code and let's go to the employee service and let's add the two APIs that we newly created. So the first one was get employee by ID, and here we are getting the ID and we are returning axios.get employee API base URL /ID, and the other one is update employee and we are getting employee plus its ID and we are returning axios.put employee API base URL plus /ID and the employee entire object. So these are the two APIs that we newly created and we defined in our employee service. Now we can call this in our UI. So what we will do is we will go to the employee.js. In this particular employee.js, we will define onClick function for the edit. Okay, onClick function for the edit, and here we will say we are taking two values, the event plus ID, edit employee ENID. Okay, these two things we are taking, and we will define hover class as well, hover cursor as a pointer. I need to define this edit employee over here. So what I'm trying to do over here is I'll create a new component edit employee and I will route that particular component when I click on this particular button. So let me just create the function over here first. Constant edit employee. Okay, e.prevent default. Okay, this is something that I have created. Now what I want to do is simple thing. When I click on this button, it will come over here and I want to navigate to the new page that I'm going to create. So let's create that page. So here I'll just go to the component, create a new file, and I'll just do update employee.js component. Okay, and I'll create the functional arrow component. Now whatever I had defined in the employee.js, okay, add employee.js, the same thing I need to use. So this entire thing I'll just copy from here and I'll just update in this one. Okay, the only thing that I have to change is instead of add new employee, I just need to change update employee and at the below, instead of save, I just need to do update, and instead of clear, I'll just add cancel over here. Okay, instead of save employee function over here, I'll just use update employee function over here, and I need to create the update employee function as well. And if I create the constant update employee, okay, e dot prevent default, and let me use the navigate function over here. Okay, so when I click on, so let me just remove it for now. Okay, update and cancel the update function I have defined over here. Now I need to define a router. Okay, so if I go to app.js, I'll define a new route. Okay, I'll define path equals to slash edit employee and slash any ID I'm passing. Okay, at that time, what element I need to pass? The element I need to pass at that time is edit employee. Sorry, not edit, update employee. Okay, so I just defined a route. When there is an edit employee call, I need to call this update employee component. Now when I click on the edit button, so that is in the employee.js, when I click on this edit employee, I'm passing event and ID. This is the method I'm doing prevent default. Then from here I need to navigate to that page. Okay, so to do that I need to have the use navigate hook as well. So I'll just use navigate hook, and I'll just do constant navigate okay, and here I'll do navigate to slash edit employee $ID. Okay, so whenever I click on that edit employee, I will call the navigate function. I'll call the navigate, and I will go to this edit employee route, and I'll pass the ID as the parameter to it. This is what we are going to do. Now I'm not sure it will work till now or not. It will be having a lot of errors as well, because there are a lot of things that is not defined yet, right? So we need to go to the update employee page, and we need to define all those things. So let's go to the update employee. Okay, now here we need to get that parameter ID as well, and with that parameter ID I need to fetch the data which is there in the database, and I need to update the fields. Okay, now inside this update employee I need to use the params, so I need to use the use params. Okay. So I'll just use params from the React router DOM, and what parameter I need to use, so I just need constant ID. So I just deconstructed the ID from the params. So whatever the ID that we have passed, I need that value, and I need to handle one state as well. So let's use state snippet and employee, and the default state of the employee should be the same as what was in the add employee. So if you scroll up, this was the default state. I'll go to the update employee and use the same state. The only thing will differ is the ID, because we already have the ID. So let's update the ID. Okay, now we got the ID when the page is loaded. So now the time when the page is rendered, I need to get the data from the database for that particular ID which we got from the parameter, and update the state itself. Okay, so as we did similar thing in the employee list, we use the use effect to get the data when the page renders. We will use the same thing over here. One more thing we will do is we have a handle change event as well. So we will just copy the handle change from here, from the add employee, and we will use the same thing in the update employee as well. Okay, now let's use the use effect snippet. I need to add use effect router DOM as well. Okay, so you can see that use effect is added, is imported over here. Use param is also imported. Now in this use effect, let me just delete this. Okay, Now inside this use effect, I will create the function constant fetch data equals to, and inside try catch console.log error, and inside this try block what I have to do is I need to do constant response and do employee service dot get employee by ID, and this ID is nothing but the ID that we got over here, and until we get the data we need to await, so we need to do async over here. And once everything is completed, we need to call the fetch data, and once we get the response as well from the API, we need to update the state as well. So we'll just do set employee response dot data. The only thing there is an error is use state is not defined, employee service is not defined. So let me just do that. Use state I need to import, and employee service also I need to import. Okay, both the things are now imported, and now you can see that I am getting the data. So if I click on edit, there is an error, and the error is the object is not iterable. Okay, so in the use state we just define this use state over here. This is something that we defined. Okay, update employee JS line number 6, use params. Okay, this is not the error, right? So this is the error that we are having. This should be ID. Okay, now it should work. Okay, if I click on edit, I'm not getting the data, which is something undefined. So we are getting the 400 error over here. So let's try to solve that. If I go to the employee, on click of the edit, I'm passing the add employee, edit employee this. I'm getting the ID over here. So this is the issue. I just need to use employee.id. So this is the this type of issues I'm getting because I'm using the GitHub Copilot, right? Because of the auto completion. Okay, so this is something it should work now. So let me go back to the home page. If I click on edit, yeah, you can see that I'm getting the data now. Okay, so if I go back, let me create the new employee HHH, and if I hit on save, the new data is there. If I click on edit, I'm getting the same record over here from the database itself. Okay, now I need to handle two things. When I click on cancel, it should go back to the employee list, and if I update, it should update the data and go back to the employee list. So first cancel one is easy, so let's do that first. So if I go to the update employee, I need to go back to the main employee list. So I need to use the navigate hook over here. So let me just do use navigate. Okay, constant navigate equals to use navigate, and in this button I'll define on click equals to navigate, but I need to navigate to the employee list. Okay, so I'll just define this inside this update employee. So I think this should pretty much work. If I click on cancel, you can see that I'm coming back. Edit, cancel, coming back. Now if I click on edit and I need to update it, right? So when I click on update, I should again call the put function, put HTTP method to update the data. So let's do that. If I go to this update, I've already created the update employee method. This is the update employee method. Okay, so I need to implement this. Now here I need to do employee service dot update employee, and I need to pass the employee from the state and ID as well. Dot, then if I get any response from here, then something that I need to do dot, if there is any error, I need to catch that error, console.log error. Now once you are updating, right, once you do the update over here, what you need to do is you need to navigate again back to the employee list. Simple thing, right? You can see that it's very simple. We just use the update function, prevent the default behavior. We just call the employee service.update employee function, a method that we have created in the employee service class. We are passing the employee object and the ID. If you go here, right, employee and ID over here, the same thing that we are passing in the backend API as well. So that's pretty much it. Let's run this. Let's click on edit over here. Instead of HHH, let's do GGG update, and there is some issue. Okay, but we have not updated the last name. So let's do set last name, get last name, and let's restart the application. And we'll just remove this. Okay, that's fine. So now if we go back, refresh the page, edit it, update it, and you should get the value. Let's update it with Shabir, and after you update it, you should get the value. So yeah, you can see that all the operations are working fine: create, read, update, and delete. So this is something how we can implement the entire full stack application with the help of React and Spring Boot. So what all things we learned today is, with the backend application with Spring Boot, we use the MySQL database. So with the MySQL database, we updated all the data, we inserted all the data in our database in MySQL. For that, we use the Spring Data JPA and MySQL driver to connect to it. We use the Lombok dependency for our boilerplate code, and we use Spring Web for our API creation. Okay, so REST API was all thing created by the Spring Boot. Now, as it comes to front end, we use the React application. We created the React application, and to create the UI for our CSS framework, we use the Tailwind CSS. And I show you the demo as well, how to use the Tailwind CSS. We use the different components and different classes to create a good UI. And after the Tailwind CSS, we also use the Axios to call the REST APIs to fetch data or to do any of the HTTP operations. Hey, what's up everyone, and welcome to Daily Code Buffer. In this video, we are going to create a complete full stack application using Spring Boot as a backend and Next.js as a front end. So in the backend, we are going to create a Spring Boot application with Spring Data JPA, and we are going to use the MySQL database to store all our data. We are going to create the different bunch of APIs to get the data, to delete the data, create the data, update the data, and so on. So we'll be creating the backend application, and to move on to the front end application, we are going to create the Next.js application. Next.js is nothing but the framework on top of the React library. So I can say that it is what a Spring Boot is to the Spring framework. That's what a Next.js is to the React library. So all the configurations and everything that you have to do in your React application, all those stuffs are directly inbuilt in the Next.js. So we are going to use that today. And we are also going to implement the Next.js authentication with the Next-Auth. So we will be only able to access our application once you are authenticated by any of the authentication provider. So for this particular video, we are going to use Facebook as an authentication provider, but you can use any of the authentication provider. There are a bunch of authentication default provided by the Next-Auth.js. And we can also implement the custom one as well. So that's been pretty it. That's what we are going to build today. If you are interested, stick around and practice it while we are developing the application. That will make you to understand both Spring Boot and Next.js and how both the application work cohesively. So let me just show you the demo of the application that we are going to build today. So if you go to this particular screen, if you come over here, this is the application. You can see that I am not logged into the application yet. And at that particular time, it is asking me for sign in. Once I click on the sign in over here, it will ask me to log in with any of the authentication provider. Currently, I have only implemented Facebook, but if you have implemented more, all that particular list will come here. So let's go ahead and sign in with Facebook. And here you can see that I have signed in with the Facebook. I have already logged in with the browser. So it didn't ask me for the credentials, but if you have not, it will ask you for the credentials. I'll show you that as well. You can see that my name is coming, my profile picture is coming, everything. If I show you in the incognito mode, if you click on sign in, if you go to sign in with Facebook, you can see that your Facebook page will come. You have to log in with Facebook. So if I give my credentials over here, so yeah, you can see that it will try to log in with the Facebook. It is asking me for the two-factor authentication and everything. But you get the gist, right? This way you will be asked to log in with your Facebook account. I've already logged in from here. Now you can see that I have the list of users available. You can edit it, delete it, and add the new user as well. So let's try to create a new user. I'll just add user 1, user 1, 2, and user@email.com. I'll add the user. You can close it. Okay, clear as well. This particular model will close and you can save it as well. Once you save it, you can see that your entry will be populated over here, and you can edit the entry as well. Suppose instead of user 1, I need user 2, and you can save it. It will be updated to the user 2 as well. And if you want, you can delete as well. That particular entry will be deleted. So that's the entire application. And if you click on this particular icon, you can see that it is showing that click to log out. Once you click over here, your application will be logged out and you will be asked to sign in again. So that's the simple flow that we are going to build today with entire authentication, all the session management and everything using Next.js and Spring Boot. Now what we will do, we will create the two applications, that is a Spring Boot application for our backend, and we will create the next application and we will build everything. First, we will complete the build of a backend. We will create all the APIs and then we will focus on the front end only. So we will create the next application and we will call all the APIs from the backend that we have created using the Spring Boot. So let's go and build the application. So now let me go to the Spring Initializer. I'll just go to the browser and let me go to the start.spring.io and let me create the Spring Boot project. I'll give the group ID as com.dailycodebuffer. Artifact ID I'll give as user management system. Package name as user system. Packaging as jar, Java version as 11, and let me add the dependencies. I'll add the Spring Web dependency. I'll add the JPA dependency, MySQL dependency. Okay, with JPA and MySQL, I'll be able to connect to the database. Spring Web will help me to create the APIs. So that's it. Let me just generate the project and open in IntelliJ IDEA. Let me open the IntelliJ IDEA. And let me open the project. I'll go to the documents, Java workspace, and user management system. Let's open it. Okay, it is resolving the dependencies, so we'll wait for a second to complete. Okay, it's completed. Importing the Maven project now. Now let's create the different packages that we will need. I'll go to the src folder, main Java. This is our package. Let's create the different package. I'll create the controller package for creating our controllers. Entity to create our entities. To create the service package. Repository package to create our repositories. We'll create the model package to create our models that will interact with the UI. Okay, and bunch of other packages also you can implement based on the different scenarios. Like for exception, you can create the exception package. For utilities, you can create the util packages, and you can create all the classes in those particular packages as per requirement. For now, let's only add these particular things. Now we need to connect our application to our database as well. So let's add the database dependencies, database configurations actually in our application.properties file, and we need to create the schema as well. So let me just copy paste the details over here quickly, because those details would be configuration only. You need to update it once. Okay, I'm adding the Spring Data Source URL, and let me add the other details as well. So you can see that these are the details I have added over here. That is the data source URL, username, password of my database, the driver class name that I'm using, that is the MySQL driver, and I have added the JPA Hibernate DDL auto equals to update. So whenever there is an update in our entities, those will be reflected in our database. And I have also added the Spring JPA shows equal to true. So all the queries will be printed in the console. Now we need to create a schema. So as I'm using the MySQL, I'll go to the MySQL workbench and I'll create one schema. So this is my database. Let me just create one schema, create a schema, and I'll just say this as a user app, user underscore app. Okay. And I'll create the schema. I'll apply the changes. Done successfully. And if I refresh it, you can see that user app is created. Now if I go back to my application, this is where in the URL I need to provide the schema as well. So here I have provided that Spring data source URL equals to JDBC MySQL localhost colon 3306. That's where my application, my database server is running, and user app is my schema, and all this bunch of other informations are username, password, and everything. Let's create the entity first. Okay, what we are going to store. So we are going to store the user. So let me just create a Java class that says user entity, and to make this as an entity we need to annotate it with entity, and I'll also annotate with @table annotation to give a particular name to a table. So I'll just define name equals to users, and I will add the different properties. I'll just add private long ID, private long it should be, and I'll add private string first name, private string last name, private string email ID. Now, so let me just create the getter setters and constructor. I'll create the getter setters for all the fields. Now you can use the Lombok also to create all the boilerplate code, but I realize that some of you might not be using Lombok, so I am creating this tutorial without using Lombok, using the conventional way. So let me create the constructor as well. So I'll create the constructor, default constructor, and I'll also create the constructor with all the fields as well. And as this is an entity, we need to annotate it with @ID for our primary key, and we need to also define how this primary key will be generated. So I'm defining generated value, and what is the strategy for it? That is the generation type.identity. So this particular ID will be auto generated. All these particular fields we are going to pass from our APIs. So my entity is created. Now with this entity we need to create the repository as well, from which we are going to get the data from our database. So let me create the repository. I'll create a Java class that would be interface, and I'll just define as user repository. This user repository will extends JPA repository, and this JPA repository is of type user entity, and the ID type is long. So you just have to define this, and you need to annotate with @repository. So your repository is ready, your entity is ready. Now along with your entity you need to create the model as well that will interact with your UI. So let me just create the model as well. I'll create the model as a user class, and what you have to do is whatever the entities or whatever the fields that you have defined in your entity, just copy those things and add in your model. For this also I'll just create the constructor with no arguments, constructor with all the fields, and getter setters for all the things. That's it, everything is created now. You can see that there is a lot of code that we are doing as a boilerplate. So Lombok helps to reduce all those codes. Now we need to define our controller and our services. So let me just create one controller, that is the user controller. Now you might be thinking that we are going very fast, but trust me, it's very simple. This is the simplest thing that we can do in our tutorial. But if you still think that this is very fast, then you can check out the Spring Boot tutorial course where we have done all these things in slower pace and in depth, so you can understand each and everything that we are doing very easily. We are not doing anything complex here. We are just creating the different APIs. And as we are using Java, we need to create a lot of files and a lot of boilerplate code. Okay. So as this is a user controller, we need to annotate with REST controller to create this as a REST controller. And in this, we are going to create the different methods. And as this is a REST controller, we will also do request mapping, like what all the requests should be mapped. So let me just do that also. I'll do /API/v1/. So anything coming as /API/v1 will come over here. Okay, and in this particular controller, I need the service as well. So let me go ahead and create the service. So in the service package, let me create the user service. And this will be the interface. Now we need to add the implementation for that as well. So let me create the user service implementation that will implement user service, and this is a service, so we'll annotate with @service. Cool, right? Now let's go to the controller and we need to inject this. So I'll just define private user service and I'll annotate with auto-wired. Okay, it is telling me that create the constructor instead, and okay, let's do that. Create the constructor. Now let's create the different methods. First method we are going to create is to store the entire user itself. So I'll just create a method public user save user, and we'll import this from the user system.model, and it will take the same user, and this is your request body. So I need to annotate with request body, and we need to annotate this method as post mapping, and what would be the URL? That would be /user, and we need to call the user service as well. So we'll just define user service dot, I'll create the same method, that is the save user, and I'll pass the user object over here. And this particular save user is not available, it's not created in the user service, so we need to create it. So let's go ahead and create this. So create method save user in the user service. So we have created the method, and now we need to implement this method as well. So you can see that it's showing the one related problem. So let's go to the user service IMPL, and here we need to implement. So let's implement the method that is the save user. So now from this user service IMPL, we need to have the object of the repository as well, because from this service we need to call our database, we need to call our repository. So for that, let's create the object for it. I'll just say private user repository, and let me add the constructor parameter. Now this is the user. What I need is user entity. So here I'll just define user entity equals to new user entity, and using the bean utils dot copy properties, I'll copy the properties from the user object to the user entity object. Okay, and once this is done, I'll simply do user repository dot save user. What is the user? That is the user entity. Okay, once this is done, I need to send back the user. That's it, your first API is ready. Okay, to save the data to the database, that is the user. Now let's go and create the another one. Let's create the method to get all the users. So again, we'll go to the user controller. Let's create one more method, public list of user, because we need the list of users that are saved in the database. Okay, and I'll just mention that get all user, users. This is a list. I'll import the list from the java.util package. I'll annotate with get mapping and I'll define this as a users. Am I doing anything wrong over here? Yes, because I'm doing in the service IMPL. I don't want to do here. Let me just cut from here and let's go to the user controller. And here I need to do, I'll make these users so everything is correct. Now I need to get all the users that are stored in the database. So I'll just do return user service dot get all users. I'm not taking any input parameter over here because I need all the users. This get all users we need to create method. Okay, so let's create this in the user service. Let's go to the user service. And let's implement the method. And here what we will do, here we need to get the list of user entity because we are going to get the user entity from the database, and that list of user entity we need to convert to the list of user. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. User entities equals to user repository dot find all. Okay, this will give me the entire list of user entity which are saved in the database. Now I want to convert this list of user entity to the list of users to send back to the controller, and that will again send back as a response to the client. So for this, let me create the object of list of users equals to, I'll stream through this particular user entity and I'll convert to the user object. So let me do that. That is the user entities dot stream, and I will map it. I'll get the user object and okay, I'll get the user entity for sure, and I need to map this to the new user. So here I need to define user entity dot get id, user entity dot get first name, user entity dot get last name, user entity dot get email id, and dot collect collectors dot to list, because we need to collect everything and to convert to the list from the stream. So you can see that it's pretty easy, pretty simple. We are just converting the user entities, list of user entities to the list of users. That's it, nothing else. And we need to return back that users. Cool, right? You can see that another method is done. Now let's go ahead and create the method to get a particular user based on the ID that we provide. Okay, currently you can see that we are getting all the users, but now let's do based on the ID that we are going to pass. So I'll create one method, that is public get user by ID, and the return type would be response entity, and this response entity is of type user. And now this would be your get mapping. It would be slash users and slash you need to pass some ID. So I need to get that as a path variable. And now here let me define that path variable. This path variable is long. It's of ID, and I need to define the path variable as well. That path variable is nothing but the ID. Okay, whatever the value that you provide here. So here you can see that we are taking the path variable for the users slash path variable, that is the ID. Now based on this ID, we are going to fetch the details from the database and we are going to pass back to the client. because client will give, okay, I need a user with ID 1, I need user with ID 2, whatever. Now let's create the object that is the user equals to null and user equals to user service dot, I'll create this method as well, get user by user ID, and here I need to pass the ID because based on this ID I need to get the data, and this method I need to create. So let me just create this method, create method get user by ID in user service. Yes, I want to create. Let me solve this problem because I need to implement this method. Okay, done. Now here what I have to do is I need to have the user entity object, user entity equals to user repository dot find by ID. What is the ID? This one. Now this will return the optional of user, but I need to get a particular user from it, so I just will do get. Okay, now I need to convert user entity to user, so I'll just define user equals to new user, and I'll just do bean utils dot copy properties. I need to copy properties from user entity to user, so I'll just define that way, that source is user entity and target is user, and I need to return back user. That's it, that's done. Let's go to the controller, and here we need to return response entity dot OK, and we need to pass the body is my user, and to remove new. Okay, cool. So you can see that this particular method is also ready. You can see that how quick we can create all these methods in Spring Boot. Now we got the data based on the ID as well. Now let's delete that as well. Let's create the API to delete the data based on the ID that has been provided. Now, so for that, let me create a method public, and again I'll create response entity, and this response entity I'll create a map. This map is of type string and boolean, and I'll just define delete employee, and this is a delete mapping at the rate delete mapping, and here in this delete mapping we need to define the same thing. What is the API? That is /user/ path variable, that is the ID. Now let's define the path variable as an input parameter, that is the long ID, and your path variable annotation at the rate path variable which is of type ID. Cool, right? You can see that a lot of things are done now. Now we need to delete this, so let me just do boolean deleted equals to false first, then deleted equals to user service dot delete user, and in this delete user I'll pass the ID. Okay, this delete user is not there yet in the user service, so we need to create it that will return the boolean true or false. So let me just create the method that is the delete user in user service created. Let's implement this method in the user service impl, implement the method. Yes, and here I'll just do user entity user equals to user repository dot find by ID, and to pass the ID dot get. We got the ID, we got the user based on the ID. Now user repository dot delete user, and we need to return true. That's it, right? Now yeah, you can do bunch of validations and everything, but I'm just simplifying things over here just to make you understand how the application entirely works together, your front end, back end, all the logins and everything. Now let's go back to the controller. We need to implement the controller yet for this. So what I'll do, I got it's deleted or not. Then I need to create a map which is of type string and boolean, and this is a response equals to new hash map response.put. I'll just put that this is deleted as true, and I'll just return response entity.ok response. Oops, you can see that done. Your delete method is also done. We just did a simple thing over here. We took the path variable ID, which particular ID we need to delete. We took that ID and passed that ID to the user service, that delete user method that we created. If that ID is available, if that user entity is available in the database, delete it. Create a map that says deleted as true and return back. You can directly return true and false as well. And you can also customize the response as well. Whatever you want to do, you can do. It's very easy. Okay. Now let's create a method to update the data. That is the put mapping. So this particular method will take two things. It will also take the ID, plus it will also take the entire object that we want to save against that particular ID. Suppose for me, I have created my user, that is Shabir Dawoodi, with particular email, and for me the ID is 1. If I want to update that, I will pass the ID 1, update ID 1 with this particular new object. So that's what we are going to do. So let me just create a method that is public response entity. This response entity is of type user and update user, and I'll annotate with put mapping, and this will be /users/id. That is the path variable. Now we need to define over here, that is the @path variable id long id, and we need to get the request body as well. So I'll just define the request body also, that is the user. Okay, two things we are injecting. Now we can do is user equals to user service dot update user, which will pass ID and user both, and which will return response entity dot ok user. Okay, this is ready. Now we need to create this update user method. Let's create this method. Okay, method is created in the user service. Let's implement in the user service IMPL as well. Implement the method. Okay, so here what I'll do, I'll create the user entity object first, equals to user repository dot find by ID. I'll pass the ID dot get. Simple, we got the user from the database. Now we need to update it, so I'll just do user entity dot set email user dot get email. Whatever the email we got from the user object, I'm just updating back in the user entity. Same way I'll do for the user entity dot first name. Sorry, I need to do set first name. Okay, set first name and user dot get first name. User entity dot set last name and user dot get last name. Okay, so all the fields are set except the ID, because ID we have to make sure that it's same. Then we need to again save, so we'll just do user entity dot, not user entity, user repository dot save user entity. Okay, and we need to return back the user. So that's it. You can see that all the things are done. Your controller is also done. Okay, so now let's start the application and let's see what is happening. So let me just go to the user management system application. Let's start the application. You can see the application is started. You can see the table is also created. Okay, if you go to the MySQL, let me just refresh it. In the user app, if you go in the tables, your user table is created. Okay, and you can see that currently there is no data, but what we can do is we can use the postman to create all this data. So let me just show you that. Okay, let me just create the new request and I'll just define http colon / local host colon 8080 /API /v1 /users. I hope the API is correct. Let me just re-verify it. Okay, /API /v1 /users. We will do the post request. So let me just change to post. Let me go to the body, raw, JSON. Let me copy this fields. And if I go to the user, I need first name, last name, and email. Okay, and let me just give the details. Shabir Daudi shabir@gmail.com. That's it. Let me hit on send. My data should be saved. And you can see that my data is saved. I got 200. Okay, I got the response back as well. And the ID generated is 0. So we'll see what happened on that if I post again. But in the backend, we should be seeing those things. If I go back, if I execute this query again, you can see that I am seeing 2 records over here. Okay, so that's all good. I'm able to store the data as well. Now if I change back to the get, and if I do users, I should be getting both the users. You can see that I'm getting both the users, that is user 1 and user 2. And if I pass /1, I should be getting a particular user. Cool, right? And if I do delete for user 2, I should be able to delete that user as well. You can see that deleted true. And if I do /users and do get, I should be only getting 1 record. So yeah, you can see that my entire API is working completely fine. Now we need to implement the UI with the help of Next.js. So now let's implement the UI application. Now, as I have already told you that Next.js is the framework on top of the React.js. So we have to create the next step. Instead of using the npx create react app, we will be using the create next step. So let's go to the terminal and let's create the project. So let me go to the terminal. Let me just minimize my IntelliJ IDEA. And here I'll go to the folder structure. Okay, and here I'll create the app, that is the npx create next app, and then you need to give your name of the app. So I'll just give the name of the app as user management UI. And here you can see that your app is creating just the way that it was creating for the React.js. Okay, here you can see that all the informations are there. If you want to run this app, you can run by this command, that is npm run dev. You can also use yarn as well. Now let's go to this particular folder, that is the cd user management UI, and let's open this folder in the editor, that is the VS Code. So here this is our app. Let me just open the terminal here as well, and I'll just run this, that is npm run dev. And here you can see that my application is started on port 3000. So let me just go to the browser, and if I go to localhost 3000, here you can see that this is your default Next.js application. You can go to the examples, how to deploy it, and learn about the Next.js as well. All the informations are here. From here only you can directly traverse, but we don't need all this information, so we need to remove all this particular data and we need to build our app. So let's go to the VS Code and let's remove what is not necessary. So before that, let me just show you the folder structure as well. So here you can see that this would be your folder structure. You have pages folder, public, styles, and all the other information. You can see that you have next.config.js, you have package.json, and if you go to package.json, you can see that all the dependencies, Next.js dependency, React dependency, React DOM dependency is there, and ESLint dependency for your development purposes. Now if you go to the styles folder, you can see your global style sheets, and if you go to the public folder, all your public assets would be here. And if you go to the pages folder, inside this pages folder you can see your index.js file, and this index.js file is the starting point for your application. All the information that you can see will be coming from here. And in the underscore app.js, this is the component that has been defined. Now if you see, there is a API folder as well. So in this API folder you can see there are a bunch of there is an API created, that is the hello API. So Next.js comes with the default configuration, default implementation for the API route as well. So if you want to create any APIs, you can directly create the APIs. You don't have to add any dependencies for your REST APIs. So what we'll do, we'll just remove the stuffs which is not needed. Okay, I don't need the home.module.css, so I'll just remove this. Okay, and from the global.css, I don't need any style sheet, so I'll just remove all the things from here as well. And if I go to the index.js, I don't need the meta information or link for the favicon, so I'll just remove that as well. And from the main section, I don't need all this information, so let me just remove that as well. And I don't need footer as well. Okay, and I'll remove this imports as well. And here you can see that the head tag is there. So whenever you want to add any header information using the Next.js head tag, you can add any information. So here we can add user management app, and I'll just remove this style sheet from the main as well. I don't need those information. Now you can see that everything is clear. If I go back, you can see that there is a still styles.container in the class name. So let me just remove that as well. If I go to the index.js, I don't need this information as well because we just removed the style sheet. Okay, so here you can see that we have a blank slate. Now from here we will be creating our application. Alongside Next.js, we are also using the Tailwind CSS to build our application. Tailwind is really simple to use and it's very powerful. So let's go ahead and integrate the Tailwind CSS. So if you just go to Tailwind CSS and go to the installation and go to the framework guides. So we are using Next.js, so we'll go to the Next.js, and as we have already created the project, we'll go here, we'll copy these commands, and let's go to the terminal again, and let me just create the new terminal, and let me just use this command to add the Tailwind CSS. So you can see that once this is done, your Tailwind CSS is added. If you go to the package.json, you can see that Tailwind CSS is added, post CSS is added, and auto prefixer is added, and alongside your tailwind.config.js is also added. Now we need to do the configuration for Tailwind over here. So let's go, and you can see that this is the configuration that you have to add. So let me just copy this detail and let's add over here. And we also need to add these directives to our global CSS. So let's go to the global CSS and let's add this. make sure you save all the files, because in the past I have made a mistake, like I did not save the file and nothing was working, and I was constantly wasting around 30 minutes of time to figure it out what was the issue. So make sure that whatever the configuration that you have added, you save the files and then you restart your server. So all the configurations are added. Now if I restart my server, let me go to this Control C to close the server, stop the server, and let me just start the server again. Now my Tailwind CSS is installed. Now let's go ahead and create the application. Now the same way that you know React.js, we can create the different components and everything. It's everything similar. Okay, now before we go and start our application, I'll just show you what are the plugins that I've installed. So make sure that you have installed your plugins, so it will be easier for you to develop the application. So go to the extension, and I have installed this particular plugin, that is the ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippet. So please install this, so you will be able to easily create the components. So use this particular plugin, and also use the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So it will make sure that all the utility classes are there. You will be able to easily use those. IntelliSense will tell you what are the classes available, so you don't have to type everything. So these are the major plugins that you should be downloading, you should be installing it. But the other plugins also you can install, like the Prettier to format the code and all the other bunch of stuffs. I have already created a video on that, so you can check that video as well. So with this being said, let's create our first component, that is the navigation bar, and let's start with it. So let me just close everything. I'll go to the files, and here before the main section, here I need to create the navigation bar. So I'll just say I just need to create nav bar, and let me just copy this and let me create the navigation bar. So what I'll do, I'll just create a folder that says components, and inside this components folder we will be creating all the different components. So here you can see that there is a pages folder as well. So whenever you want to create any static files or any static components, all those things you can create in the pages folder. And in the APIs, as I told you earlier, to create all your APIs. So we'll see that as well when we are using the next authentication. So inside this components folder, let's create one file, that is navbar.js, and you will use the snippet to create the component, that is the RAFCE, that is the snippet coming from the ES7 plus React Redux React Native tool. So let me just rename the file navbar.js. Okay, and if I do RAFCE, you can see that the component is created instantly, right? Now as you are using the Next.js, if you want, you can just remove this import as well, it will still work. And if you go to the index.js, you need to import this component. So let me just import the component. Okay, and if you go to the browser, you will be able to see the component. You can see that the new bar is coming. Now let's go ahead and start building this component. So inside this nav bar, we will go and we will create the component. So you can see that this is just a function which is returning the JSX. Okay, this is just a JSX, which is a combination of JavaScript and HTML. We can directly build everything. So here what I'll do, inside this div, I'll create one more div, and here we will define the class name, and here we will define all the class name as from the Tailwind utilities. So let me just add the background color BG gray. You can see that all the classes are coming. I'll just define the gray color, and for this div, let me just define the height and width. I'll define height of 16, and padding in X direction is 8. I'll just define, and everything is flex, and all the items should be in the center. Okay, and inside this div, I'm defining a paragraph, and this paragraph says user management system. And for this paragraph also, I can define the styles. I'll just define class name equals to, I'll just define text as white, and I'll just do font as bold and flex as auto. Let's see that. You can see that the nav bar is created. You can see that with such a simple steps, with only few of the classes, you can see that we were able to create a navigation bar easily. Now let's create a component to list down all the users that we have already saved in the database. Okay, from the Postman we had saved couple of users. So let's create a component, let's create a table which will show all the users, and it will also give the ability to edit and delete those users. So let's just create the table here. So for that we will create one component, that is a user list. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside this component, let's create one more component that says userlist.js, and we'll do RFC, so everything is generated. Now here we need to create the table. So what we'll do, we'll first create the table. So inside this div, let me just create one more div, and inside this div we'll create a table. Now for this div, we'll just define class name equals to container, margin as auto, and vertical margin as 8. And for this we will just define, this is a flex, and we'll just define shadow, and we'll just define border bottom only for this. Now within this table I can define class name and the background for this table. I'll just define border background gray 50, and inside this table let me just create the table head, and this table head will have a row, and this row will have a th tags. So let me just create a th tag as well. So this th head also will have a class name. This class name, let me just define this over here, because only header I want of this color, and this entire table I just need the minimum width of full. Currently you cannot see anything, but let's add the header so you can see. So I'll just define first name, and this particular user list we need to add in the index.js as well. So if you go to the index.js, inside this main, let me just add the user list for now. After that we will add to the appropriate position where we want to add. Okay, currently just to display I'm just adding over here, and let me just import that as well. Okay, the component is imported, and if I go back you can see that I'm just able to see the header part and where we have defined the first name. So let's add the different columns as well and style it out. Okay, so let me just define first everything. I need a first name, I need last name, I need email ID, and I need actions. So first name, last name, email ID, and the actions. Actions is just edit or delete, whatever. Okay, all the things are laid out, but we need to have the style sheet as well, like to have this capital and to be left aligned and this action to be right aligned. So let's do that. So for this table header, let's define the class name. We'll just say text to left, font medium, text as gray, 500, everything is uppercase, tracking as wide, so that all the letters are separated out. And I'll just define the padding in both the directions. So you can see that it is looking quite good now, right? So let's add the same thing to the others as well. So I'll just copy this, paste it here, and here as well. The only thing I'll just change is text right. So you can see that your header is done. Now let's go ahead and create the body as well. So after table head, we need to have the t body, and inside this t body we need to have the table row and table data. Okay, for this t body we will define the class name as bgwhite, and for this td let me just define the class names. I need text as left, padding in x direction x6, padding in y direction is 4, and white space no wrap, I don't want to wrap it. And inside this td let me just create a div, and inside this div let me just define Shabir, and this div should have class name, and I will give text as small, text gray as 500. Okay, let's see how it is looking. You can see that it's looking quite good, right? So let's add the same thing for the other as well. So this td, I'll just copy this. This is for the last name, this is for the email ID, and the next one for the actions. So let me just define Shabir Dawoodi, shabir@gmail.com. You can see that it is looking quite good. Now for the actions we need to have the anchor tags. So let's define that. So instead of this div, I'll define the anchor tag href equals to hash for now. After that we will add as well. Then class name, I'll just define text indigo 600, and when we hover over we'll just change the text indigo to 800, and when we hover over it should be cursor pointer. Okay, and we will give the name as edit. So you can see that it's looking quite good. Now let's add for the delete as well. This anchor tag, this is delete. Okay, and for this I need to have a text right. Okay, and I need to have the padding as well. So let me just give the padding over here, that is px of 4. So you can see that there's a padding, and now this particular row looks good. So what we have to do now is we have to fetch the data from the database, and we need to loop this particular row, and we need to show all the data. So let's go ahead and do that. Before that, you can see as this entire header section, right, body section, sorry, this entire body section we have to loop through. So for this particular piece of code we can create a component, and we can loop through that particular component. So let's go ahead and do that. What we can do, we can create one component that says it's a user component. So I'll just define user.js, and let's create the component with rfce, and here we can define everything. So what I'll do, from this tr tag to this tr tag, I'll just cut from here. I'll go to user.js and I'll paste everything here. And in this user list, here inside t body, I can call that user. You can see that it still looks same. Okay, now we need to call the API, backend API, to fetch all the data. So let's do that. We'll go to the top here, and here let's define the API which we want to call. So I'll just define constant user base URL. Let me define user API base URL. That makes more sense, right? Equals to HTTP localhost. This is not the one. Let me just change. It should be 8080/API/v1/users. Okay, if you go back to our IntelliJ IDEA, if you go to the user controller, localhost 8080/API/v1/users. So this is our API. So that's what we have defined here. So now we have to use the state to define the state, whatever the data that we are going to fetch, and we will define the hooks to fetch the data and to save the data in the state. So what we will do, I'll use the use state snippet to create the state, and I'll just define users, and by default it is null. And I'll also define use state snippet for loading, and by default that is also true. Okay, and let me just import the use state as well. So let me just import here use state. Now we need to use the use effect hook to fetch the data. So let's create that. I'll just define use effect. So once you do that, you can see that using the snippet everything is created. Use effect, I'll just import. And here what I need to do is I need to fetch the data. So let me just first remove this. I don't have any dependency now, so let me just remove that as well. And here I'll just define constant of fetch data equals to, this would be an asynchronous function, and I'll just define set loading to true. And inside try catch, I'll define my response, constant response equals to await fetch. Okay, I want to fetch the data from the base API that we have defined. Now let me add the configuration for this also. The method would be get, and headers content type equals to application/JSON. So you can see that we have defined the fetch API as well, that get the data from this particular API URL. The method type is get, content type is JSON. Okay, once we get that, we'll get the users equals to await response.json. And once we get the users, we will set the users to our state. And inside this catch, we'll just define console.log the errors. And after that, we'll just define set loading to false because the loading is completed. And this particular function is defined. So we can call this function here, that is the fetch data. Cool, right? So till here we would be able to get the data from this method. When this particular component loads, okay, this particular hook will be called. This hook has this particular method and it will call this method. Now what we have to do is whatever the data that we got, we have to pass those data to the user component as well. So if you go over here, that is the body section. So we need to define that if it's not loading, and so once loading is completed, then only we have to show this. That's what we have defined. Now within this user component, we have to pass the user as well. So whatever the data that we got, all the users, we have to loop through this and we need to call this component, that is a user. So inside this T body, what I'll do, I'll just define users.map of user, and this will call the user component. And this particular user component, we need to pass this user object. So how we will pass? We will pass using the props. So we can define whatever the key I want to use in this user.js. So in the user.js also, I want to use this user, and as a prop, I can define this user. Okay, so I'm passing this user, I'm mapping this user to pass through this user component. Simple. And we also need the key. So I'll just define key equals to user.id. Because every component should have a key. This key would be unique. So whatever the primary key that you are using, you can just set there for the key and it should be good. Now in this user component, we need to take that prop as well. So as an input argument over here, we will define that user. And this row as well, we need to define key to make it unique. So I'll just define user.id. Simple. Now all the static data that we have defined, we need to change it to use user dot first name. Let me just copy this information. I'll paste here. I'll paste here. Okay, this will be last name and this would be email ID. Simple, right? So let's go back. So you can see that there is some error. Okay, cannot read the properties. So let's go and fix this. So what we will do, we'll go to the user list and we will add the null check. So if there is a users, then only go for checking the map. So now you can see that I don't have any data. So let's check that as well. So if we go to the MySQL, let's connect. And I have one data, so we should be getting this record. Okay, so let's see what is the error. Okay, you can see that there is an error for the CORS policy. So CORS policy from the backend is not working. So we need to add the URL in the backend to allow this URL. And you can see that constantly it is trying to reconnect. So we need to fix that as well, because this use effect is trying to recall every time. So we need to fix that. So let's go ahead and fix that. So what we have to do is we need to give the dependency. So in this user list, in this fetch data, we need to give the blank dependency this way. So it will only call once. And if you go to the backend, if you go to the controller, we need to add the policy, that is CORS origin, cross origin, and inside value we need to define HTTP localhost 3000. Okay, so we are allowing this particular API to call the services. HTTP localhost 3000. Let's restart this. And if we go back, so here you can see that we are getting the data. So our first component is ready, right? Cool. Edit and delete function are still not working. We will add that, but let's before that add the functionality to add a user. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go back to the VS Code and let's go ahead and do that. So what I'll do, I'll create one more component that says add user.js. And here in this particular component, we will define one button, and when click on that button, a pop-up will appear to save the data. So inside this, I'll just define div class name equals to height of 12 and above class name equals to, this should be the container, MX auto to make sure that's in the center, and margin as well. And inside this div, I'll just define button, and this button says add user, and let's define the style also. Class name equals to rounded bg slat 600, text should be white, px6 py2, make sure that we have proper padding and font is semi bold. Okay, and we are adding this component in the index.js before user list for now. Okay, you can see that we got the button. Cool, right? Now we need to create the model. So let's go ahead and create the model. Now the model that I'm going to create is using the headless UI. So if you go here, if you check Tailwind CSS headless UI, okay, this is the headless UI and all these components are there. So what we are going to do is we are going to add as a dependency and we are going to use this dialog model. So let's go to the GitHub and let's add this dependency. Okay, you can see that dependency is added. If I go to the package.json, the headless UI dependency is added. So now let's go to the add user and let's add the details. So what I'll do, I will add the transition here because I need to have a transition. I need to animate it. Okay, so it will look cool. So I'll add the transition from the headless UI / React, and you can see that instantly it started giving error because in the React it can only have one parent. So what I'll do, I'll just add the fragment. Okay, so now this fragment is your parent components and this div and this transition are inside that. And within this transition we need to add some property. I'll just define appear show equals to is open. So this is a state that we are going to define and open this as a fragment. So now don't worry about anything like how I know all this stuffs. I have just gone through the documentation. I'll show you how to go through it. So if I go back and if I click here, you can see that this is a particular model that we want. When we click on open dialog, this is something that we want. So what I did, I just went to code and I have just copied all this information and I have make sure that everything looks good. And if you want to start from scratch, just install from here and this is the dialog that you can use. It's very simple. Okay, so you can just copy all the information from here. Everything is nicely placed over here. The documentation is really good, so you will be easily able to follow through. So now let's go back and let's add our detail. So inside this transition I need to add the dialog and this dialog as div, and I'll just need to define the class name as well. It is fixed inside 0 z index 10 overflow in y direction as auto. On close, what is the method that we want to call on close? That is the close model. We are going to define this method. Okay, so don't worry. And inside this dialog we can create a div. So for this div we will define class name equals to minimum height of screen. I'll just give some padding and all the text should be in the center. And this div will have again a transition for child elements. So transition dot child, and this particular transition dot child will have bunch of properties. So let me just copy all this property and explain you this just for the transition. Okay, it's very simple. You can directly copy from the documentation that I have shown you. Okay, like this particular transition is as fragment the way it was defined over here, and all the bunch of other properties how it should appear, how the animation should be. So within this transition element, we need to define our UI. So let me just define the div, and this div will have class name equals to inline block, width of full, max width of MD, padding of 6, margin of 8 in the y direction, overflow is hidden so there is no scroll bars, text should be left aligned, content should be aligned in middle, transition all, it should transform, background should be white, shadow as Excel, and rounded. You can see that there are a bunch of properties, and you can see that we are just trying to create everything using the utility class of Tailwind CSS. So that is the power of Tailwind CSS. You don't have to remember everything. All the utility classes are there. You just go through it, and once you create one application, it would be very easy for you to create another application, because styling is very easy in Tailwind CSS. I was not good at CSS before, but with Tailwind CSS, I'm just loving to create the UI. So let me just go inside this div and let me just create a title. So dialog.title, and this title I'll just define add new user. So once this is complete, you will see the what we are creating. Okay, don't worry. As h3 class name equals to text large, very good, because we need quotes. Text large, font should be medium size, leading 6, text gray 900. Okay, now let me define one thing before that, so I can show you what we are building. So let me just define the state, because we have defined here that is open is a state. So let's define that state. Use state snippet is open, and by default it is false. And let me import the use state as well, and I'll define couple of methods. Okay, I've just defined two methods, that is close model at that time set the state to false, open model at that time set the state to true. So instead of this, I just need to import from React. Okay, so when I click on this add user, I need to set this to true, okay, to show the model. So let's do that. So on this button add user, what I'll define on click open model. Simple, right? This method I'm calling open model, and this particular open model will set the state to true, and when the state is true, the model will appear. So let me just refresh the page, add user, and you can see that we got the model. Now we need to build this model. We need to create the form. Okay, so let's go ahead and build that. So you can see that how easy it is to create UI using the Tailwind CSS and Next.js. So we did till the title. Now after the title, let's create a div again. Let's define class name. This should be flex, max width of MD, and margin auto in the X direction. And inside this div, let's create one more div, and this will have class name, margin in Y direction, and one more div, class name, height 14, and margin Y 4. Now let me create a label, and this label I'll just say is first name, and let me define the properties for class as well. This should be block, text gray 600, text should be small, and font should be normal. And after the label I need to have the input tag as well. So the input type equals to text, name equals to first name, and class name equals to height of 10, width of 96. I'll just define border, margin, padding. Okay, you can see that we got the first name, last name as well. Similarly, we have to add for others as well. So let me just copy this. This is for first name, last name, email ID. First name, last name, and email ID. Okay, you can see that first name, last name, email ID. Now we need to have the buttons as well. So let's create that. So after this div, let's create another div that says button. So inside this div, let's create the button, and let me just give the property in the class name. Same way, height equals to 14, margin in y direction is 4, and space between the two buttons I'm giving as space x4, and padding top to 4. Now this button says save, but they should have the properties as well. So let me just give the properties for that. I'll just define class name equals to, the button should be rounded little bit. Okay, text should be white, font should be semi bold, background green of 400, and when we hover over, we should change the background color as well. So I'll just define bg green of 700, padding in y direction is 2, and padding in x direction is 6. So my button is little bit bigger. So if I see now, you can see that I can see the button. Okay, but let's make sure that it's correct. This is wrong, right? Padding in x direction is 6. So now button should come correctly. Okay, you can see that hover is also working, padding and everything is correct. Now we need to have the close button as well. So let's create that. So just copy this button and make this as a close. This should be red. This also should be red. Cool, right? You can see that button is created and my entire model is also created. Now I need to make sure that all the values that I add over here, that is first name, last name, email ID, those values should be bind to one state. So whenever we do any change, all those values are updated and it is bind to one state, and when we want to save all those data, we can directly get and we can save to the database. Cool, right? So let's do that. So we'll go to the top and we'll create one state. And the state will be user, and we need to give the default value for the state as well. So I'll just define a id equals to blank, first name equals to blank, last name equals to blank, and email id also blank. Okay, you can see that I've just defined the state. Now what we have to do is we have to define this state to our input fields as well. So if this is the input field, here I have to define what would be the value. So value would be user dot first name. Okay, and here value would be user dot last name, and here value would be value dot email id. Now you can see that I have bind my input fields to my state. Now I need to have a function, so whenever I do any change, so those values would be updating my state as well. So let's create that. So I need to create one handle change function. So let me just go to the top and create one function. So I'll just define constant handle change. It is taking event, and what it will do is just define constant value equals to event.target.value. So whatever the event it is happening in that event object, whatever the target is, and get the value from that particular target. Simple. Now we need to set the user. So set user, and here what we have to do, we have to define event dot target dot name. Okay, so whatever the event dot target dot name is, so we have defined that the name is first name. So event dot target dot name we will get as a first name, and that first name is nothing but this first name id, your key. So that I want to define name equals to whatever the value that I'm getting over here. Cool, right? So that's what I have defined. Now what I want to do extra is whatever the existing values that I have, I want to keep those values and I want to update these values. So I'll just use the object over here. Okay, I'll just define this way. So all the current values, all the existing values will be added, plus the new values would be updated. You can see it's very simple. You don't have to much worry about it. Okay, now we need to define this handle function to our input fields. Okay, so if we go here on change, we need to handle the handle change event. Okay, and what it will take event and in the handle change we need to define e. Simple. You can see that on change we have to call the handle change. So this thing we need to call at every place. Cool, right? Now what we have to do is we have the button. So now we need to call the save function. So if I go here on the button, I can define one on click function and I can say save user. And for this I can define reset. Cool, right? We have defined two functions for close and save user. Now we need to handle these two functions. We need to create these two functions. So let me just go top and let's create these two functions. So we'll just define constant save user equals to async function because we are going to call the API. And first thing we have to do is we have to do e dot prevent default. Okay, so we don't want to refresh the page. So now here we need to call the save API. So whatever the API that we have created, right? If you go here, this was the post mapping to save the user. So this API we have to call with the post request, and we need to pass the entire user object. So here we have to do that. So I'll just define constant response equals to await fetch API, and inside this fetch API I'll just pass the URL. So this URL I need to get from user list. So this is the one. Now what you can do is, if this is common, you can create one JavaScript file and you can add this particular URL there and you can export it, so you can directly use it. Okay, that's also we can do. So let me just add in the add user. Okay, so this is the user API base URL I have provided, and I need to add the configuration extra object. So here I can define method is post, and the headers I can define content type as application JSON, and body I can define JSON.stringify user. So whatever the user state is created, that I'm passing as a body. Now if response is not okay, then throw new error, something went wrong. Okay, otherwise what I'm doing is constant underscore user, whatever the user it is, I'm getting that user, I'm doing await response.json. That's it. Okay, I'm getting the response, I save the data. So now let me create the reset method as well. So I'll just define constant reset equals to this, which will take event as an input, e.prevent default, and our save user method also will take the same. And what we will do, we'll just define set user id equals to null, first name equals to null, last name equals to blank or null. Okay, and email id also blank. Okay, so when we reset, we are just clearing all the values, and after that I'm just defining set is open to false because I want to close the model. Okay, and once I get the user back, I'm just calling the reset from here as well. Okay, so it will clear the user data and it will close the model. Cool, right? So let's go ahead and see that. Let me just refresh the page. Let me just open the add user model, and if I click on close, you can see that it's closing. If I click on add user again, if I add detail QQ, and there is some error, so let's solve that. So this label first name correct, value is correct, handle change, last name handle change, email id handle change. Is my email id correct? Seems like everything is correct. Okay, here it is. Okay, and here also same. Okay, so this was a mistake. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh it, add user, QQ, all the things are there. Let's save, and you can see that data is saved. Now nothing happened in the UI because we have not handled to refresh the state as well. But if you go to the database and if we refresh, we should be able to see the record, right? You can see that we are seeing the record. Now add user is done, but what we have to do is we have to refresh this as well. So once we save the data, okay, so let's go ahead and handle that. So if I go back to the add user, okay, once we save the data, right, once we save the data, we need to update the state of the user list as well. So what we will do is, instead of calling user list from the index.js, right, what we will do, we will call the user list, we will add the user list inside the add user, so we can directly pass the state. Now this is a limitation of props dealing, because what we are going to do is we are going to pass a state as a props to the user list. Now to overcome this type of scenarios, we can use the state management tools like Redux, Context API, and all those stuffs. So if you want those videos, then do let me know in the comment section below. I'll create the videos on that as well. So, but for now, what I'll do, I'll just remove this user list from here and I'll add in the add user. So once the transition is done, here I'll just define user list, and what I want to do is I want to pass the prop. So I need to have one state as well to handle that particular user. So whenever there is a new update in the user, so let me just handle that way. So here I'm creating one more state, use state snippet, and here I'll just define response user, and this will be the same. Okay, now what I'll do, when I do save user, right? So whatever the record that I'm getting back as a response, I'll set response user, sorry, as this one underscore user. Okay, so my state is updated. Now this state I will pass as a props to the user list. So if I scroll down in the user list, I'll pass this as a user equals to response user. So in the user list, I can take this as a props. So if I go to the user list, I can take this as a prop user. Now what I'll do, I will use this as a dependency to load my data. So if I go here, this is the use effect that is getting all the data. So here I'll define that as a dependency. So whenever there is an update in the user, that particular field will be updated. So if I go back, so here you can see that I'm getting the data. But if I go back to add user, if I add more data, that is HHH, and if I save, you can see that it instantly got the data and it reflected here, because we had given the dependency, and based on the dependency, use effect was called, invoked, and it fetched all the data. Cool, right? Now we need to handle the delete and edit functionality. So let's first go ahead and implement the delete functionality. So I'll go back to the user list.js, and in the user list there is a user as well. So let me go there, and here we have edit and delete buttons. So here we need to have an event handler, but what we have to do is, inside this user list there is a child component, that is user, and inside the child component we have these two buttons, that is edit and delete. So when I delete this, I want to change the state of the parent component as well, right? Because I want to delete that particular entry from the parent, that is the user list. So what I have to do is, I have to propagate the props from the child to parent. Okay, so that's what we are going to do, because whatever the method that I'm going to create, if that particular method, if I'm creating in the child component, I will not be able to propagate that state to the parent component. So that particular method I have to declare in the parent component, and I have to pass that as a prop, and from the child I can call that method. Sounds complicated, sounds simple, whatever. Let's try to implement. It's really simple. It's very simple. Rather than creating a method in the child component, you are creating a method in the parent component, and you're passing that method to child and telling that, okay, whenever you want to call this method, you can just call this method. Simple. So let's go back. Let's declare the events. So whenever I want to click on delete, I'm just defining on click handler, and so it will take the event and it will pass the ID as well. And I am defining delete user, so that is E and user ID. Okay, so this delete user I'll be getting as the props. Okay, now if I go back to the user list, this user I'll be getting this delete user. Now I need to create this delete user as well. So let's go ahead and create that. So here I'll just define constant delete user. It's taking two parameters, E and ID. I will just do E dot prevent default, and I'll do the fetch API. And I need to pass the user API base URL +/ ID, because if you go to your API for the delete mapping, you can see that you are passing /users and you are passing the path variable as the ID, which particular user we want to delete. So we are passing that way, that base URL, that is our base URL slash ID we want to pass. Now here we'll define what is the method is delete, and then whatever the response would be, if we have users, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the user. So from my backend, that particular record is deleted, and when I get the response back, I want to remove that record from the UI as well. So I want to filter out the data. So I'll just use set users, and what I'll do, I will take the previous element and loop through that, and I'll return previous element dot filter users where user.id is not equals to id. Okay, so what I'm doing, once that record is deleted from the backend, you are filtering out the records that you have currently in the UI. So you are filtering which of the particular user ID it is. Okay, so this user ID that you are passing, that should not exist in the list. You are just removing that and you are passing back the list of user. Sounds simple, right? It's very simple. So if I go back to the browser, let me refresh, and if I click on delete, that particular record should get deleted. And if I check the database as well, I should be able to see only 2 records. Cool. So my delete functionality is also working fine. So my add user is done, my get user is done, and delete is also completed. Now we need to go for the edit user functionality. When we click on edit, we need to open the pop-up model. We need to fetch the existing data available in the database, populate all the fields, and whatever the update you do, you have to save the data back. So if I check my APIs, I have one API available to fetch a particular record. So if I check this get mapping, I can get a particular user based on the ID that I provide. So I have to call this API, I have to give the ID, particular ID to fetch the records, populate all the fields in the form, and once I click on update, I need to call this put mapping to update the entries in the database. Okay, so we need to call 2 APIs over here. So let's go ahead and implement that. So let's go with the edit functionality now. So if I go to the users, and here what I have to do is the same way what I did for the delete user, I have to do for the edit user as well. So I just define on click function over here, e comma id, I need to pass, that will take edit user e comma user id. Okay, and this edit user also will come as a prop. So I'll just define this edit user as well. Now if I go back to the users list, in this user I need to define that edit user equals to edit user, and this particular function that I have to create here, method. Okay, the same way we did for the delete user. So I'm just defining here constant edit user e dot prevent default, and what I want to do is I want to get this particular ID and I want to pass that ID to the component that I'm going to create. So for that, let me just handle one state. So I'll just create one state, use state snippet user ID, and the value I'll pass as null default. And when I get edit user, I'll just update set user ID to ID. Cool, right? Now let's create the edit user component. So let me just create a new component, edit user.js. We'll create the component. Now this edit user will need similar things that we did for the add user. So if I go to the add user, this entire transition it needs. So let me just copy this and let me just add to the edit user. Okay, and it will need all this handle change and all those functions. So let me just copy that as well. So if I go to the add user, it will need this reset. I don't think so. So what I'll do is, I'm sure that it will need close model, open model, handle change. So let me just copy this and add those. Okay, and it will also need this states. So let me just copy this also. Let me just import the state. Cool, right? And let me just import the use effect as well, because we are going to use effect also. So till here all good, right? Now at this point what I want is, I want to get the data from the backend for that particular user, for particular ID that I'm going to get. So for that particular user ID I want to call that. So how will get the user ID? I'll get the user ID as a props. So if I go to the users list, here is what something ID that we have defined. So let me just define edit user over here. And let me just wrap around with the fragment, and in this edit user I can pass user ID. Okay, and this user ID I can take as a prop, and based on this user ID I can fetch the data. So let's do that. So I need to use the use effect. Okay, use effect snippet. I don't need all this. And so here you can see that I'm getting the entire method over here, right? As a suggestion, this is coming from GitHub Copilot. You can see that how powerful it is, right? So if I directly use this, I just have to do very minor change, but I don't want to do that. Otherwise you won't be able to learn from here. So in this use effect, I want to use this user ID as a dependency. So let me just give that. And within this use effect, let me call our method. So I'll just define constant fetch data equals to asynchronous method. I'll just implement try catch block, and within this try, let me just define the constant response equals to await fetch. Here I'll just define user base API URL plus slash plus user ID. Okay, and the method type would be get. The headers would be content type application JSON. So at this particular point you have called the fetch data API, get API, whatever for particular user ID it is. We need to get the response here. So constant underscore user equals to await response.json, and we need to set the user. So let me take one of the user, this one, right? So I need to set that. So what I'll do, I'll just say set user underscore user. And I'll just define set is open to true. So once we get the data, my model will open and it will set all the values. Sounds good, right? So let me just add this detail over here, ideally. Okay, and when there is an error, let me just log that error. And I need to call this method if there is a user ID called fetch data. Okay, now let me create the reset as well. So let me just copy from the add user directly. So in the reset, what I need, let me just copy this. And if I go to the edit user, let me just paste that. I don't need this. I don't want to clear the data. I just want to close the model. Okay, and then instead of save user, I need the update user. So I'll just define update user, and I need to have that function. Constant update user equals to asynchronous function. Okay, cool. Now we will implement this function as well. But before that, let's see our data is coming or not. So we need to import this transition as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's import transition from headless UI React. Let's import dialog as well. And we need to import transition.child. Okay. And we need to import fragment as well. Okay. What I'll do, I'll just use the fragment here. And I'll just remove this line. So what is the error? You likely forgot to export your component from the file. Okay, if I go here, the component is exported. If I go to the list, okay, cool. So it was just a refresh issue. So you can see that my add user data is coming, everything is coming. When I click on edit, you can see that my pop is coming and I'm getting the data as well. Let me just update this information as well. So if I go back, instead of add new user, I'll just do update user. Okay, you can see that I'm getting update user. If I close, that's fine, and I'm getting all the information. Okay, now I need to handle this save event. So let's go ahead and do that. So instead of save, what I'll do, I'll just change the name to update. It makes more sense, right? Now let's handle this event, that is the update user. So first thing we will do is e.prevent default, and if I go to the IntelliJ idea for the update user, that's a put mapping, and you need to give the ID plus you need to give the request body as well. So two things we need to provide. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll define constant response equals to await fetch data user API base URL / API, and within this we need to pass method equals to put headers equals to content type application JSON, and body equals to JSON.stringify user. Okay, so we have called the method to save the data. Now we need to check for the response. If response is not okay, we can throw new error, something went wrong. Else we'll get user object equals to await response.json, and we'll call the reset method as well. Cool, right? This reset function is here, we have already defined, so it will again do the prevent default and it will set the state to false, so my model will be closed. Now one thing that we have to do over here is, if I go to the browser and this particular edit user component, you can see it's a different component. So when I update the record over here, I need to update the state of the user list as well, because from the user list, that is the parent for edit user, we are calling this method. So what we have to do is we have to update the state as well. Okay, so that's what we have to do. So to update the state, we have to get the user back to the parent. So what I'll do, I'll go to the user list and fetching the data use effect. You can see that this use effect, so this use effect, right, to fetch the latest record is dependent on this user state. So I need a way to update this state so that it will again fetch the latest record. So what I'll do, to update this state user, there is a method that is the set users. Okay, but that is used for something else. So what I can do, I can add one more dependency over here. So let me just define one more state. So I'll just define use state and I'll define response user, whatever the response that you are going to get back, and I'll just define as null. And here I'll define response user as well as a dependency. So whenever there is an update, I'll just define this as a user this way. That makes more sense. Okay, so whenever there is an update in response user or user, it will call the data and it will update the data. So now what I'll do, as an input parameter, as a props, I'll pass the response user method, set response user. Okay, so this method will update the state in the parent component. Okay, that's what we need. So let me take this, let me go to the edit user, and let's take this as a props. Okay, now this method I will use in the update user. Once I get the data, I will use this method to update the state. So the state of the parent is changed, then the model is closed, it will fetch the data and everything should work perfectly fine. So let's go back, let's refresh the page, let's add the user. I'll add the user as ppp. So I'll add the last name as ppp, email also ppp. Now there is no validation currently added, but you can always go ahead and add the validation. I'm just showing you how everything works here. Okay, so if I save, you can see that I'm getting the record. If I click on edit, I'm getting all the records back. Now instead of ppp, I'll just do OOO, and if I update, that particular record should get updated. You can see that this record is updated, and if I want to delete, I can delete this record as well. So all the functionality is working fine. You can see that entire CRUD, create, read, update, delete, everything is working fine, perfectly. Okay, now what we will do is we will add the authentication. Currently you can see that whoever comes to the application, they can access this application, but I don't want that. I want only authenticated user. Okay, so for that, let's implement the Next-Auth JS. So what I will do, if I go to the Next-Auth, okay, this is the Next-Auth.js. Now this is something that we are going to implement, and this is the latest version 4. Okay, and if I go to the npm, this is something that we have to install. So just copy this and go to your VS Code, and let's add the dependency. And dependency is added. If I go to the package.json, so now you can see that in the package.json, my Next-Auth dependency is added. Cool, right? Now we are going to implement this login functionality with Facebook. You can add multiple providers as well. Whatever you want, you can add all the providers. And for all of that, you have to create the app in their platform. I will show you for the Facebook for now. Okay, once the dependency is added, for Facebook, you have to go to the Facebook developer. Okay, log into the Facebook and go to the my apps, and here you can create the app. Okay, creating the app is simple. You just have to give the name of the app and the URL. So if you can see that I have already created one app, that is DCB app. Click on create app, and you can see that all the different types are getting. So I want the login functionality, right? So you can see that connect consumer products and permission like Facebook login, Instagram basic display to your app. So this is something what I want. So I'll just click on that. I'll click on next. I'll give the name as test and create the app. I just need my password, and you can see that your app is created. Okay, now what you have to do is you have to set up the Facebook login. So come here and set it up over here. Okay, once you do that, this is web that you have to do. Okay, so here you have to give the website. So what I will do is I will just give localhost 3000. Okay, this is what you have to do. Save, continue. This is all the information that it is showing how to use everything. Okay, next, and done. Okay, now if you come here, if you come to the settings, basic settings, This is the app ID that you need, and this is the app secret that you need. If you click on show, you will get the app secret. So this two information that you need, that you have to configure in your application. So we will get these details, and after that I will delete this so you can see this information. You can see how it is working. Now we need to configure our Next-Auth.js. So if you go to Next-Auth.js, if we do get started, it will tell us how exactly that we have to implement the functionality. So you can see we have to add the API route first. So this is the way that we have to add the API route for the dynamic route handling. Okay, because Next.js supports dynamic route handling, so we need to create the JavaScript files according to the route that we have to create. So currently you can see inside pages API auth that we have to create. So if you go to the VS Code, currently we have pages/API. So inside this API we need to create a folder that says auth. Okay, and inside this auth we need to create this JavaScript file. So let's copy this, and inside this auth folder let's create the JavaScript file. And now we need to copy this. Let's copy this, let's paste this. Simple as it is. Okay, it's done. Now currently you can see that it is using GitHub provider, but I want Facebook provider. So I'll just change from GitHub provider to Facebook provider, and for that I need to change the provider as well. That is from Facebook. Okay, the same Facebook provider that I have to define here. Okay, and I need to pass the client ID and secret ID. And so you can see that it's taking from the environment variable. So I'll show you how to handle that in the development as well. But if you're going with production, those particular environment variables you will directly define in the environment itself. So let me just define this as Facebook underscore client underscore ID, and this also Facebook underscore client underscore secret. So you can see that my Facebook provider is set up. Now I need to create the environment file as well. So what I'll do, I need to create one file. Okay, in the root directory create a file with name .env.local. Okay, and inside this file we have to add our details. So if you go here, Facebook client, that's what I have to define here. Facebook client equals to client ID, Facebook client secret equals to, and you have to define one Next-Auth URL as well. Okay, and this would be your application URL. So whatever the application URL it is, that you have to define. Okay, this is some configuration. Now for Facebook client ID, if you go to the browser, this is your application ID, this is your client ID. So define that over here, and your app secret. So this is your app secret. So copy this, don't share this with anyone. Okay, I'm just sharing this with you because after this I'm just going to delete the application from Facebook. So here you can see that the configuration is done. Now what I have to do is, now I have to, if you go to the getting started page, you can see that everything is given very nicely. Now you can see that what you have to do, you have to go to the underscore app.js, and there you have to define your session provider. So let's go ahead and do that. So if I go to the underscore app.js, here I have to define that. So here what I'll do, I'll just copy this, and here I have to import this, and I have to copy this information, and I need to pass the session as well. Okay, cool. So this configuration is also done. So all the components are handled with the session provider. So there has to be session. Now you can see what you have to do is, from the front end you have to add the different hooks. So use session hook is provided. So this use session hook you can use to get the session, and you can see there is a sign in and sign out also there. So if you want to sign in and sign out, you have to use this components. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we will do, we will go to the index.js. So here we will be defining the server-side rendering because Next.js provides server-side rendering. So what we'll do, we have to do over here is when we start our application, if we have session available, then fine, we can go to the application. But if we don't have session available, then redirect back to the authentication page where we will do the Facebook authentication, and from the Facebook authentication, once we get the session back, directly inject the session. So what I'm doing over here is I want to get the session directly when the page loads itself. I want the session directly from the server when the page is loading. I don't want that page is loaded and then the session is loaded. Okay, so that's why server side rendering comes into picture. So to add the server side rendering, it's very simple. You just have to create one asynchronous export function. So I'll just define export async function get server side props, and this will take the context as the input parameter. And here what we have to do is we have to use the get session. So if you see here, we have to use the use session. Okay, so I'll just define constant session equals to await get session, and this get session is from the Next-Auth React, and this next session will take the context as an input. Okay, once we get the session, let me make it equal to over here, and once we get the session, we will return the props. So I'll just define return, and inside this props session. Okay, and this session, whatever I am returning as a props, that I will inject here because I'm returning as a props, so I can inject it here. Now here I'm just defining, like if I have a session, right, if I'm logged in, I can call this return. Otherwise, if I don't have a session, I want to redirect you to the login page. So I'll just check here, if there is no session, then return login page, else return this page. Now I have not created the login page yet, so let me create the login component. So I'll just create the login.js rfce. Okay, and here I'll define nav bar because I want that navigation bar, and after that I want div to have a button that says login. Okay, so for that I'm creating button. Inside div I'll just create one div, and inside div I'll create one button. So this will have a class name equals to container, and I'll just add the horizontal margin as auto and vertical margin as 8. So there is a gap from the nav bar for this button, and I'll just define the height for container of this button, that is h of 12, and this button will say sign in, and this button will have a class name as rounded bg blue 600, text as white, px of 6, py of 2, font as semi bold. Okay, now this is a sign in button. Now when you click on this sign in, it should redirect to the Next.js authentication. So in that Next.js authentication, whatever the authentication provider you have configured, all those links would be there, and you can log in with any of those. So let me just add the on click over here, and in this I'll just define sign in, and this sign in you can see that is from the Next-Auth/React. That's it, that's done. Okay, now let me just restart the app. Okay, the app is started. Now if I go to the browser and if I refresh the page, there is something missing. There is nothing was returned from render. This usually means that return statement is missing. Okay, so the issue is that if I go to the index.js, I have not imported this login component. So let me just import it. And so if I go to the app.js, okay, so you can see that it's in the my app. So if I go over here, I have not added the return statement, I forgot, so let's add that. Okay, now this should work. And here you can see that I have not logged into my application. No, so it's showing me sign in function. So once I click on sign in, you can see that this is the Next.js authentication. It's asking me to sign in with Facebook because I have only configured Facebook provider. So if I click on Facebook, it will redirect me to give the authentication details for Facebook. And once I will log in, it will redirect me back to my application. So let me just click on sign in with Facebook. You can see that it's asking me for authorization. Okay. So I'll just continue as Shabir. So I have redirected back, so my application working now. Okay, now I still don't know that I'm logged in or not. So once I logged in, if there is some information over here that which particular user is logged in, then that would be good. So let's add that information, which particular user is logged in. So if I go to the nav bar, okay, here I can add the information. So first of all, what I want is I want to get the session. So to get the session, we need to use the use session hook. So I'll just do use session. And I'll just define constant data from session, okay, and status. Okay, I'm taking this two information, and after this p tag, what I want is if session is there, then create a div. Inside this div, I'll use the image tag to show the image, and this image is from the next image. Okay, and alongside that I will also show the p tag where I will show the user logged in. So here I'll just define if session is there, then dot user dot name, and in the image src, if session is there, then dot user dot image. Okay, now let me add the style for this as well. I'll just define class name equals to flex. All the items should be center. After sm space x of 2, justify, and so everything is at the right side. And for this paragraph tag, text should be white and font should be bold. And for this image, what I'll do, there are few mandatory properties, so let me just add those properties. Height equals to 30, width equals to 30, layout equals to fixed, and I'll just give the title as well, click to log out. Okay, and this image I'll make it as a clickable. So when you click on this, I'll just call the sign out function, and this sign out is from the Next-Auth React. And I'll just define properties as well, so it should be rounded full, and cursor I'm just defining as pointer. Okay, so I'm just showing the image and the name as well, whoever is signed in. So if I go back, if I refresh, you can see that I'm getting the error, because in Next.js you have to add the configuration which particular domains that you are using for a particular image. So currently you can see that the domain is this one, that is platform.lookaside.fbsbx.com. so this is something that we have to configure for our images. So let's do that. If I go to the next.config.js, here in this configuration I need to define the image, and inside this image I need to define the domains, and this will be the array. So here I'll define the value, that is the domain. I'll just remove all the other thing. Okay, and once you add the configuration, you need to restart your server. You can see that found a change in next.config.js. Restart the server to see the changes in effect. So let me just restart the server, and if I go back, if I refresh, voila, you can see that I'm getting my name as well, and I'm getting my profile picture as well. I can go ahead and do all the functionalities. Okay, everything is working fine. Edit, delete, all the things. Now if I click on this image, you can see that I've defined that click to log out. So once I click on it, my session will expire and I'll be logged out of the application and I'll be redirected back to the login page. You can see that now I'm redirected back. If I sign in again, log in with Facebook, and I'm signed in, I'm getting all the details. Okay, so you can see that my entire application is been authenticated using the Facebook, and once I'm authenticated, then only I'll be able to log in and I'll be able to do all the operations. So you can see that this is a full-fledged application. So if you want to implement, you can go ahead and implement with other functionalities as well, and you can share all the details with me. I would be love to see all those builds. So in this video, you can see that we covered a lot of things. We covered the backend application, that is a Spring Boot application. In that, we created the different APIs with the help of Spring Data JPA and the MySQL backend database as well. And for the UI, we created the application using the Next.js. In that, we use the Tailwind CSS to create our UI. We also touch around the headless UI to create the different components that are available for Tailwind, and we also use the Next.js authentication to authenticate our application using the Facebook authentication. There are different bunch of providers available. If you want, you can go ahead and add the different providers as well. It's very easy. You just have to create the application there. If you are using GitHub or Twitter, create the application, get the client ID, secret ID, configure here, and that's it. You're good to go. So I'll share the code and every details with you. I'll share the GitHub link in the description below so you can check that out and you can use this application as well. And you can build around on this application. Hey, what's up everyone and welcome to Daily Code Buffer. In this video, we are going to create a Facebook clone, and to build that, we are going to use the following tech stack. We are going to use the Spring Boot as the backend application, and with that we are going to use the Spring Data JPA to connect our Spring Boot application to the database. And for the database, we are going to use the MySQL. And for the front end part, we are going to use the Next.js to build our application, to build our front end UI, and to build our entire layout, we are going to use the Tailwind CSS. We are also going to use the Next-Auth authentication to authenticate our application using the Facebook, and we are also going to implement the React Redux with Redux Toolkit so we can handle our state easily in our application. And this entire application would be completely responsive and all the data would be saved directly to the database. So let me show you what we are going to build today, and after that we will start building the application. So if you see my screen, this is the login screen of our application, where it is asking for you to log in via Facebook. So once you click on login, Next-Auth comes into picture. So whatever the configuration that we have added in our Next-Auth authentication, it will kick in and it will ask you for whatever the providers that you have used. For this particular application, we have only used Facebook. So once you click on login, it will ask you to log in with Facebook. So once we sign in with Facebook, it will redirect you to add your Facebook credentials, and once you add, it will redirect back to your application. I've already logged into Facebook from this browser, so once I click on sign in, it will directly redirect back to my application. So let me just click on sign in with Facebook, and here you can see that my application is there. So you can see this is a complete Facebook clone, and you can see that there is a Facebook logo, search bar, all the buttons. So this is the same profile picture which my Facebook has. The name is also coming from the Facebook, and these are the buttons. And you can see there is a left sidebar as well and the right sidebar as well, and this is completely responsive. And you can see all the posts available. All the posts you can see I have added. You can add the images as well. You can add the emojis as well. So all these posts are saved to the database using your Spring Boot application. So all this thing, whatever the data are there, we are posting all the data with post request to Spring Boot application, and Spring Boot application is responsible to save all the data to database. So I'll show you the demo as well for this. Let's say, welcome to Daily Code Buffer. The spelling is incorrect. Let me just correct it. And let me just add any photo. So if I select this particular photo, you can see that this photo will come over here. And if you want to remove that photo, you can remove that photo and you can add a new image as well. So suppose I am selecting this image. This is already selected, but let me just select it again. And once you hit enter, you can see that it will be directly available in your UI, and the same thing will be directly available in your database as well. And you can also see that this application is completely responsive. We have added all the utility classes of the Tailwind CSS to make this responsive. So once you reduce the size of a browser, you can see all the components will be shifted closer together, and when they are not necessary, those will be hidden. So if you can see that those are coming closer together, and after one point those components will be hidden. So you can see that the left bar is hidden now, and there is only middle component, that is your feed and your right sidebar. And after the one size as well, the right sidebar will also be hidden. So here you can see that this is also hidden now, and there is only one component, and you can see that is also completely responsive. And you can see that for your search bar is also smaller now, and all the different components that you were seeing in the header, that is also now not available. You can see now it will come everything. So you can see it's completely responsive, and you can add all the data. And once you click on this image, it will be signed out from the application, and it will be redirect to your login page. And once you log in back again, everything is there. You can see that all the data is coming. So this is what we are going to build today. You will be able to learn a lot of things, a complete full stack application, which includes a lot of UI components and a lot of backend components as well. So grab a cup of your coffee and let's build this application. So now let's create the Next.js application and start building our Facebook clone. Once we build the structure of it, and then when we need the backend service, at the time we will go ahead and create the Spring Boot application and create the backend service, and we'll connect both together. So let me just go to the directory and create the folder, and then we will create the Next.js app. So let me just go to the terminal. CD download documents, YouTube tutorials. So now here let's create the project. To create the Next.js project, what we have to do is we have to tell npx create next app and the name of the application. I will say Facebook clone, and you can see that it started creating the project. So we'll wait for it to complete. It is completed, and it's asking that you can go to this directory and you can use npm run dev command to start your development server. Cool, right? So let's go to this directory, cd Facebook clone. You can see that these are all the files, and let me just open this in the VS Code. Okay, so this is my entire application, and if I just start the server, go to the terminal, npm run dev, and you can see that my server has started and it's running on localhost 3000. So if I go to the localhost 3000, this is your basic Next.js application when you create the create next step. So this is what you will get, but we don't need all these things. So let's just remove everything and let's build our application. And one more thing to note over here is Next.js is a framework on top of the React library. So the base is React, so most of the things we will be doing with the React only, and few of the components we will be using from the Next.js as well. And we are going to use Next-Auth and all the other packages that we are going to download. I'll tell you each and everything which we are going to download. So let's go back and let's remove everything. So what we don't need is, if you go to the public directory, we need that. If you go to the pages directory, API, this is the APIs that you can create. This is the main app.js file, and this is the index.js file. This is where everything will be coming from. So I don't need this. Instead of create next step, I can tell Facebook clone. I don't need this class information, so I'll just remove this. And I don't need anything from the main section as well. So let me just remove the main section, and I don't need footer section as well. So let me just remove that as well. And I don't need home.module.css and next image. So I'll just remove that as well. And I will just remove the home.module.css as well. And if I go to the global.css, I don't need any styling as well. So these all things are removed. And if you see now, you can see nothing is there, all clean. And there is one error which says in the main there is a style. So let's just remove that as well. If I go back to index.js in the main, let's remove this as well. So all clean, this is our blank slate. Now to create our UI, to create the layouts and everything, we are going to use the Tailwind CSS. So let's add the dependency of Tailwind CSS. So if you go to the Tailwind CSS, let's go here, let's go to the installation and let's go to the framework guides and Next.js. So this project creation we already did. So what we need now is to install the Tailwind CSS. So let's just copy the commands. Let's go back and let's open the new terminal and let's hit these commands. And you can see that it is installed, and you can also see that tailwind.config.js is created. And if you go to the package.json, in the div dependencies, Tailwind and post.css is added. Now what I need to do is I need to copy this information and I need to add this in the tailwind.config.js. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll just copy paste this information, and I also need to add the styling. So all the directives I need to add. So let's just copy this and let's go to the global.css and let's add this. So once this is done, you just need to restart your application. All good, your Tailwind CSS is configured and you are good to go to create your beautiful UI. Now we need few more dependencies as well. So let's go ahead and add all the dependencies. So we are all good to go. We can only concentrate on coding part. So the other dependency that I need is the React icons. So if you just search for React icons, okay, this is the one that we are going to use. And you can see this all different types of icons are available. So we are going to add the dependency for that. So for the installation, this is the one command. So let's just copy this command and let's add this dependency. So I'll just add this npm install react icons save. So if I go to the package.json, react icons is added. Now I need to add the Next-Auth as well. So let me just go to the Next-Auth and get started. Go to the npm. This is the one. So let me just copy this and let's add that as well. So we have just added the Next-Auth as well for adding our authentication. Okay, Next-Auth is added. Now I need the Axios library to call my backend APIs. Okay, so let me just search for Axios here and npm install Axios. So let me just copy this and let's add that as well. And you can see that Axios is also added. Now the other thing I need is the React Redux and Redux toolkit. So let's go ahead and add that as well. React Redux npm install React Redux. So I'll just copy this and I will add that as well. React Redux is added and I need the Redux toolkit as well. So I'll just add Redux toolkit. So this is the one at the Redux.js toolkit. So I'll just copy this and let's add this. So you can see that all the dependencies are added. We are good to go. You can see what we added was we added the React icons to add our icons, what icons we want to use. Then what we did, we added the Next-Auth for our authentication purpose. We added the Axios to fetch our data from the backend API to connect our backend application. And then we added the React Redux and Redux toolkit to manage our state in the React application, because it's very tedious to handle the props dealing. So we'll see how Redux will benefit us and how we are saved from the props dealing in React. So this is all good. Now what we have to do is I'll just close everything. So here what I'll do now is, for our React application, we'll be creating different components. So let me just create a folder that says components. And inside this components folder, we are going to create all the components. So let's first create the header component. So inside this components, we are going to create the header component. I'll just define header.js. Okay. And I will create the component using the RAF CE snippet. Cool, right? Now, if you don't know from where it is coming, if you just go to the extensions, you have to install a bunch of extensions. So first is React Redux ES7 one. So the ES7, this one, ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. So just install this. The next is Tailwind CSS. Install this extension that will help you to get the IntelliSense or autocomplete for your Tailwind utility classes. Then you can add the prettier. Okay, this will help you to format your code, and you can also add the bracket color, this one, bracket per colorizer. So it will just change the colors of your bracket for starting and ending, so it is easier for you to see what's happening. So these are the extensions I've been using, and I'm using the VS Code Dark theme as well. So if you're interested, you can just download that as well. So with that being said, let's go to the Explorer. This is our header component. Now this particular header component we have to use in our index.js. So let's go to index.js, and here I will just add the header component. And you can see this header is from the components header. So we need to import that. So you can see that we just imported import header from components header. And now if I go to the headers.js, what it is, header in the div it's mentioned. So if I go back, let me just close all these tabs. And here you can see that we are getting the header. So everything basic is working. Now let's build this. So yeah, let's build everything. We need the div, we need the top bar, and in the top bar there were three components. One was the left side, one was the middle side, and one was the right side. So those three components we will be building. Those three components will be three different divs all together. So inside this div, there will be left component, there will be center component, and there will be right component. And for this div, let's add the class names. These all class names are the utility class from the Tailwind CSS. So you don't have to remember everything. It's very easy to understand. So what I need is, for this div, I need the background as white. So I'm just adding bg white. It will add the background as white, and you can just hover over, you can see what it is adding. You can see that it's adding the background color as RGB 255 255 255. Okay. Now I need background as white. I need this as a flex. I need all the items should be center. And I need the padding of 2 in all the directions. I need the shadow of medium size, and I need to be at the top. Okay, so it should be at top 0, and this should be sticky. It should stick to the top of the browser. So whatever the header that we are creating, that should be sticky, and it should be on top of every component. So I am adding the z index of 50, and also let me just add the height. So height is 16. So you can see that nice, this 16 height bar is coming, and you can see nice shadow is also coming. Okay, so this is going to be your top bar. So now let's add the left component first. So let me just do view word wrap. Okay, so inside this, now let's add the left component. So this is also would be one div, and let me just add the class name. This should be also flex, and minimum width should fit. Now inside this div, I need the logo. So let me add the logo. Logo is from the image tag. This image tag you can see is from the Next.js. So I'll just import the next/image, and for this we need to give the source. So we'll just give src equals to, I'll just give the URL of the Facebook logo. You can just Google it and you can add over here. And for this image tag, you need to add the height and width. So let me just add height equals to 40 and width equals to 40. Cool, right? So let me just go back to my browser and you can see that there is an error. What is the error is? It's the invalid source property. That's fine. What it is really telling is that we need to configure our application to use this domain to get the data for the image. So this is the domain upload.wikipedia.org. So this particular domain that we have to add in our configuration. So if we go back, you have to go to the Next.js config, and here in the configuration we have to add the host for the images. So here I'll just add the images, and this images will contain the domains, and I will just change this domain to our domain, whatever it was, upload.wikipedia.org. Okay, so once you do this, you need to restart your server because that's a configuration change. You can see that it's also saying that it's a configuration change, you need to restart. So let me just restart the server, and the server is restarted. Let me just close this file, and if I go back, refresh the page, you can see that I'm getting the image now. Cool, right? So my image is coming. So now let's build the rest of the things. So now beside the image tag, we need to have the search bar, right? So let's add the search bar for that. Here it will be div again, and inside this div, let me add the class names, and this class name would be this again. It would be flex. All the items should be center. Now what I want is, I want inside this div, I need to have one icon that is the search bar icon, and I want to have the input field as well. So let me first add the input field. So this input field is of type text, and I'll just add the placeholder equals to search Facebook. Okay, if you see now, you can see that this text box is coming now. Okay, so we need to make it more UI friendly. So let's go ahead and do that. But also that we need the search icon. So if you go here, if you go to the React icons, okay, if you want any icons, you can simply go to the search here. You can just say I need search icon. So you can see there are a lot of search icons. Whatever you want, whatever it's looking good for you, whatever it's feasible for your design, as per your complete design, you can use anything. Okay, whatever you want to select, just click on it and it will be copied, and you can directly paste it in your code and you can import that particular files. So what I'm going to use is, I am going to use the HI outline search. So let me just add it over here. So this is the HI outline search, and I need to import this. So I'll just import here, import this. Sorry, I need to copy this. And this will be from React icons /hi. So that's all good. Now you can see that it's all good. The size I've given is 20. And if I go back, you can see that the icon is coming. Cool, right? Now let's add the style for it. So let me just add the style for the div I have mentioned here. So what I need flex item center. I need the space as well in the X direction, space X of 2 for both my search icon and the input field. And I need the padding in X direction of 2. I need margin left from the Facebook icon to 2. Then I need rounded full. I need the entire div to be rounded. So I'll just add rounded full. Then I need background color of gray as 100. And then I need text gray of 500. Cool, right? All the classes I have added. If I go back, you can see that it's looking good now, right? But we need to hide this as well. And if I just change the size, that size also we need to handle. We need to make it responsive. So let's just go back And what I need, as Tailwind CSS is mobile first, so what I want is this input field. I need to add the styling for that. So let me just add the class name. So what I want when it's a mobile size, right? This input field I don't want, so I'll just make it hidden. And then once it hits the LG, I need inline flex. And I need background as transparent. So whatever the background of div it is, I need to see that. And what I also want is when I focus on it, I don't want the blue outline that I'm getting. So I'm just telling that outline should be none. Cool, right? So let's go back again, and you can see that I'm not getting any outline. And if I just change the size, you can see that the size is changing, right? Now let's add the center part. So in the center part, we will add again a div for that. And this div will have class name, and this would be again flex. And I'll just define that this should grow because I need the center part to take as much space as possible, and just justify all the elements in the center and the margin in the x direction as 2. So inside this div, I need another div to add all the different components. So this div will contain the class name as flex, and all the items should be center. And now this div would be for each and individual icons that I want to add. So this div will have class name as again flex items center. This should be height of 14, px of 4, and when it hits MD, the px should be of 10, rounded medium in MD, in the medium hover bg gray 100, and the cursor should be pointer. Okay, so this div is created. Now inside this div, I need to have one icon. So let me just add the home icon. So I just need this icon, and I need to add the icon as well here. This icon is from the, not this one, sorry, this one. So this icon is from the, again, React icons high. So I just imported this, and if I go back, you can see that I'm getting this home icon, and if I hover over, I can see that on hover the background is slightly dark. Cool, right? And you can see that as I have mentioned flex grow, it's taking as much space as possible. Now let's add the other icons. And what I'll do, I'll add the class name here, and I need to make it in the center. So I'll just add MX auto. I'll just define the size as well as 25. So now you can see that it's a little bit bigger. Cool, right? So now let's add the other one. So let me just copy this div, and let's add 2, 3, 4. You can see that I got 4 home icons, but I need to change. So the next one I want is the flag icon. So I'll just add import ri flag line 2 from React icons ri. Okay, then I need is the video icon. So let me just add that as well. Import from MD. Okay, then I need the shop icon. Import from React AI. Okay, and then I need the game controller icon. So import from the IO. Okay, so these are all the icons that I need. So let me now just add the icons. So after this high outline home, I need the icon as flag. So I'll just add ri flag 2 line, and after that I need is the MD outline on demand video. After that I need is the AI outline shop, and one more I need. So let me just copy this. I'll just copy this, and one more I need is the IO game controller outline. Super cool, right? So if I go back, if I refresh, there is some error. That is for inbuilt components. You likely forgot to export the component from the file it's defined in. So there is some issue here. So let me just import it correctly. Let's check all the imports are correct. Okay, so let me just restart it. And it is restarted. And if I refresh, I'm getting the same error. I'm just getting that element type is invalid, expecting a string for built-in components. Okay, check your code at header.js line number 44. So if I go to the header.js line number 44, the IO game controller, from React. Okay, instead of IO file, let me just add. That would be the issue. Let me just add the size again to 25. Then class name again, let me just add to MX Auto, and this should work. Yep, cool, right? You can see that now it is working. So your center bar is also created, and if I just scroll, you can see that it's completely responsive as well, because we have added the flex grow. So it will grow as much as possible, and it will try to shrink when we shrink here. Now what we want is we want to add the right component as well. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So in the right bar, we will add one more div. And in this div, we will add the class name equals to, your class name equals to flex item center, and I need all the things to justify at the end. So I'll just define justify and I just want to do the minimum width to fit, and I need space in X direction as 2. Okay, now inside this div I need to add one image 1. So let me just copy the image from here. After that we will change the URL. So let me just copy this image, and after this image what I need, I want a paragraph tag, and here I should say it's Shabir, the name of the user, and let's see what it is coming out. You can see that my logo is coming in the right direction and name is also coming. So let's change the properties for that as well. So my p tag should have the classes as well. So let me just define class name equals to, and what I want is when I am in the mobile, I don't want this. Okay, so I'll just make it is hidden, and I'll also show when I have a particular large screen. So by default it is hidden, and when it hits XL size, I just want to display. So inline flex, the font is semi bold, text as SM, and white space, no wrap. I need padding of 3 and maximum width of XS. Okay, you can see now it's bold, and if I change the size, you can see that it's hidden. Okay, now after that I need to add the other icons as well. So let me go ahead and add those icons. So I need first icon, that is the grid icon. So let me just add that. Import CG grid from React icon CG. Then I need AI fill message. Then I need the AI fill bell, and then I need one more, that is the MD outline expand more. So these are the icons that I need. Now let's add those icons here after the p tag. So after the p tag I need is CG menu grid 0, and I will define the size of the icon as 20, and then I'll define the classes as well. So what I need class name equals to, when there's small size, right, your screen is small in the mobile, I don't want those icons, so it will be hidden. When it hits the large screen, I need all those icons, so I'll define as inline flex. Now I need height as 10, width as 10 for that icon, background to be gray of 200, text to be gray of 500 or maybe 600. I need completely rounded, so rounded full. and I need padding of 2. I need cursor pointer for that, and when I hover over, I need to change background gray to 300. Simple, right? So if I check now, you can see that this is the grid icon, and when I hover over, you can see that it's changing the color and it's completely rounded, and when I just change the size, it will be hidden. Okay, now I need the similar for the other as well. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this and I'll add one for fill message, bell, and one for the expand more. So let me just add, instead of CG menu grid 0, I need AI fill message, then I need AI fill bell, and then I need MD outline expand more. Okay, now if you can see, your complete header is created. You can see now all the components are there, and if I just change the size, you can see that all the things got hidden. These all components are in the center. You can see that search bar is also hidden. That entire input field is hidden, only the search icon is visible. So you can see it's completely responsive. So your header part is done. Now we will go ahead and implement your left sidebar. Now for the sidebar, let's create the another component. So I'll just create the sidebar.js, and here I'll do RFCE to create the arrow based functional component, and then I'll go to the index.js, and inside the main section I will just add the sidebar. So ideally what it will be always in the main section as left sidebar, then the feed, which will contain your create post and all the posts, and your right sidebar. This will be the components. So we will be adding the first left sidebar. So I'll just define the sidebar from the components /sidebar, and what I'll do, I will just change the entire main section color. So I'll just define class name equals to flex, and that should be BG gray 100. Okay, so if I see now, you can see that the color is gray and this is white. Okay, now let's go ahead and build the sidebar. So if I go to the sidebar.js, what I need is, I need this sidebar to be of a particular width. When it hits the LG size, at the time only I need that to be visible. Rest all the times I want it to be hidden. So when it's a small device or mobile device, I don't want that sidebar. I just want to only concentrate on the main section. So I'll just define that way. So if I add the class names here, I'll just define it should be always hidden, and it should be only visible when it hits the LG. At the time it should be inline flex. So inside this div, I will just define one more div that will be a container that will contain all the items. So I'll just define this class name, and they should be flex. All the items should be center. The space between the items should be space x2. Padding in y direction 3. Padding in left direction is 4. When you hover over, background gray to be 200, and rounded left side as XL. Okay, so only your left side is rounded, your right side is not rounded, and cursor as pointer. Okay, and your main div, we need to define the height and width because we need those widths. So currently you can see that nothing is showing. So let's add the image and the contact information. So what I'll do, for now I'll just take the image from here, from the header component, and let me just add in the sidebar. Okay, inside this div, I'll just add the image component, which will have the source, the height, width, and class name, and this image should be rounded full, and cursor should be pointer. After this image, I need the p tag which will have the username. So I'll just define Shabbir Daudi. After currently I'm just adding all the information static, but this all the things will be coming from the Facebook once we add the login functionality. So for this p tag I'll just define the class names. Class name equals to, it should be hidden, and when it hit SM I just need inline flex and font should be medium. Okay, and if I see, you can see that the image is not available, so I need to import that. So let me just import from the next image. Now if I refresh, you can see that I am able to see. So this is the right sidebar. Now you can see that when I hover over, there is no proper padding and there is no minimum size and everything. So we need to add that. So let's add all those stuffs. So here in the main div tag, we need to add all those things. So we need to add all this type of components in the column. So this entire flex has to be flex call. So I'll just define this as a flex call. Padding in y direction is 2, padding left as 2. So you can see now there is a proper padding. Now we need to make it right side as also proper. So what I'll do, maximum width is XL by default, and when it hits LG, minimum width is of 320 pixels. So when you want to add any particular values, you can add in the square brackets. Now you can see that there is still issue because I just added the LF instead of LG. Now it should be proper. You can see that proper width is coming now, and when I just change the size, you can see that it's not visible. Okay, entire sidebar is gone. Okay, cool, right? Now what I want is, I want another this div tag. I need to stack all the things together. I need to have the another component. So let me just add that. I'll just add one more div. And inside this div, I need to add the icon. So let me just add one of the icon, and this would be the users icon I want to add. So I'll just import here, import IAM users icon from React icons IAM, and inside this div I'll just define IAM users and class name equals to height of 8, width of 8, text blue color of 500. Okay, and after this I need paragraph tag which says users, and this paragraph tag will again have a class name, and this will be hidden with SM, inline flex, and font should be medium. And this div will have again class name. This should be flex. All the items should be center. Space between the two items should be space x2. Padding in y direction of 3. Padding left as 4. The same that we added for the earlier. When I hover over, background gray of 200. Rounded, L direction as XL, and cursor pointer. Okay, you can see that this is the user coming now, but what I need is I want to have multiple. Okay, so instead of creating all these divs multiple, I can create the component of it. Okay, so let's create the component for it. I can call it a component as a sidebar item. So let me just create sidebar item .js, and here what I'll do, I'll create a component rfce, and whatever was here, I'll just copy this, Control X, I'll go to the sidebar item and I will paste here. Okay, and this sidebar item I will add in the sidebar. So here I'll just add the sidebar item, and here I can add the props. So this props, whatever I will add here, that can be used in the sidebar item, because what I need, this sidebar item has to be dynamic, right? So whatever the icon that I pass and whatever the value that I pass, that has to be rendered directly. I don't want a particular I am users icon. So this I am users I can pass from the sidebar JS as the icon, and value I can pass as users. Okay, so these are the two props that I'm passing. So these two props I can take in the sidebar item. I can take as the input props here, that this is the icon and the other one is the value. Okay, instead of now I am users, I can pass this as an icon, and instead of giving users here, I can pass it as a value. You can see that how awesome this is, right? If I go to the sidebar, and you can see that I should see the same thing, right? If I refresh also, you can see it's same thing. So my sidebar component, sidebar item is created dynamically. Now I need to add multiple things here. So let me just add the other icons and I can add all the fields. So what I need is, I need to have a group icon. So I'll just import MD groups from the React icons MD. I need shop icon. So I'll just define import AI shop icon from React icons AI. Then I need the MD online on demand video. Then I need the stopwatch. So I'll just import from React icons BS. Then I need the expand more icon as well. So all these icons I need. So all the information I need to pass from here. So what I'll do, I'll just duplicate all the things here. One for MD groups, okay. Then I need for the MD on, okay. Then I need for the MD expand more, okay. But before that I need couple of more. So instead of users, I'll be defining this as a friends. And friends groups, I need sidebar item and icon as marketplace, and this should be AI outline shop. Then I need the watch value, okay. MD online on demand video, that should be watch. After that I need is the stopwatch. So let me just add the stopwatch as well. Now you're seeing that all the things are automatically coming, right? These are coming from the GitHub Copilot. So I need the BS stopwatch, but the value should be memories. So you can see that it won't be always perfect what you need, but it will give you a lot of information. So a lot of things you don't have to type everything, right? And I need expand more, and that says see more. Okay, cool. All the icons are there, all the sidebar items I have added. Now if I go back, you can see that all the things are coming perfectly fine. Now don't worry, we will be changing few of the things here, that the name and the icon here, the image here, all the things will be coming from the Facebook. So don't worry, we will be changing all those information. But with this all code, you can see that your left side sidebar is created and it's also dynamic. Okay. Now before we add the implementation of the feed, let's add the Next.js authentication, and let's add the authentication for Facebook. So once we authenticate, then only we will be able to log in. Okay, so let's implement that first. So what we will do, I will go to the Next-Auth and getting started. So what I want to do is I want to add the authentication. I already added the dependencies, so we need to add the API routes. So now for that we have to create this path. So inside the pages API folder, we need to add the one more folder auth, and inside that we need to create this file. So let's create that. So here inside this API folder, I need to create one more folder that says auth, and inside this auth I need to create this file, that is the Next-Auth.js. So let's just copy this file name same as it is and create a new file. Okay, and let's copy this content. Okay, now currently you can see this example is for GitHub, but we need the Facebook provider. So what I'll do, I'll just change the Facebook provider from the Facebook, and this Facebook provider I'll just add here. This is the Facebook provider, and this would be your Facebook client ID, and this would be your Facebook client secret. Okay, so these are the two fields that we have to provide, and if you want to have another providers, you can always go ahead and add more providers. So your authentication file is created. Now you need to add some more fields. So what we will do is we need to add the configuration, that is the client ID and secret ID from Facebook, which we got from the Facebook, and we need to add in the environment file. So you can see that we are getting this value from the process.n.facebook client ID. So ideally when you're working with the production, you will be creating the environment variables, and there you will be adding these fields. But in our local, we can create the local environment file and you can add there. So let me just show you how to do that. So for that, just create the file in the root directory that says .env.local. Okay, now what we will do, we will go to the browser, we'll go to the Facebook developer, login, go to my apps, and here what you can do is you can create your app. You can see I already have one app. If you want, you can create the app. So just click on create app, click on this consumer that connects consumer products and permission like Facebook login, Instagram basic display to your app. So I just want this because I want to log in and I want to get the basic information. So I'll just click on consumer, I'll click next. You can name the app. I can say Facebook clone and create app. I'll just name FB YouTube clone, create app. Okay, you are not able to use it. So what you can do, I can just say dummy clone. You can give any name, okay, based on the terms and condition. Okay, now you can see that your app is created. What you have to do is now you need to add the Facebook login. So you need to set up the Facebook login. So just set up Facebook login and go to web, and here you need to give your site URL. So just give the localhost 3000, save, continue, next, and here you can see that these are all the information that you can use for configuration. So that's all the information. So you can just go next, just it is giving you the information. Ideally what you have to do is now you need to go to settings, go to the basic settings, and from here you will get your app ID and your app secret. So don't share this with anyone. Okay, what you have to do is now you need to use this app ID and app secret. So if you go to your VS Code, and in this environment.local, this is the Facebook client ID equals to Facebook client secrets. These are the fields that you will give, and one more field you have to give is the Next-Auth URL equals to the URL of your application. So these three fields you have to give. For the Facebook client ID, you can get the ID from here, that is the app ID, and secret you can get from here. Now I will be deleting this application so you won't be able to use it. You can create for your own. Okay, so Facebook client ID and Facebook client secret, this information I've added. Save the file, close the file. Now we have configured the Facebook client ID and Facebook secret ID for our application. Now we need to tell the Next.js that we are going to use this, so maintain the session for us. So for that, we will go to app.js. We'll go to app.js, and what we will do is we will wrap this component with the session provider, and this session provider you will get from import session provider from Next-Auth React. So this is the session provider that you have to use, and I will give this at the bottom. Okay, and for this session provider we need to pass the session as well. So what I'll do, I will just pass session equals to page props dot session. Okay, now if I go to the index.js, what I have to do is I need to define the server side properties which will get the session from the context and it will set it. So if I go to the index.js, and at the bottom I can define export async function get server side props. This will take the context, and we'll just define constant session equals to await get session. This get session, you can see it's from the Next-Auth/React, and this will take the context session object once you logged in from the Facebook, that we are getting from the server side props, from the server side rendering, and we will directly inject to our component. So once we get the session, we will return this session as a props. Okay, so here in this home we will define session. Now once we get the session here, we need to see if we have the session, then that's fine, you can log into the application, you can already are in the application. If not, if you don't have the session, then you need to redirect back to the login page, and from that login page you need to log in to the application, right? So I'll just define if not session. If you do not have the session, then return login component. Okay, we do not have the login component yet, but we will define it. So you can see that we just defined that if we do not have session, return the login component. If we have, then the entire application will be rendered. Simple as it is. So now let's create the login component. So I'll just define login.js or FCE, and if I go back to the index.js, let's import the login. Okay, now if I go back to login.js, I need to add the configuration, I need to add the page. So what I'll do, inside this div, I'll just add the image tag, and this image tag is from the next/image, and the src source I'll give as the logo of the Facebook. Okay, you can just directly copy and paste it. So let me just do that, and I'll just give the height attribute as 240, width attribute as 240, and I'll give one anchor tag that says class name equals to px of 20, py of 4, because I need a bigger button. Okay, then z index of 10, text to Excel, cursor as pointer, -empty -16, background color blue of 500, background color of blue 500, rounded medium, and text as white. Okay, and the text I'll give as login, and let's add the class name for our main div as well, that this is flex and flex call. All the items should be center, and all the items should be in the center of the page. So margin I'm giving as auto. Okay, now as this is a new domain, this domain has to be added in our nextconfig.js. So let me just add the domain. Okay, and if I go back again to my login.js, this is my login.js, and now when I click on login, I need to sign in. So for that, what I will do, I will just define on click sign in. So here you can see that this sign in is from the Next-Auth/React. So once you import this, okay, and once you click on this button, it will be directly redirect back to the sign in page of the Next-Auth, and there whatever the providers that you have defined, those providers will be displayed there, and with any of the providers you can directly log in. For now we have only defined the Facebook provider, so only login with Facebook will come. Okay, simple. We added all the Next.js authentication and everything, libraries and everything. We just defined that for our entire app.js we have to maintain the session. This session will come from the page props.session, and for our index.js file, what we did the server-side rendering. And once the login is completed, right, once the login is completed, from the request itself, from the context itself, we are getting the session back. And once we get the session, we are injecting that session to our component, and we are checking. If we do not have session, redirect to the login page, but if we have the session, render our entire application. Okay, now as we have changed the configuration of the Next.js, we need to restart the server. So let me just close the server and start the server again. And if I go here, if I go to the Facebook clone, if I refresh, there is some issue, nothing was returned from the render. This usually means a return statement is missing. Okay, so if we go to the app.js, yes, you can see that this is the issue, the return is missing. So what we have to do is I have to add this way. Okay, now it should work. You can see that we are getting the login page, that is the login with Facebook. So once I click on login, you can see that this is the Next-Auth page where whatever the authentication providers that you have defined, all the providers all will come here. There is only Facebook, so we'll just sign in with Facebook. So currently there is some issue, so let me just check that. So what we have to do is whatever we have defined in our environment local variables, the same thing we have to give in our Next-Auth. Okay, Facebook client secret and Facebook client ID. Okay, so this was the issue, the spelling mistake. Now if I refresh, let me just restart the server, login, sign in with Facebook, and here you can see that it is asking for the review. Okay, I'll continue as Shabir because this is a dummy clone that we have created and it is asking for the access. Continue as Shabir, and it is redirected back to our application. Cool, right? Now with this we will be needing the image that we are using and the name that we are getting. Okay, we can get all those information, so let's use those information. So what we can do, so this type of issue happened, right? You need to make sure that whatever the values, the environment variables that you are using it correctly. Okay, so now we need to get the image and the name from the Facebook authentication, and that I have to use here as well and here as well. So let's use that. This is the header, so let's go to the header first, and here to get the session, what we have to use is we have to use the use session hook. So you can see that use session is from the Next-Auth React. So let's import that, and what we will get from the use session is constant. We'll get the data from the session. Okay, we are just taking the session data. Now we get everything from this session. So what I can do is I can use this session here. So if I go down, scroll down in the right side, for this image I need to get the image. So I'll just remove this, and in the src I'll just define if session is there, then get the user from that session and image. Okay, and the same thing what I need is here session dot user dot name, and I only need the first name. So what I'll do, I'll just do split with space, and from that take the 0th element. Okay, now let's go and see what's happening. You can see there's an error, so because we need to have this domain to be added. So let's go back and add the domain in the next.config.js. So I'll just add the domain, and I just don't need this thing. Okay, the domain is added as we need to restart it. So let's just restart the server. Server is restarted. Let's go and refresh the page, and voila, you can see that it is coming fine. We need to do some corrections, but it is coming, right? So let's do that correction. So what we need is, we need to go back and go to the header.js, and for this image we need to add the class name hidden, whatever we have added, plus we can do rounded full. Okay, I added it the wrong place, so that's fine. I'll just remove from here, and here I'll add the class name equals to rounded full, and I'll just define cursor as pointer. Cool, right? You can see that now it is completely working fine. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll also do one thing. When you click on this image, I'll call this sign out functionality. So I'll just define sign out, and this sign out will be from the Next-Auth/React. Okay, so you can see that when you click on sign out, you'll be signed out of the application and you are back to the login page. Click on login with Facebook, and you are back into your application. Okay, super cool, right? Now the same thing you have to add in your sidebar as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go to the sidebar.js, and here also I will take the session. So I'll just use session hook. Use session hook is from the Next-Auth React. Constant data from session, and this session I can use in the source. I can use this way. If session is there, then .user.image, and here as well, instead of name I can define, if session is there, then user.name. Okay, you can see that it's coming fine, right? You can see that your authentication is done. You are now successfully able to log in with Facebook, and you are getting all the information from Facebook, and you are displaying that as well. Now let's implement the feed in the center part. So I'll go back to index.js, and this is where you need to add your feed. So let's add the feed component. I'll just create this feed component, feed.js or fce, and if I go back to the index.js, let's import the feed. Okay, and in the center you should be getting this. Now let's implement this. So inside this feed, this is the main div, and here I can define class name equals to flex grow. Now why flex grow? Because I need to use the maximum information. I need to use the maximum space available, because at the end I will be just having the right sidebar. Okay, so this center portion will take the maximum space as it was taking at the above point. So we'll be using the flex grow. Now H screen we will be using because I need to use the maximum screen also available. So I'll just define that it's a flex grow. It should be screen, padding top is 6, margin right is 6, overflow in y direction as auto. Okay, so you can see that it's using complete your height, and we have also defined that overflow as auto, so we can scroll as well. Now inside this div, we need again one div. I'll just define the class name equals to, all the things should be in the center, all the components, maximum width should be of medium, and once you hit the medium, maximum width should be of XL, and when you hit large, maximum width should be of 2XL. Okay, so we are just defining like what would be the width of a content that will be displayed in the center part. Okay, now within this, what you will do is you can have two components, that is the create post box component, and you will be having all the posts as well. Okay, so these are the two things you will be adding. One will be to add the input to add the data, and one will be all the posts available. So this will be your feed box. So let's create the create post component. So I'll just define create post component. So all the things related to create post will be inside this component. So let's create the create post component. I'll just create a new file, create post.js rfc to create the component. Go back to the feed.js and import the create post. Okay, now this will be to create the post section. So let's go to the create post section. If you see here, this is something that you need to add your post. So let's add that. So this is the main div. Let's add the class name informations. Your background should be white, rounded MD. Your shadow should be medium. All the text should be gray 500. Padding in all direction, I need Y, and that's it. Now inside this div, I need another div. For that, I'll just define class name equals to flex, padding as 4, space x as 2, and all the items should be center. Okay, now what? So this is the component. You can see that this is what we are building. Now what I need is, I need the image here. Okay, my logged in image, and after the image I need the input field, what data I want to input. So for getting the image, what I'll do, I'll just go to the header section. I'll just copy this image. I'll go back to the create post and I'll add the image here. I'll import the image. I don't need the unclick functionality, and I need the session as well. So let me just grab the session as well from here. If I scroll up, this is the session that I need. So let's get that. Okay, let's import the use session as well. So I got the image now. Now after that, I need to have the form. I'll just define form class name equals to flex1, and here inside this form I need to have the input field, and here input type equals to text, and here you can see that this is the input type equal to text coming, and this is the image that you are getting here. Now for input type text, I need to define the placeholder. So let me just define the placeholder, and placeholder I'll define as, and I'll just add in the backtick, and I'll say what's on your mind $. I'll just say session dot user dot name and question mark. Okay, here you can see that it will be coming as what's on your mind Shabir Dawoodi. And let's add the class name properties and define all the class. Class should be rounded full, height of 12, rounded full, height of 12, flex grow, so it will take all the space, flex grow. So you can see that it took all the space now. Now I need to remove this highlighting as well. So I'll just tell when you focus, outline as none, Okay, so you can see that outline is gone now. I need to add the font as medium, BG, gray 100, and padding in X direction as 4. So you can see that it's looking super cool. Okay, now with this input field, within this form, we need to have a submit button. So let me just create the button, and this button will be hidden button. Okay, because I don't want to display this button. Whenever you hit enter, we should be able to submit the data. So we will be adding the on click functionality also for this. Now let's add the below functions as well, below buttons as well. So what I'll do, after this div, I'll just define one more div and just define class name equals to flex, and within this div I need to add the couple of buttons. So I'll just define div, and here I need to have couple of icons. So let me just import the icons. So I just need the video camera icon, then I need the photo icon, and then I need the emoji smiley as well. Okay, so these are the icons that I need. So let me just add all those fields over here. Inside this div, I'll just add the icon, and this is what the icon is coming. Okay, and we need to make sure that the icon is coming properly. So that's what we have to do. So let's add the properties for that. Let's add the styling for that. So what I need inside this div, whatever the components that we add, we need those components to be spaced evenly. So I'll just tell that everything inside this has to be justified evenly, and padding in Y direction as 2. And for this class name, all the things is flex, and all the items should be center, and padding of 1, space between the two items as space x1, flex grow, and justify center. Okay, you can see that it's coming this way. Now let's add the properties as well. So what I'll do, I'll just define size equals to 20. So you can see that it's a little bit bigger. Now I'll just define the class name as well. I want this of a text red color. It should be text red of 500. Okay, cool. Now after this, I need to have a p tag that says live video. Okay, and for this p tag, let's add the class name as font should be semi bold, and text should be gray 600. Okay, now when you hover over it, we need to add the background as well. So let's add that. When you justify center, after that, when you hover over, BG gray 100 should be rounded MD, and hover over, cursor should be pointer. Okay, you can see that it's coming this way. Now we need to add the other components similar to it. So what I will do is, I will just grab this div, copy this, paste and paste. You can see that I need 3. So now here 3. Now let's change the information. So now instead of high outline video camera, I need IOMD photos, and this should be of green color. Sorry, not this one. This should be of green color. So let me just do this. This should be of green color, and the last one I need is the smiley. So this would be BS emoji smiley, and this would be of yellow color. Okay, so you can see that it's looking quite good, right? So you can see that your input field is done, but we need to change the information as well. So let me just change that. Instead of live video, we need to tell feeling or activity, and instead of live video here, it should be photo or video to be added. Feeling activity, photo, video, video. And when you can see that it's completely responsive, right? Now we need to add the post as well. So whatever the post you do, we need to add that as well. So let's handle that. So what we will do is, when we go to the feed, now we need to add the post. So let's add the post component. So this is the post that we need to add. So let's create the component that is the post. So I'll just create a file, post.js rfce, to create the component. So here, this is the post. Now there will be multiple posts, so we need to have the another component that can be looped through over here when we get the data. So what I'll do, I will define one more post, and that post will be called here. Okay, so let me just create one more post.js that would be rfce. And if I go to post.js, here all the posts should be looped and the post should be called. Simple. So what I'll do, for now I have only one, so let me just call post. Okay, and we have imported the post. Okay, so if you go to the post, now we need to build this post. Currently, if you see, there is some error because we have not imported the post. So let's just add that. Okay, so if we go to the feed, we need to import the posts. Okay, if you refresh, it should come. You can see that it's coming here, so we need to handle here. So let's go to the post. Inside this post, let's go to the post and let's build this post, because this will be in the multiples. So this is the main container, right? So I'll just define class name. This should be flex, and this should be flex call because it will be in the vertical way. And inside this, let's define the div and class name, because this should be background white, margin top of 6, rounded medium, and padding of 4. So this is your container main post. Now here in this, what you need is, you need the profile picture, the name and the timestamp, and then the entire post itself. So let's start building this. So inside this div, we need one more div, this class name. This should be flex and items center. And here I need the image. So let me just take the image tag, and I'll just define the class name equals to rounded full, width of 10, and height of 10. And I need to give the source as well. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the header.js, and for now I'll just give the logo of the Facebook. This is for now. We will add other details as well later. Okay, don't worry. So let me just add in the post.js, in the image, src equals to, okay, you can see that the image is coming. Now I need the name and the date beside that. So after the image, I need date and name to be in the vertical, so I need to be wrapped in the div. So inside this div, I need p that says Shabir Daudi, and after that time of post. Okay, so I'll just define new date, dot get time dot to local string. Okay, you can see that the date is coming. Now we need to make sure that it's looking good. So let's add the style sheet for this. So what I'll do for this, I'll define class name equals to font medium, and for this paragraph tag, I'll just define class name equals to text should be very small, and text should be gray of 500. You can see that now it is much more cleaner. Now I need to give the space as well. So let's add the space x of 2. So now there is a space as well. Now after this, I need to add the content of my post and the image if I have any image added. So after this div, what I need is I need the paragraph tag, and here something lorem ipsum. Okay, and here it is, right? So I need to add the proper details as well for this. So what I'll do, I will just give the style for this as well. I'll just say class name equals to padding in y direction is 4. It looks much cleaner. Now after this, we need to add the image. So after this div, let me just add the div tag and just to define if there is any image. So I'll just define if any image. It will be defined here. Okay, so inside this div tag, I'll just define class names, and it should be relative, and I'll just define height of 60, and in the medium it should be height of 96, and background of white. Inside this div, we need to have the image tag. So I'll just define the image tag of a Next.js. So this image, I close it off, src. Let me just give any image URL. So I'll just go to the pixels, photo, copy image address, and I'll define here. Okay, and what I need is I need to add this images.pixel.com to the next config as well. So let me just add that, and I need to restart my server. So let me just restart it. So you can see that it is coming this way, and you can see that it is asking to add the width and height. So let's add that. So for this image, what I will do, I will just say layout equals to fill, because I need to fill completely. Okay, and I'll just define object fit equals to cover. So you can see that it's looking lot much like a post, right? You have your image, whoever has created the post, that will come. We will be adding that, the name, who created the post, the timestamp, the post content, and the image if it has any. Now below that, there will be buttons to like, share, and comment, something like that, right? So let's add the footer for that. So what we will do, we will go ahead and add the footer here. So this will be the footer of a post. In here, let's add the div tag, and class name equals to flex items center. And here, let's create a div, class name equals to flex item center, and inside this we need the icon and the text. So let's add the icon. So I need the like icon, so that's the thumbs up. So I'll just import that, import fi thumbs up. Now don't worry, if you don't know which icon it is, you just go to your browser, React icons, and just search with like. Okay, you can see that a lot of things you are getting. You can use anything from here, okay, directly. Then I need is the comment one. Then I need is the share button. Okay, so let me just use the first one here. Inside this div, let me just add the button, and if you see here, it is coming the button. So we need to make sure that it looks good. So let's add the styling for that. So for this, let's define the class name equals to height of 4. Okay, the button is a little bit more bigger, and after that we need to have the p tag that says like. Okay, like now for this, let me add the class name equals to text as small, and when you hit SM, text should be base. Okay, now let's add the spacing. So space x of 1, you can see there is a little bit of space, and here once the items are center, we'll just justify into center as well. Justify center, background of white, and padding of 2. Okay, you can see that now it is center. And here after space x of 1, what we will do, over background of gray 100. So once you hover over, you can see that you're getting a little bit of background, but we need to make sure that it's correct. So what I'll do, I'll just define flex grow. It should take the maximum available position. Justify center, padding of 2, rounded XL, and cursor pointer. Not much, okay? You can see that now it is looking quite good. Now we need to add the similar thing for the comment and the share button. So let's just copy that information. So what I'll do, this div, I need to make sure that it is 3 times. One for like, comment, and share. Okay, like, comment, and share. Now let's change the icon type. So instead of the FI thumbs up, I need to have the FA regular, comment, and RI share button. Okay, now you can see that it's like, comment, and share. Now let's change the text as well. It's like, comment, and share. So yeah, you can see that like, comment, and share, and your middle section is ready. You can see that it's completely responsive, right? Super cool, right? Now what we will do is we will create the right sidebar as well. So let's go ahead and add the right sidebar as well, and then we will do this completely with the Spring Boot implementation. So stick around. So now let's add the right sidebar. So let's go to the index.js. Sorry, not index.js. Yes, index.js. And here we need to add the right sidebar. And let's add the component. So I'll just create the right sidebar.js. RFCE. We'll go back to the index.js and let's import the component. Okay. And if you go to the page, you can see that your right sidebar is coming, right? So now let's add the right sidebar implementation. So I'll go to the right sidebar from here, and your right sidebar is also similar to your left sidebar. It should not be visible from one point to one point, like when the size is very small. This right sidebar should not be visible, and from the MD point, that is the medium, your right sidebar should be visible, and it should have the minimum width as well, that it should be of 200 pixels, not more than that. Okay, so let's implement that. So what I will do, I'll just remove this and let's add the class name. It should be hidden and in the mobile, and it should be only visible when it hits MD. At the time it should be inline flex, and this should be flex call because all the components will be laid out together. Now here inside this div, let's add another div that says class name equals to flex item center, and text should be gray of 500, and this should have p tag that says contacts. So if you see, the contact is coming, right? So spelling is incorrect, so let's correct it out. CONTACTS. Now this paragraph tag should have class name equals to flex, text should be LG, font should be semi bold and flex grow. Okay, now after this paragraph tag there has to be a lot of buttons, so for that we will be adding the div tag, and inside and this for this div tag will be giving, it should be flex space x of 1 and px of 2. So we are just giving a little bit of space between all the components within this, and this will contain the icons. So let's add the icons which we need. So what I need is the video add fill, then I need the search icon, so I'll just say import, and I need the more icon. Okay, so inside this div let me add the icon, that is the RI video fill. Okay, you can see that this is the icon now. But now what I need is this contact I need at this particular point, and rest of the components I need at the right side. So we need to justify all those things. So let's do that way. What I'll do for this div, I'll just define class name equals to rounded full, padding of 2, when you hover over, background gray of 200, and cursor should be cursor pointer. Okay, you can see that cursor pointer. Okay, now what I need is, in the main div we have defined that it's a flex and flex call. We need to define that padding top is of 4, so you can see that there is a padding on the top, and I can say max width of XL, and when you hit medium, minimum width of 200 pixels. You can see that now the width increased, right? And when you hit large, minimum width of 250 pixels, so it will be little bit more as well. You can see that now it's little bit more from that. Cool, right? Now what I'll do, we just added the one icon, so let's add other icon as well. So I'll just copy this and I'll add one more and I'll add one more. So you can see that there are 3 icons and it is coming at this particular point. Now let's change the icon. I need video add fill, and then I need the search icon, and then I need the more icon. So you can see that search, video and more. Cool, right? Now it's looking really cool. This is the contact section, and now below that we need the list of contact information. So let's add the contacts. So let's go ahead and create the component that says contacts. So here I'll define contacts component, and let's create the contacts component, contacts.js rfce, and if you go here, let's go to the right sidebar and let's import the contacts, and you can see that this contact is coming here. So we need to build all these contacts. This contacts will have the image of a contact and the name of the person. Okay, so let's build this component now. So I'll go to the contacts, and here this div would be, again I'll define class name equals to flex item center, and inside this I need the image tag. Okay, now with this contacts information, what we need is the image and the name. So what I'll do, I need to have multiple contacts, right? So these 2 particular things I'll inject as the properties. So here I need to inject 2 properties, that name and src. Okay, so if I go to the right sidebar, and here in the contacts I can define that contacts src equals to whatever the source, and the name equals to Shabir Daudi, and the source image as well. I will just give one source image. Okay, and if I go back to contacts, this is where we need to build it. So let's go ahead and build this contacts. All the items are center, and then I need to have the image tag. So let's add the image tag, and this image is from the next/image, and the src equals to src. I'll just define height equals to 40, width equals to 40, class name equals to rounded full, and cursor pointer. Okay, and here you can see that it is coming here. Now we need to add the little bit of padding and everything as well, so let's do that. So here we will define the padding, space x of 2, and padding in y direction of 2, and padding left of 1. Okay, it's looking cool. Now what I'll do, I'll just add the hover background as well. So when you hover over bg gray of 200, rounded, left with excel, okay, when you hover over, you can see that now it's coming correctly. Now we need to pass the name as well. So let's go ahead and add the name. So here after the image tag, we need to add the paragraph tag, and this will be the name. So here you can see that the name is coming now. But what we will do for this name, I'll just define class name equals to hidden sm inline flex, and text should be small. Okay, it's cool. And here what I'll do, I'll just define cursor pointer as well. So now it's entire cursor pointer, right? So now if we have multiple of it, we can do this way. So if I go to the right sidebar, and if I just copy this contact information, Shabir, Nikhil, Gupta, Shivam, Kumar, Priyanka Singh. Okay, you can see that these are all the different contact information. Now let's change the image as well. Okay, let's copy image address. I'll just copy this information here, copy image address, copy image address again, and voila, cool, right? You can see that it's looking really cool. Now one more thing that we can add over here is all the contact information should have the status as well, like it's either it is online or offline, right? So to make that it's very easy, I'll just show you how to do that. What we need to do is we need to have a little green circle which is relative, which is absolute to the position of this entire circle. Okay, so if I zoom it, okay, and I will keep this way so we will be able to see it correctly. So if I go to the right sidebar now, what I'll do is after this paragraph tag, I will just add one div, and this will be having class name equals to bg green of 500, and the height is of 4 and width is of 4 and rounded full. Okay, so if you see, the green button is coming over here. Okay, now I'll just say this is the absolute position. So here you can see that the absolute position is coming here. But what I'll do, I will just make sure that this absolute position is to the relative to my entire div. So I'll just define that this is the relative position from here. Okay, now what I'll do, I just need to give that I need to have at this particular point. So I'll just define that this green should be at the left of 5. Okay, you can see that now it's left of 5. Now I need to do the bottom as well. So what I'll do, I'll just say that it should be of bottom 2. So now you can see that it's at the right position. Now what I need is I need a cutout as well. Okay, here. So I'll just define that it's of border 2. So you can see that now it's looking really good, right? Now one more thing I need to do is I need to make sure that this green is when the user is online, and can make this as a gray as well when the user is offline. So I can pass the status information and I can make this out as a available as a green, available as an online, or available as an offline status for the user. So what I'll do, I will go to the right sidebar, and for each and every contacts I'll just pass one more props, that is status equals to online or offline. Okay, so let me just copy this. This user is online, this user is online, this user is offline, and this user is online. Okay, 3 users are online, 1 user is offline, and this particular status I can take as the input property here. Okay, and here I can define this way as if status equals to online, and I'll just copy this and paste here. Okay, if status is online, show this, and I'll just copy this, and if status equals to offline, show this, where I'll just change the color from green to gray. Okay, and if I check here, now you can see that the first 2 are online, then offline, and then online. Okay, you can see that now it's looking really cool, right? So you can handle the status as well this way, and you can see how it is easy to handle this. And this is completely responsive. You can see that it's completely responsive, right? Now what we will do is we will implement the functionality to handle the post request as well. So whatever the post that we will do, it will be saved to the database, and we will get all the information back here. Now what we will do is whatever we write over here, whatever the information that we have to store as a reference, store as a state, plus whatever we upload a photo, that also we want to store, and when you hit enter, those information should be wrapped around in the form data, and that should be sent to the backend application via Axios library. So let's first create the form data and everything, and then we'll create the backend application to receive those data. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll just come over here in my VS Code, and I will come to my create post. Okay, so what here I will do is I will create one useref hook, useref from React, and the default value would be null, and I will say this as a constant input ref, and I will also take one more constant hidden input, hidden file input equals to useref, which is null. So I have taken 2 reference over here, and these 2 reference I will be using. So let me just use this input ref to the input field here. So I'll just define this ref equals to input ref. Okay, and for the hidden file input, what I'll do, I'll just scroll down here, and this entire center portion, when you click on this entire center portion, I need to handle a click event. Okay, this is not a file, but what I want to do is I want to mimic when I click on this, I will again click on the hidden input file that I have, and that will open the pop-up box to select a file. So when I click on this entire MD photos, that is the entire div, right? This entire on click, I need to handle a click event for this. So I'll just create one handle click also for this. And what I'll do, I will also create one input tag here for which type is file and hidden. And what I'll do, I'll just tell that this only accepts image slash star. So it won't allow to upload anything than the image. Okay, because we are only handling the image for now. And also we will add the reference as well. So reference equals to hidden file input. Okay, so let's handle the handle click event first. So what I need is, when you click on handle click, hidden file input dot current dot click. Okay, this should be clicked. So if we check here, hidden file input is not defined. Okay, there is a spelling mistake, that's why, no problem, we'll just correct it. Okay, and now when you click this entire section, okay, that didn't work because we just had some mistake over here. This has to be type equals to file here. Now it should work. Okay, you can see that now the dialog box is coming. Now when we select any file, we need to display the file as well. So let's handle that. So what we will do, we will create one state that will store the file. So here I will create one state, and here I'll just say this is image to post. Okay, and this would be null in the starting. Now what I want to do is, when you come here, when you on your input field, right? So whenever there is a change, right? So on change, I need to call add image to post. So whenever there is a change in this input field, that particular image will be stored in the state. So let me just create one method for that. So what I'm doing here, constant add image to post, and constant, what I'm doing, constant reader equals to new file reader, and if e dot target dot files of 0, then reader dot read as data URL, and inside this I'll just pass e dot target dot files of 0, and reader dot onload equals to, once the onload is there, set image to post e dot target dot result. Okay, now whatever the file that I have selected, that particular file is there in my image to post. Okay, now what I want to do is, I'll create one more component here. Okay, so what I want to do is, when there is image to post, okay, whenever the image is set, at that time I want to have one div which displays the image. So I'll just define, inside this div there is an image tag, and here the src would be image to post, class name equals to height of 10, and object contain. And for this div tag, I just define class name equals to flex item center, px of 4, padding of y of 2, space x of 4, filter. When you hover over, change the brightness 210, transition of duration of 150 seconds, and cursor as pointer. Nothing fancy, it just, when you hover over, it will be a little bit of brighter, and it will take 150 milliseconds to change that. Okay, I'll show you what it is happening. So when you select any image, you can see that it is coming over here, but it's not correctly coming, so we need to make sure that it's coming correct. Okay, but here that image will come. So in this image src, I need to pass this way, so it will come the image. Okay, now image is coming. Now I will add the delete button if I want to delete that image, and if I want to select a new image. So for delete button, let me just add the icon here. So let me just import the icon, import. So here will be the icon, that is the RI delete button, and let me just give the class name as well. Here class name equals to height of 8, and when you hover over, text should be red of 500. So let me just, okay, now on this entire div, when I click remove image, okay, so let me just handle this. So what I'll do for this constant, so whatever I have defined remove image, what I'll do here, I will just set the image to post as null. Whatever I have set the image value, right, I am just changing its value to null. That's it. So if I see again, if I select any image, that image will come here. When I hover over, it's red, and when I click on it, it's gone. Cool, right? So you can see that it's really awesome. I'm building it second time, but still I'm loving this build. Now when you hit enter, this is the entire form, right? So when you hit enter, I need to get that image, get this text, bind all the together in the form data, and then I need to post. So let's work on that. So this is the button, right? So this hidden button, when you click, I need to do handle submit. So let's create this method, constant handle submit. Now what I want, e dot, first thing is prevent default. I don't want to refresh the page. That's it. The next condition is if input ref dot current dot value is not there, right, then return. I don't want to do anything. After that, I'm just defining constant form data equals to new form data, and in this form data I need to add all the fields. So what I'll do, form data dot append, and this will be the key and this will be the value. So key is image, I can change to file. Okay, so the key is file and the value is image to post. So whatever the value was, that is the thing, image to post. So this particular file we will get in the backend as the request parameter. Okay, so let's add the other value. So form data dot append input ref dot current dot value, and I need this as a post, not text. Then form data dot append. Okay, you can see that the entire method came, right? But let me just remove this. Okay, append name, I'll do here that session dot user dot name. Okay, let me just copy this, and this is email, and this is email, this is profile pic, and this is image. Okay, so you can see that your form data is ready. All the fields, all the things that you needed, those are added in the form data. Now what you can do is you can use Axios library and do dot post, and here you need to define a URL. So what I'll do, I'll just define a URL that I'll be implementing. So here let me just define a URL. I have not created the backend service, but let's just define the URL, constant Facebook clone endpoint. Okay, so here we will be defining our URL, but this we can use now. That I will be doing the post to this endpoint. I'll be passing the form data and headers I'll define which accepts application JSON. Okay, so this is the post request. So now this will be returning the promise. So once we get the response back, what we can do, once we get the promise back, I can say input ref dot current dot value equals to blank. Okay, and then what I can do is I can remove the image as well. Okay, and if there is any error, you can catch the error and you can console log the error, console.log. Okay, so this much thing that you have done. Now at this point of time, what we are doing, when we click on submit, the file which we have plus the data that we have plus the other information, packing into form data and posting into this Facebook clone endpoint, that is the Spring Boot application that we are going to create as a form data, and then it will return a promise, and then we will be getting a response data. Once we get the response data, we are clearing the input field here, we are clearing the image also, and what we are doing is we are doing nothing. But what exactly we want, when you hit the submit, right, when you just post the data, it should be directly available in your feed, right? That's what you need. So ideally what you would be doing is you will be doing the props drilling. You will be passing whatever the value you are getting, that dependency you will be passing into your post request. Like, okay, whenever there is a change in data, just get the data, refresh the data and show in the field, show all those values. That's what generally we do. That's generally the design of a React. But when you have a child component inside a child component, inside the child component, you need to pass the props to all the childs. Okay, so that's the prop dealing. So whenever there is a function or a state that's defined in your parent, and whenever there is an operation in your child or child of a child, to handle that you need to drill down to that particular child. You need to pass all those properties to that particular component itself, which is not ideal. We should not be doing that. So to handle such kind of thing, we need to do the state management in the React. There are a lot of things available for the state management in React. There is a context API, there is a Redux toolkit, Redux, all those stuffs. So in this video, we are going to handle the state management using the Redux. So what is Redux? It's nothing but to handle the state of the entire application. So rather than having the state in each and every component, you will be having the state at the entire application level. Okay, so you'll be having the store. Consider store as an onion. So you have an onion, that's the entire store of a slices. So that entire onion have a slices, right? You can peel off these slices. So those each slices can contain the state of a particular component. Suppose you have a user management, like if you want to maintain the users, you want to maintain the post, you want to maintain the comments, so you can create one comment slice, you can create one post slice, you can create one user slice. So these are all the slices which will manage the state of that particular components, and all these slice will be handled by the store, that is your onion. Okay, so you create a slice, all those slices will be handled by a store. You'll be defining a store, that store will have a slices, all your slices will be having the state to manage your particular components. Okay, I hope you are clear. This was the simplest way I could explain you. So rather than creating the state in each and every individual component, we will create a slice, we will create a state, you can say that, outside of your component, and you will use that state within your component. Okay, I will show you how to do this. It's very simple. Okay, so what we did is we had already added the dependency of React Redux and Redux toolkit. That two dependency we have already added. If you go here in the package.json, you can see that we have already added the dependency of Redux.js toolkit and React Redux. So dependency we have already added. Now what we have to do is we have to create the store. That store will bind to the slice, and we will be using the slice to manage our state. And two important things to consider more on that is, whenever you want to get the state, you will be using the selector to get the state, and whenever you want to update the state back to the slice, you will be using the dispatch, because you will be dispatching whatever the content you have to the slice, so it will update the state, and whenever we want that state back, we will be using the selector to get the state. Okay, so these are the two concepts that we are going to use. So what we will do, we will create the store here. So inside this public directory, what I'm going to do is I'll be creating one src directory. Inside the src directory, I'll create the app directory, and inside this app directory, I'll create one file that is the store.js. Okay, this is your onion, your entire store. And what I'll do is, within the src directory, I'll create one more folder that says features. Okay, and inside these features, I'll create one file that says post_slice.js. This is the slice for our posts, whatever the post that we are going to create. Okay, so you can see we just created two files, that we entirely created our store and we are going to create our slice. Now in our store, we need to configure our store. Okay, so we need to import few things. So what I'll do, I'll just import configure store from redux.js/toolkit. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to export default configure store, and inside this store we need to define the reducer. Your reducer is nothing but your slices. Okay, you will be defining your slices over here. Okay, now your blank store is created. This is your default blank store. Now whatever the slices you create, those slices you will define here. So now let's go to the post slice and define our slice. So here in this store we have defined the configure store. Now in the post slice we will define create slice. Okay, create slice from redux.js toolkit. Now here we'll say export constant, and this is a post slice equals to create slice. Okay, now this is your slice. Now we can define the name of a slice, that is the post, and you can define the initial state. You can see that we will be handling the state, right? So we have to define what would be our initial state. So initial state you will be defining as a value, and this will be your blank array. Okay, so I just defined that my initial state is the blank array, and now I can define the reducers. What are reducers? Reducers are your different actions, different events that you are going to perform, like add post, like save post, get all post, get a particular post, delete post. So these are the reducers that you are going to define. So whatever the operations you do, those you will define in the reducers. Simple. Okay, so I'm defining reducers here, and inside this reducer you will define all the different actions. So let me just add the first reducer, that is the add post. So what I want to do is I want to add a post to the database. So for that I am defining the add post reducer. So ideally this will take the state as the input, but if you have some action to perform, if you want to pass in a payload as well, then at that time you will define the action as well. Okay, simple. So this is your reducer, your event, whatever you can tell it is. So you just need to remember, like whatever you tell, whatever you call it as an event or a dispatcher or a reducer or an action, you should be able to grasp that concept. Like whatever you have to do, whatever they perform, whatever the operation that you're going to perform, that's what you are defining here, which will have the state and the action as an input parameter. Okay, and at this point, if you want whatever the state you have defined, right, you can update the state as well, and I can define multiple as well. So suppose I can define add all post. Okay, I can define this way. The implementation part we will take care of it later, but this is what the two operations that I have defined. Now I'll be exporting default as post slice.reducer. Okay, the entire concept I'm just default exporting. Now I can define that what can be selected and what can be the actions. So you can see these are the two actions that I have defined, that is the add post and add all posts. So I need to export so I can use it in the other components. So what I'll do, I'll just export constant add post add all post equals to post slice.actions. Okay, so I'm just exporting the actions which I have defined, that is the add post and add all post. Now I need to have a way to export the state as well. So that also I'll just define export select post, I'm giving the name for it, equals to, it will take the state as the input and it will pass that state, which state, this post state dot value. Okay, so it will be state dot post dot value, and here it will be constant. Cool, right? You can see that three things I have exported. I have exported the reducer as a default export. I have exported the action as well. So whatever the actions that you have defined, I have exported that so I can use in the components, and I have also exported the state as well. So initial state, whatever I have defined, this is where I am going to store all the values. So I have exported that as well. Okay, now whatever the reducer I have created, I can go ahead to the store.js and I can import it, I can use it. So here in the reducers I can say this is a post reducer and post reducer. Now I need to give this name as an import, so I'll just do import post reducer from, as this is a default import, right? It should be from the feature / post slice. Sorry, it would be double dots because it's in the outer directory, right? So you can see that I just created the post, I just defined the name of the slice, I just defined the initial state for this slice, I just added the actions as well, what are the actions it's going to perform, and I also added the export as well, like it's exporting the reducer, it's exporting the state, and it is exporting the actions. And whatever the reducer is defined, I just define that reducer in my store as well. So this is all the configuration for your Redux toolkit. Now if I go back to my create post, at this particular point when you get the response back, right? So when you get this response back, whatever the data that you got, you need to put the data in your state. So your state is here in the post slice here. Okay, so here you need to put the data. So to putting the data, we already seen that to putting the data, that's you need to dispatch the data, okay, with the actions. So what we will do is we will dispatch the data. Which data we will dispatch? We'll dispatch to this add post. Okay, so if we go back to create post, we need to have the dispatcher. So let's get the dispatcher. So I'll just define constant dispatch equals to use dispatch. This is the hook. Okay, so you can see that use dispatch is from the React Redux. Simple. Now once you handle it, right, once you got the response back, what you will do is before removing the image, you will dispatch it. What you will dispatch? You will dispatch add post. You can see that add post is coming from the post slice. You need to import that as well. So I'm just doing add post, and what you need to pass in the add post is response data. So this is your actions. Okay, so you will get whatever the payload that you pass, it will come as an action over here. And what I need is, once I get the data here, once this is called, that data I need to add in the state. So I just define state.value.push actions.payload. Simple. So my state is updated. Okay, you can see that it's very simple. It's just complex to understand it first. We did nothing to implement Redux. It's very easy. Just create your store, create your slice, and use it wherever you want. You can create how many slices you want. It's very easy. And you can and how many slices you have created, you can call all those slices to a particular component, and you can dispatch any events to any of the slices. All you can do over here. Okay, you are not bound to now passing the props to your children or to children. Okay, now you are not bound to that. It's very easy to implement now what we will do, you can see that now entire UI component, you can see that is done. Now you have to handle the submit request. So now you need to create your backend application. So let's go ahead and create our backend application. So what we will do, I will just go to the browser. You can see that there is an error. So let's handle that. What it is, React Redux context value. Please ensure the component is wrapped in a provider. Yes, that's one more thing that we forgot to add. So let's wrap our entire component to a provider. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that. So what I need is your entire app.js, right? So if I go to the app.js, we need to wrap our entire component to the store. So whatever the store that we have created. So what we will do, inside the session provider, I'll just say provider, and this provider, you can see it's from the React Redux, and we will wrap this into the provider. Now this provider will need a store. So I'll just define store equals to store, and we need to import the store as well. So here we will define import store from public folder / src folder / app / store. Okay, from this store I have taken the store and I have wrapped my all the components to this provider, which is store, and entire this provider has been wrapped with my session provider. Cool. Now if I go back, you can see that my application is working. Your React Redux is configured correctly now. Now we need to handle this submit functionality. So that we need to create the backend application. For that, let's go to the Spring initializer. So I'll just say start.spring.io, and here let's create com.daily code buffer artifact as Facebook clone service, and inside the package name I'll just say Facebook service or Facebook clone, that will be better. Okay, my packaging is jar, Java version is 11, and let's add the dependency. I'll add the web dependency, and then I will add the Lombok dependency. I'll add the JPA dependency, MySQL dependency. So web, Lombok, JPA, and MySQL. I think these are all good. So let's generate the project and open in IntelliJ IDEA. So let's generate the project. So I'll go to the IntelliJ IDEA and open the project. Documents, YouTube tutorial, Facebook clone service, open. Yes, trust the project. And here you can see that your project is open. Okay, now here we need to create all the different packages. We need to create all the controllers, service, entities, model, repositories, the application.properties configuration, and also we need to create the schema. So let's do this. So we'll go to the application.properties first. We'll go to the src main resources application.properties, and here we need to add the properties to handle the files that we are going to upload, and we also have to handle the database properties. So first let's handle the file properties. So first property that I'm adding here is the spring.servlet.multipart.enable equal to true. This will enable the multipart file handling in our application, and this will handle the different file sizes. So you can see that maximum file size is 200 MB and maximum request size is 215 MB, and after 2 KB it will start writing the file to the disk. So this property will help us to upload the files. Now we need to add the configuration for our database. So this is the configuration for our database, where spring.datasource.url we are using as JDBC MySQL localhost 3306. This is my local server, and the schema name that we are going to use is the Facebook DB, and the other properties that we have defined for the database. Username and password is root and root, and the dialect that I have used is the MySQL InnoDB dialect, and the hibernate.ddl auto I have defined as update. So whenever we do any modification in our entity, those will be updated to the database. Now this Facebook DB, this schema that we have to create. So let's go to the MySQL, and here let's create the new schema, create schema, and let's define the schema that is the Facebook DB. Let's apply the changes and done. So you can see that your schema is created. Now we can directly connect here. Now let's create the different packages. So inside this, let's create the controller package, entity package for our entity, repository package for our repository, service package, model package, okay, controller, entity, model, repository, and service. Now let's create the entity. So right click on new, create new Java class, and I'll just say as a post entity, and this will be your interface. This will be your class, and to annotate we need to do entity to make this as a entity. Okay, now bunch of other annotations. We will just define table annotation and the name of a table. So name of the table would be posts, and we will use the lombok to add the getter setters data annotation. We'll add the builder to add the builder pattern, @noargs constructor to have the default constructor, and @allargs constructor to have the constructor with all the arguments. Now let's add the fields. So it will have the field that is the private string id, private string post, private string name, private string email, private string image, private string profile picture, private string timestamp. That's it. Now for this entity we need to have a primary key. So let's define the primary key with @id annotation, and we will do the generation value as well. So how this particular primary key will be generated. So in the generated value we will define as generator equals to uuid. Now we need to define the generator. So we'll just define this as a generic generator, and the name we will define as a uuid, and what would be the strategy. So the strategy would be uuid2. Okay, now one more thing we will define is your post. So your post may contain a lot of contents, right? Lot of characters. So by default is 255 characters, but I need a blob. So I'll just define as a lob, so I can store any number of data. So I'll just define lob, and the image also I will save as a base 64 characters. So that also I'll define as a lob. Okay, so your post entity is created, which will create a table post. So for this post entity, let's create the repository. So I'll just define a class that says post entity repository, post entity repository, and which is an interface. This interface will extend JPA repository, and this JPA repository is of type post entity and the ID is of type string. Okay, and we need to define annotate with @repository. So your repository is created. Now let's create the service. So I'll just define the Java class that says post service. This is the interface, and I'll create one more implementation of this post service, that is the post service IMPL. This is a class which implements post service, and this is your service layer. So annotate with @service. And we need to have a controller as well. So let's create the Java class that says post controller, and annotate with REST controller, and define the request mapping as well. So here the request mapping I'm defining is /API/version1/post. Now as we are going to call from the UI application, we need to handle the cross origin as well. So I'll just define cross origin, and value should be the URL of your application, your front-end application. So front-end application URL is localhost :3000. So I'll just paste it over here, and I'll just remove this. Okay, now your controller will need the object of a service. So let's define this private post service, and we need to have the constructor injection for this. And for your service IMPL, you need the object of your repository. So let's do that. Private post repository, post entity repository. Okay, and let's create the constructor for this as well. So your structure is ready. Okay, now we need to implement the save post functionality. Whenever you click on save post, your data will be saved to your database, and you need to also have one method which will fetch all the data. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to the post controller, and here we'll define a method that is the public, and this will return a post. So we need to have a response data model also to be created. So let's create that first. Let's create the model for it. So in the model package, let's create the Java class that says post, and here we will define annotate with @data for Lombok, for getter setters, to have a builder pattern, to have the no args constructor, and to have the all args constructor with all the fields. Now here what details we need is, if you go to the post entity, I need ID, I need post name email ID, I need image profile pic timestamp, and I need one private string file as well. Okay, this is the extra field that I have added. Okay, so your post is created. Now let's go to the controller back, and here let's import the post. So public post, and add post is the method name, and this will be the post mapping. Okay, now as we already saw that from here, from the create post, we are getting all the data as the request parameter. We are adding all the data in the form body. So we need to get all the request parameter. Now to get all the request parameters separately, it's tedious. So what I'll do, I will take the map of a request parameter which will have this key and value as the type. Okay, so if we go back here, I'll just define the request param, and this request param would be of type map, of type string and string, and This is request params. I'll just import the maps here and request params be capital. Okay, now here I can take all the values. So I can say string str post equals to request params dot get post. Let me just copy all the things. One for email ID, one for name, one for file, one for profile picture. Okay, so I'll just define this is for email. Let's copy this here. This is for name. This is for file that we have uploaded. And this is for profile picture. So once you got all these values, you can create the object of a post. So here I'll just define post equals to post.builder.build, and here I can define all the fields. .file is file, .name is name, .email is email, .post is str post, .profile pic is profile pic, .timestamp is new date, .toString, and .build. Okay, now once this post is created, we will do post equals to post service dot add post, and we will pass this post. This add post we need to create, but at the end we will do return post. So you can see that we got all the values from the request parameter. We created the object of a post, and we are passing that post to our post service dot add post method. Let's create this method. Create method add post in post service. Yes, let's implement this method as well. Implement method. Okay, and if you go to the service now, this is what we can implement now. Let's add the try catch block, try catch exception E. Okay, and here I need the object of a post entity. So I'll just define post entity. Post entity equals to new post entity, and I'll copy all the properties. So I'll just do binutils dot copy properties from post to post entity. Now we need to get the file as well. So if and only if I upload the file, then only I need to save the file. Otherwise I don't need to save the file. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just say if post dot get file not equals to null, and not of post dot get file dot equals ignore case with null string. Okay, then post entity dot set image to post dot get file, else post entity dot set image as null. Okay, once the image is available, then only set that image and get that image from the file, otherwise set as null. Once you get this, just do post entity dot post entity repository dot save post entity. Okay, save the data. Now what I need is, I need to set some value, post dot set id, because now id is generated and it's there in the post entity, so I need that id. So I'll just take from the post entity dot get id. Okay, now I need the file as well, so post dot set file equals to null. and post dot set image equals to post entity dot get image. You can see that cool, we set the value to the database and we updated the value of our return request as well. Now if there is any error, we can define throw new exception, could not save post, and here return post. Here you can see that there is an exception, add exception to method signature, yes, okay. And if you go to the post controller, here also you need to add the exception. So here you can see that the method is created at post, and at the end it will return the post as well. Now let's create a method to get all the list of post, okay, because that also we need. So let's do that. What we will do, we will create a method public list of post get post, and this will be get mapping. And here it is simple, return post service dot get post. Let's create this method because this method is not available yet. So let's create a method and implement the method as well. So let's implement this method. Okay. Now here we need to get the list of post, but from the database we will be getting the list of post entity. So first let's get the list of post entity. So I'll just define list of post entity, post entities equals to post entity repository dot find all. Okay, you got all the data now. Now what I need is I need to convert. So for that I'll just define list of posts equals to new array list, and here return posts. Now from here and here we need to have the post. So I'll just define post equals to post entities dot stream dot map, and here I'll get a particular post entity, and here I can define post dot builder dot build, and here I can define all the things. Dot id I can get from the post entity dot get id dot timestamp post entity dot get timestamp dot email post entity dot get email dot name post entity dot get name dot post entity dot get post dot image post entity dot get image dot profile pic post entity dot get profile pic. And once you build after that, dot collect collectors dot toList. Super cool, right? You can see that your entire method is completed and your entire implementation of your backend is completed. So once you start your server, so let's start the server. You can see that your server is started, right? So if you go and check your database, your table should be created. Okay, you can see that your table is created and it is empty for now. Now we can call from the front end. So now let's implement that. Now as our backend is done, we need to get the URL of a backend and we have to assign here, that is in the create post. So if you come here, this is where we have defined the Facebook clone endpoint. So here we have to define that endpoint, and the endpoint is this one, that is the http localhost 8080/api/v1/post. So if you go here, you can see that this is what we have defined. If you go to the controller, this is localhost 8080. This is where this is the port in which my application is running, /api/v1/post. Okay, so I've just defined that, and once I get the data right, once I get the response back, I am dispatching that to my state that we have defined. Okay, so if we go back, if we refresh here, what we have to do is we can add the post here, and after that whatever the data is coming here, this also has to be getting the data from that. So let's handle that as well. So this entire post, it is right, we need to create it dynamic, because your add post is now completely done. We just have to test it out. Before that, let's implement this. So if we go to the post here, so let's go back. So if you go to the posts here we need to take everything. So here what we will do, we will use constant dispatch equals to use dispatch, and here we will also use the constant posts equals to use selector, and the use selector we will define as select post. So what we are doing here is, using the use selector hook, we are selecting the state that we have defined in the splice. So whatever the state we have defined here, and that state we have exported as a select post from here. That is the select, that is the state.post.value, that is the state.post.value. That's the initial state that we have exported, that we are using with the help of select post export. So if we go back here in the post, that's what we are getting here. Okay, and here in this return statement, what we are doing is, we will just define div tag here, and inside this div will define our post and whatever the post that we have. So we will just define post.map. Okay, so we are just mapping, we are just looping through the entire all the posts available, and we are creating this post. Now what we'll do, we'll just pass posts here as the props here, and we'll also define the key. So key would be post.id. Okay, now you can see that whatever the data is available in the post in the state, that only we are going to get. So whatever we add, that only we'll get. But when you start the application, what are the data that is already available in the database, that functionality we have still not implemented. That we will do. We just created the API for it. So first let's complete this post section. So if we go to the post, we will be getting this post as the props here. Okay, and this div will have the again key equals to post.id, and the image section, what we will do is, instead of src that we have defined here, we will just say post.profile pic. So whatever the profile picture for the user, that will be, and instead of shabir.dawdi, it will be the post.name, and instead of date, it will be post.timestamp, and instead of static content, here it will be post.post, and here inside this image, instead of this URL, it will be post.image. Now this entire div tag, it will be only visible when there is a image for a post. So we need to handle that as well. So we will just define if post.image not equals to null, at that time only define this. Okay, so when the post.image is not null, at that time only we'll be able to see the image, otherwise we won't be able to see. Okay, you can see that this is complete now. Now if I go back, you can see that there are no posts available. So if I just say hi, you can see that I am getting hi and I'm getting the image and everything here. Now if I say hello, welcome to daily code buffer, and if I add the image, let me just add this image, open, and you can see that this image is coming here. If I want, I can delete and I can add the new image, but let me just add it, and you can see that I am getting this image and it's completely fine, right? Completely working fine. Now couple of things, there is a scroll bar coming, that scroll bar we will remove. Okay, that is one thing. Now the other thing, you can see that whatever the data I'm adding, that particular data is coming after that. So suppose if I add yo, you can see that yo is coming at the end. I need at the top because it should come as a latest post, right? The other thing is, if I refresh it, you can see there is no data. There is a data in the database already, but I'm not getting. So when I refresh the page, when the page is loaded, I need to get all the data from the database and I need to display the data. That's what I want to do. So 3 things that we are going to implement now. So let's go to post again, and first thing is all the posts should come at the top, whatever the new post that I'm adding. So if I go to the post.slice, instead of push, I'll do unshift. Unshift will add the data at the starting of the array. Okay, that's the basic JavaScript. Now what I'll do, I will go to the posts, and here I will use the use effect hook to get all the posts for the first time. Okay, then I already have the post, so I don't worry about anything later. So let me just use effect here, and what I'll do, and I will add the empty array. Okay, so there is a empty dependency, so it will be only called once here, and inside this use effect I will add the constant fetch data method, that is this, and here I will just add constant response equals to axios dot get, and here I need to define the URL. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the create post and I will just copy this. I'll go to the post again, I will just define this here, and in this get I'll just define Facebook clone endpoint and dot, then whatever the response I'm getting, that response I need to dispatch. So what I'll do, I will dispatch that response and I will dispatch to add all post. Okay, so I'm getting the list of posts now, so that I want to dispatch, and I'll pass response dot data. Okay, so whatever the data I'm getting for the first time, I'm dispatching all those data to my state. Now if you go to your state, that is your post slice, right? You already have a method to add one post that you are using add shift to add at the starting. But now when you have the multiple, the list of posts that you are going to get at the starting, what you will do the same thing. State dot value dot push action dot payload. Okay, but you will destruct the array here. Okay, this way. So your entire array, it will be converted to all the different components, all the different objects, and those objects will be pushed to your array. Does this make sense? This is a simple JavaScript. Okay, nothing fancier. Now if I go back, if I refresh, and I'm not getting the data. Do you know why? It's simple, because you created the use effect, you created the fetch data function, but you didn't call. So once this is defined, you need to call that. So this is what you will do. Once you do this, once you go back, you can see that you are getting all the data. Okay. And once you add the new data, hello, and let me add the new image as well. Okay, you can see that I am getting new image as well. If I refresh it, you can see that I am getting all the data. Now let's handle this scroll bar. So for this scroll bar, what we are going to do is we are going to configure our Tailwind config. So for that, you will go to your global CSS. Okay. So here, if you go to your global CSS, and here we will define few things. So in here we will define the property, that is the layer, utilities, and here we will define dot no scroll bar, and this is for WebKit scroll bar, WebKit scroll bar, and for that display none. Okay, and now this is for other browsers that are IE or Edge. So for that we will just do no scroll bar, MS overflow style none, and scroll bar width equals to none. Okay, you can see that we define these properties, and for that we define the class, that is the no scroll bar. This is the class for that. Okay, and you can see you are getting scroll bar at where you are getting scroll bar at the entire feed component. So you need to go to your feed component, and this is your div. So for here, if you define your no scroll bar, and if you go back, you can see that you are not getting a scroll bar, but you are able to scroll. UP, right? You can see that your entire application is working. Your entire UI is working. It's completely responsive. You can see that. And if you want, you can just log out as well. You just log out to the application. If you want, you can directly log in with Facebook. And once you're logged in, you will get all the data. You can see that all your data you are getting. You can use anything. Hi, hello. You can see that it's very responsive. All the data is been added. And one thing also, you notice that you are only able to upload images. Okay, for others you can see you won't be able to select only, because we have defined that just images are allowed for now. NYC, and I can define can see that all the emojis and everything is working, right? So here you can see that we did a lot of things. We created a complete UI, and we also created a complete backend as well. So that's a complete full stack application we built, and how your front end and backend reacts together and how they work together. That's what we have learned in this complete tutorial. So this complete Facebook clone was inspired by the Sunny Sangha, who also have a channel on React.js. He creates a lot of different builds on React.js, Next.js, and all those things. This was inspired by him. He created the same thing using the Firebase and Next-Auth, and I have done using the Spring Boot. So if you are interested to check that out, I will add the link in the description below. Send some love to him as well. He's creating a lot of good contents. So if you enjoyed this tutorial, give us a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for the upcoming videos. And don't forget to join my channel if you are interested and if you want to support me. I'll be creating a lot of new tutorials, and if you want anything, then do let me know in the comment section below what kind of tutorials or what kind of topics that you are interested. I will create those as well. And if you want to know more about how to deploy this application to Kubernetes cluster, and to learn Kubernetes, and to create a CI/CD pipeline, and to deploy to GKS, that is the Google Kubernetes service, then these are the videos that you can check that out. So I'll see you in the next video. Till then, happy coding. Bye bye.